Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Pokemon, starting off right. By King Fatman 25. Pallet town of the Kanto region. To most it looks like a simple and small town in the countryside, and most of them would be correct. But this town is something else. It is the starting place for all Pokemon trainers who choose to start their journey in the Kanto region. It is also the home of the world-renowned Pokemon professor and poet, Professor Samuel Oak. Pallet Town is a place where new beginnings happen to those who seek a life of companionship and battle. It is a place where one young man named Ash Ketchum will start his journey to become a Pokemon master, but that is not where our story begins. Our story begins with three Pokemon who would find strength in each other and then in the person who would become the most powerful Pokemon master to ever live. Soar. In a forest far away from Pallet Town, a lone Pokemon with light blue skin and green patches slowly walked through the brush. Upon his back was a bulb that seemed to almost breathe in the dim sunlight of the day. This Pokemon was known as Bulbasaur and he was searching for a place to sleep. 1 year ago, Bulbasaur's trainer had abandoned him because he refused to evolve into his next stage. This had scared the Pokemon greatly, and it wasn't until he found Melanie and the hidden village that he found some form of usefulness. But even this came to an end. While he had lived with Melanie, he was the protector of the hidden village and would watch over the injured and sick Pokemon that came to rest there. But after a year of this and finally letting his shields down, he was yet again forced to face the reality of humans. Melanie couldn't continue to keep up the sanctuary without funding, so she was forced to close it down. The Pokemon that she had with her were rounded up and sent to preserves such as the Safari Zone. When she came to collect Bulbasaur, the grass type attacked her with a vine whip and ran into the forest. His face was contorted into one of determination and anger, but his heart was filled with sadness. He shook his head and growled at several Rattata that were surrounding a fallen berry and was about to settle down for his meal when a small flicker of light caught his eyes. Soar. A small orange lizard with a flame on his tail growled in determination as his opponent charged him. The Pokemon was a dark shade of pink with large rabbit-like ears and a large pointed horn on his forehead. The fire type known as Charmander squeaked in pain as the opposing Nidorino slammed into him with strong force. The toxins within the horn released and weakened Charmander significantly. Charmander tried to muster his strength in order to use Flamethrower but found himself too weak and fell to the ground. Charmander let a small tear fall down the side of his face as he knew he had yet again failed. "That's all you can do." Charmander flinched as he looked up to see his trainer, Damian. "I can't believe I ever wasted the effort to throw the Pokeball that caught you. You are the weakest Pokemon I have ever seen. I'm done with you." Charmander watched as his trainer took out his Pokeball and activated the release. Charmander was engulfed with a blue light as his trainer released his ownership of him. The small fire type tried to protest, but a snap of the fingers and Damian's Nidorino charged forward and attacked again. This time the horn caught Charmander in the face and left a nasty gash running down the right side of his face. The small fire type cried out as the pain, toxins from earlier, and the betrayal of his trainer sank deep. He simply lay down and waited. It could have been only a few minutes, hours, or even days, but Charmander didn't move from his spot. Finally, after 2 days of staying in the same spot, the battle against hunger finally won out and Charmander slowly got up and walked gloomily down the nearest path. Soar. A small blue turtle-like Pokemon with a squirrel-like tail groaned as he got up and glared at the group in front of him. 3 others that looked like him laughed as he got up and then looked to their new leader. He was similar to his smaller minions, but he had a larger white fluffy tail as well as 2 fluffy ears. His hands now had claws and his skin and shell were darker in color. Squirtle glared at the Wartortle that stood before him. The 5 of them had once been known as a group called the Squirtle Squad, but that all changed when Squirtle's second-in-command evolved and challenged him for the right to lead. The battle only lasted a few minutes and Squirtle found himself faced with 2 options. The first was to keep fighting and hope for a sudden evolution, or the second was to swallow his pride and take off. Sadly, he opted for the second and turned to the nearest path into the forest and ran. Squirtle sighed as he started to search for food but found nothing. As he walked, he let his mind wander and found his thoughts falling onto the life he once had. He once had a trainer like so many other Pokemon out there, but his trainer had been disappointed with his lack of skill, so he simply abandoned him. Squirtle had been so heartbroken over this that simply walked around the city limits until he happened upon the group known as the Squirtle Squad. They all hit it off and became a family, or so he thought. The water type shook his head and sighed as his stomach roared in hunger but forced himself to continue on. He walked a ways until he came to an opening. He quickly searched the area until he felt himself tense up. In front of him was a very weak-looking Charmander, and it was trying desperately to stand up as a large Pinsir slowly walked towards it with hunger evident on his face. Soar. Bulbasaur looked at the small fire type with curiosity. The Charmander was obviously a trained Pokemon from the scent he had, but it was very weak. The fire on his tail was weaker than should have been, and there was the faintest odor in the air around the small starter. Bulbasaur waited a moment and let his mind work until suddenly he got a more defined smell: poison. The grass type quickly went into action as he searched for a berry that would help. His mind went wild at story that began to weave into existence. Charmander was trained, that much was obvious, but he was here in the forest severely poisoned. There were no humans in sight for miles and everything seemed normal. This left only one option: abandonment. Just the thought of it made Bulbasaur's blood boil. He shook his head and rushed into a clearing he knew ran close to the river. Upon arrival he quickly searched the area for the berry he was looking for and breathed a sigh of relief when he found a tree full of them. He quickly pulled several berries from the tree and turned to rush back. As he grew closer, he heard the sounds of battle and quickly skidded to a halt as he reached the clearing. Charmander was still on the ground and a large Pinsir was battling a weakened Squirtle. The water type charged forward and slammed his head into the bug type stomach only to be met with a powerful slash attack. Bulbasaur growled and reached deep within himself. His bulb began to glow as his ability Overgrown roared to his aid in order to defend the weak. Both Charmander and Squirtle were on their feet and both had looks of determination on. With a cry, Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle launched 3 powerful attacks of fire, water, and grass. The 3 attacks slammed into the bug type and sent it flying with a powerful explosion. The 3 Pokemon looked at each other for a few moments before they slowly walked towards each other. Soph. A young 12-year-old boy slashed at a tree branch that was in his way and chuckled as he quickly dodged the backlash. His raven hair was in an untamable mess and his amber eyes sparkled in amusement as he walked through the woods near Pallet town. Ash Ketchum smiled as a flock of Pidgey and Pidgeotto flew over his head as they searched for food. The boy pushed another branch out of his way as he arrived at an open field that he loved to come to. It was often filled with wild Pokemon that were tolerant of Ash, and some even went as far as letting the boy play with them. Ash sat down by a large oak tree and watched the Pokemon run around and go about their daily lives. It was around an hour later that he noticed an orange lizard walking around the edges of the field. Being curious by nature, Ash got up and walked along the edge of the field until he finally was close enough to identify the Pokemon. A Charmander. I wonder what you are doing all the way out here. The Pokemon looked up and froze. Sure, he had seen the boy several times, but after what Damian did to him he was very cautious. Ash noticed Charmander's tense stance and crouched down to his level and dug in his pocket. He pulled out a chocolate bar and cracked a portion of it off. Hi there Charmander, I was wondering if you could help me eat this chocolate bar. It is very big and I don't think I can finish it. Charmander's eyes flickered to the bar and back to Ash. He would be lying to himself if he said that the bar didn't smell good, but he just wasn't sure. After a good minute of thinking, he slowly took a step forward. With each passing moment, Charmander slowly walked closer to Ash, and with each step, the boy's smile got wider and wider. When Charmander was close enough, he gently reached out and took the offered candy and took a little bite. The sweet taste washed over his tongue and the fire type squealed in pleasure before he sat down and continued to eat. Ash chuckled and slowly reached out and ran a hand over Charmander's head, to which the Pokémon tensed up. But once he felt the gentle hand, he gave in and leaned into Ash's petting. Charmander swallowed the final piece and looked to Ash for more. The boy chuckled and broke off another piece, but just as he was about to give it to the fire type, a loud blue blur slammed into Ash and hugged the chocolate bar like it was the last one in existence. Ash looked down at the Squirtle as it hugged and looked to be worshipping the chocolate bar. Charmander was shaking his head and started to converse with the water Pokémon. Squirtle looked at his friend and then at the bar before sadly handing it back to Ash. The boy chuckled and broke off a piece of chocolate and handed it to Squirtle, who held it up like it was the azure flute of Arceus. Charmander rolled his eyes and looked to Ash and slowly went over to the human. He easily started to lie down and then rested his head on the human's lap. Ash was shocked by this but gently started to slide the Pokémon until it fell asleep. Squirtle was still looking at the chocolate with wide eyes and a little drool coming out of his mouth. Ash's thoughts were broken when a sharp voice filled the air, Bulbasaur. Ash looked to see a Bulbasaur standing at the edge of the field glaring at him with a heated gaze. The Pokémon spoke again, but when Ash didn't move it growled and charged forward. Bulbasaur lashed out with his vines and struck Ash across the face, leaving a red mark. By this point, Charmander and Squirtle jumped up and put their hands out to stop their friend from attacking the human. Bulbasaur stopped and looked at his friends with shock but growled with a nod of the head for them to explain. Ash sat back as he watched the three Pokémon converse. He knew that they were speaking about him because they would occasionally look at him before continuing with their conversation. Finally, after 15 minutes, Bulbasaur seemed to sag in defeat and simply laid down right where he was. His calculated eyes never left Ash as the other two starters walked over and continued to enjoy Ash's company. Ash could only smile as he patted Charmander and Squirtle. He suspected that Bulbasaur would come around eventually, but for the time being, he was happy to have new friends. Time skip of 3 years. Ash yawned and stretched in under his covers as the first rays of light filtered into his bedroom from the morning sun. He groaned and buried his face into his pillow before suddenly jumping up and exclaimed loudly, "I leave today." Normally a child wouldn't be this excited, but now that he was 15 years old, Ash could finally begin his Pokémon journey. Ash quickly rushed to the bathroom attached to his room and showered. Several minutes later he was rushing out of his room and down into the kitchen for his final home-cooked meal for some time. The smell of bacon and coffee filled his nose as he entered the spacious kitchen of the Ketchum household. His mother, Delia Ketchum, was standing at the stove humming to herself as she finished working on breakfast. His mother was still as beautiful as she was in her teens. Her long brunette hair reached just below her shoulders and the form-fitting pink blouse and blue jeans clung to her body perfectly. At the table was another figure and the main provider for the family. His hair was silver and in an untamable mess just like his son. He was a powerful 6.5 feet tall and had a roughish appeal to him. A small light green Pokémon with a leaf upon its head sat next to him as she slowly ate her breakfast. This was Ash's father, Silver Ketchum. He was also known as the Legend Killer as per his love of hunting and battling legendary Pokémon. The Pokémon beside him was his ever-faithful Chikorita. Off in the corner was a large lion-looking Pokémon with dark blue and black fur. Its tail had a yellow star at the very tip and it purred deeply upon looking at Ash. This was Silver's Luxray and the official family pet. The occupants of the room turned and smiled at Ash. "Morning, son, all ready for your big day?" Ash nodded at his father. "You bet, Dad. I can't believe I'm finally old enough to go on my Pokémon journey." Silver let a deep laugh go. "That's my boy." Delia set down 3 plates of food and poured some coffee. "Have you decided on what Pokémon you want as a starter?" Ash's smile made Delia cringe lightly. It was the same smile that Silver got when he was planning something or wanted to spend some quality time with her in bed. "You don't have to worry, Mom. I have everything planned out." Delia nodded. "I know, dear. With all the books your father has given you, I'm not surprised. Your library almost rivals Professor Oak's." Ash snorted, which caused his mother to glare at him. I have a long way to go before I'm even close to Professor Oak. Silver downed half his mug of coffee and let his cheeks puff up. He winked at Ash and tried to roar like a Pokemon as he let the steam escape his mouth. Delia smacked her husband on the shoulder. Silver, what have I told you about doing that? He chuckled. Come on Delia, you know I do it in good fun. Delia rolled her eyes but smiled nonetheless. Ash glanced at the clock and saw that it was almost 8 in the morning. He jumped up and quickly put on his jacket. I will be back in a few minutes. Before his parents could respond, he was gone. Silver smiled at Delia. You know he won't be here for a while, right? His wife blushed a lovely shade of pink. Silver, you never get enough, do you? Silver chuckled and wrapped his arms around his wife. Of you, my beautiful wife, never. Luxray Simple rolled his eyes and went back to sleep. Sore. Ash arrived at the field he had gone to for the last 3 years and whistled. Within seconds, 3 figures tackled him to the ground and proceeded to hug and lick him. Guys, cut it out, I'm pleased to see you as well. The 3 Pokemon got off of him and smiled at their friend. Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle all knew what day it was, and they couldn't wait for their friend to ask the question they all knew the answer to. Ash smiled at his friends and looked at each one of them. Charmander and Squirtle had taken to him right away, but Bulbasaur had taken the better part of 3 months to even accept food from his hand. Not that Ash minded, he loved a challenge, and earning Bulbasaur's trust was one of the biggest he ever had. Alright guys, you know what day it is, so I'm just going to ask the question. Do you 3 want to become my Pokemon and join me on my journey? Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle called out in happiness and all jumped onto their now official trainer. The 4 friends laughed and then started on the path to Pallet Town. You know, I need one of you as my official starter. I don't like picking between you 3, so how about you decide? The 3 Pokemon looked at each other and quickly came to a unanimous decision. Bulbasaur looked at Ash and nodded his head to Ash. Alright then, Bulbasaur it is. I will capture the rest of you the moment I'm registered. His Pokemon again called out as they quickly arrived at Professor Oak's lab. Upon getting there, they saw that a large group of people were standing there cheering as Gary Oak walked out with a Pokeball in hand. Behold friends, the first Pokemon of the future Pokemon Master Gary Oak. The crowd cheered and Gary's personal cheer squad started chanting something. Ash rolled his eyes and pushed his way through the crowd. His 3 friends walked around the back to the lab in order to remain hidden. Gary caught sight of Ash and smirked. Well, it is about time you got here, Ashy boy. Decide to sleep in again? Ash shrugged. Nope, I was up at the crack of dawn. I was in the field again. Gary snorted, letting your mind wander. What a loser. Too bad you didn't get here earlier. I already have the best of the starter Pokemon. Ash shook his head. All Pokemon have their strengths and weaknesses, even Squirtle. Gary grew red in the face. How do you know? Ash waved his hand at Gary. You have only been talking about getting a Squirtle for the last 5 years. It is kind of scary, really. Gary sneered. You just wait, Ash. Once you have a Pokemon, I challenge you to a battle. Ash simply ignored him and walked into the lab. When he arrived at the main room, he smiled at the sight of his 3 friends with their faces pressed up against the sliding glass doors. Squirtle was making faces while the other 2 looked on in awe. Ash turned when someone cleared their throat and smiled when he saw Professor Samuel Oak. The man was in a white lab coat and had on tan khakis along with a red shirt. His hair was gray and he had a gentle smile upon his face. Ash, my boy, I'm glad you showed up. Are you ready for your Pokemon journey to being? Ash nodded and waited as Professor Oak handed him 3 Pokeballs. You can let them in now. Ash chuckled and opened the door and his 3 friends rushed in. Charmander smiled shyly at Professor Oak while Bulbasaur offered a vine in greeting. It is great to see you all again. I have to say that this is the first time I have had someone start off with all 3 of you. Ash smiled. I'm technically starting with Bulbasaur, but I'm capturing the other 2 right away. Professor Oak nodded. I knew they would be your starters the day you brought them in for a checkup. I'm happy that they are still looking as healthy and strong as ever. Squirtle puffed up his chest and flexed his arms, to which Charmander accidentally slapped his friend with his tail. Ash chuckled again and then enlarged the 3 Pokeballs. "Alright guys, let's do this." Ash tossed the 3-ball into the air and each of his friends jumped at one of them and got sked into the ball. They offered no resistance and 3 simultaneous dings confirmed Ash's captures. Placing the Pokeballs on his belt, Ash turned to Professor Oak. "Alright Ash, here are 6 more Pokeballs in your Pokédex. It has been uploaded with all the information on the known species of Pokémon, their attacks, and abilities. Your first gym location will be that of Pewter City. Keep me posted and be safe." Ash nodded in thanks and walked out of the room. When he got to the stairs he felt himself blush as he witnessed a large group of people cheering for him. His mother and father were at the front of the group and they had a small gift bag. Ash rushed up and hugged them. "I'm so proud of you Ashy. I just can't believe that you are 15 and going on your Pokemon journey." Delia started to shed a tear but Silver put his arm around her. "He will be alright dear, he is a Ketchum." Silver looked at his son. "We got you something Ash." Ash accepted the bag from his father and opened it up. The first thing that came out was a small velvet box that was normally used for jewelry, but upon opening it, Ash found himself looking at another Pokeball. He looked at his father and enlarged it and chose the Pokemon. From it came a small blue Pokemon that looked like a lion cub. It had blue and black fur and a star shape at the end of its tail. It yawned and let out a playful mew. Ash's eyes widened and smiled widely. "When did you capture this?" Silver smiled. "Just last night. Luxray and your mom's Persian had an egg a few months back and this little one hatched from that egg. He already shocked me, so he defiantly has Luxray's spirit. We wanted to make sure he was ready to battle, so Professor Oak has been watching over him." Ash smiled and picked up the small Pokemon. It started purring up a storm and liked Ash's chin. "Thank you so much you guys." Delia giggled. "Ash, there is one more gift in the bag." Ash looked and pulled out an envelope that turned out to be a bank statement. Upon seeing the amount his eyes widened and looked at his parents. "What?" Silver chuckled deeply. "When you were born your mother and I decided to open a trust fund for you. Whether you decided to become a Pokemon trainer or do something else, we knew you should be able to enjoy it. So every time I won a battle or competition I would put 20% of the profits into this account. Your mother did the same thing with that restaurant of hers and the interest did the rest. You can thank us by winning the Kanto League." Ash put the card that was with the bank slip into his wallet and hugged his parents. "Thanks you guys. I will make you proud." Silver patted his son on the back. "We know you will, son. We love you." Ash smiled at this and picked up his new Shinx. "I will call as soon as I get to Viridian City. Love you." Ash turned and started to walk down the path leading out of Pallet Town and onto his Pokemon journey. Ash made good timing and arrived at the edge of the woods near Pallet Town within a half hour. Shinx was walking next to him and seemed very pleased to be out in the open. Deciding to take some time to train, Ash chose his 3 friends from their ball. Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur appeared and smiled at the sight of Ash. They then looked to see Shinx and all of them tilted their heads in question. Ash smiled. "Hey guys, this is Shinx and he will be joining us on our journey. He is an electric type and someday will evolve into a powerful Luxray like his father." The little cat Pokemon mewed in happiness and rubbed up against Ash. The teen thought for a moment before pulling his Pokédex out and scanning each of his team members. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokemon. For some time after its birth, it grows by gaining nourishment from the seed on its back. This Bulbasaur is male and has the ability Overgrow and the hidden ability Chlorophyll. Attacks: Tackle, Growl, Leech Seed, Vine Whip, Magical Leaf. Note: Magical Leaf is an egg move. Charmander, the lizard Pokemon. The fire on the tip of its tail is a measure of its life. If healthy, its tail burns intensely. This Charmander is male and has the ability Blaze and the hidden ability Solar Power. Attacks: Scratch, Growl, Ember, Flamethrower, Dragon Rage. Squirtle, the tiny turtle Pokemon. It shelters itself in its shell, and then strikes back with spouts of water at every opportunity. This Squirtle is male and has the ability Torrent and the hidden ability Rain Dish. Attacks: Tackle, Tail Whip, Bubble, Water Gun, Aqua Jet. Note: Aqua Jet is an egg move. Shinx, the Flash Pokémon. The extension and contraction of its muscles generates electricity. It glows when in trouble. This Shinx is male and has the ability Intimidate and the hidden ability Guts. Attacks: Tackle, Leer, Charge, Spark, Night Slash. Note: Night Slash is an egg move. Ash stared wide-eyed at his 4 Pokémon as they waited for him to say something. Sure, Pokémon having move sets like this weren't unheard of, but it was very rare, unless of course you counted the Pokémon who came from the breeding profession. Pokémon breeders would spend thousands upon thousands of dollars in order to achieve the best move sets and abilities for their prize Pokémon. There were even champion bloodlines that guaranteed certain abilities or attacks. But in order to even get a chance at one of these lines you would have to have the money to put out. Ash shook his head at the very thought of spending that kind of money. All Pokémon have their strengths and weaknesses, it's the trainer's job to help define each Pokémon. He said this out loud without thinking and his Pokémon agreed with him. He smiled at his friends and decided to get an agenda ready for them. Alright guys, we have a gym battle in a few days' time and I want us to be ready. The Pewter City gym uses rock-type Pokémon and so we will have to be smart. Squirtle puffed up his chest and flexed, Squirtle, squirt. Ash chuckled, I know you want to battle buddy, but we are going to train for several days before we go to the gym. Ash sat down and thought for a moment. I guess the best place to train would be Viridian Forest. There are plenty of average strength Pokémon for us to battle as well as trainers all around. Plus we might get lucky and find some of the Pokémon considered rare in those woods. His mind made up, Ash returned everyone to their Pokeballs and continued his walk towards Viridian City. After a while, Ash arrived at a small field and smiled at the sight of many different Pokémon. A flock of Pidgey and Pidgeotto flew around searching for food. Several Mankey played around in their trees while a ton of Rattata scurried around in the long grass. Near the stream, Ash could see a group of Nidoran, both male and female. He momentarily thought about capturing one but decided to wait until he had a little more training in. Taking his time, Ash used his Pokédex to mark areas that would be ideal to come back and capture Pokémon as well as checking for new areas that might be along his path. Just as he was about to leave the field, a trainer walked up and pointed to him, Hey you, I challenge you to a battle. Ash sighed, hoping he could have waited until after Viridian to deal with people, but turned and smiled, You got it, what's your name? The teen smiled, The name is Dan and I'm from Viridian City. Ash took his spot on the other side of the field, I'm heading there next, let's say a 1 versus 1. When Dan nodded, Ash pulled a ball out, Shinx, I need your assistance. His small electric type appeared from his ball and mewed. Dan raised his eyebrow, What Pokémon is that? Holding up his Pokédex it responded, Pokémon no available data. There are many Pokémon outside of the Kanto region. Dan smirked, just because you have a rare Pokémon doesn't mean that you are going to win. Pidgey, let's go. Ash raised his eyebrow but then called his first move, Shinx, use charge and then brace yourself. The small electric type called out as he was surrounded with a yellow aura that crackled before he made his legs stiff in preparation. Pidgey, get in close with a quick attack and hit him with tackle. The small bird rushed forward with a burst of speed and prepared to hit Shinx. Counter with spark. Electricity flashed around Shinx as he charged head first into his opponent and roared in effort as the flying type was thrown back, knocked out. Dan looked on in shock at his Pokémon. What? How was he taken out with one attack? Ash spoke up, I had Shinx use the move charge. It powers up the next electric type move, and if you add in the weakness advantage the match was over before it began. Dan scowled as he returned his Pokémon and turned towards the roads to Viridian. Ash looked at Shinx and shrugged before turning towards his own path. He managed to walk only a short distance before something else distracted him, rather painfully. When he was walking he was suddenly hit from behind and thrown to the ground. Shinx growled at something, and when Ash got up he looked at a large bird with dark feathers and a menacing glare. He quickly got up and pulled out his Pokédex, Spearow, the tiny bird Pokémon. It flaps its small wings busily to fly. Using its beak, it searches in the grass for prey. Ash smiled at this. Spearow were very difficult Pokémon to deal with, and the ones surrounding Pallet Town were especially vicious towards trainers and their Pokémon. It was not uncommon for the Spearow to attack trainers without reason if they strayed from the main road. With how large this one was, Ash knew it was stronger than most. "Alright Shinx, let's catch us a Pokémon." His little friend nodded with determination, and Spearow took off and pulled a U-turn before he charged back with streams of energy flying off of him. Ash's eyes widened. Aerial Ace, Shinx, dodged the attack and then used Spark Attack. As Shinx tried to dodge, Spearow quickly changed his route and slammed into the electric type. Ash mentally cursed as he remembered that Aerial Ace was one of the few moves that couldn't be dodged. Shinx used Charge. Just as he had done in his earlier match, Shinx gathered energy for his next attack. Spearow's glare intensified as he turned around and charged forward with another Aerial Ace. Shinx hit him head-on with a full power spark and finished him off with Night Slash. His electric type charged forward and met his opponent with a powerful attack before he brought his tail around and slammed the now dark-covered limb into Spearow's face. The bird hit the ground and squawked in anger as he pushed himself up. "This one has spunk, I like that." Shinx hit him with a tackle and bring it home. Spearow cried out as he was hit and crumpled to the ground, but not before glaring at Ash and calling out one last time. Ash quickly threw a Pokeball and smiled as it clicked and signified his capture. Placing the ball on his belt, Ash returned Shinx to his ball and turned to continue his journey. After another half hour of traveling, Ash noticed the Pokemon from the area seemed to be running and hiding wherever they could. Shrugging it off, the young trainer continued until he noticed the skies suddenly get dark. Pallet was close to the coastline, so random storms were common, but what set this one apart was the fact that when a bolt of lightning flashed, Ash could see a large cloud moving towards him. Ash looked closer and then gulped as he realized that it was a flock of Spearow, and they all were coming at him. Ash turned and started to walk at a brisk pace, but when he looked over his shoulder he had to duck as a Spearow tried to knock him over. "Leave me alone." The bird Pokemon continued their assault and started to scratch and peck at Ash, tearing his jacket and jeans. Ash brought his arm around and hit a Spearow as it came at him, and the Pokemon was thrown to the side. He turned and ran full force up the hill, but the birds kept up with him. He cried out in pain as one of them bit down on his shoulder. Suddenly, Ash felt his Pokeballs shake and all of them except his new Spearow opened to reveal his 4 Pokemon. Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, and Shinx all glared at the flock of flying types and growled in challenge. Thanks to Shinx's Intimidate ability, some of the Spearow backed off, but the majority of the flock held strong. Bulbasaur acted first by bringing out his vines and started smacking any of the birds that came too close. Charmander launched a powerful flamethrower while Squirtle used Water Gun. Shinx ran next to Ash and used Spark on anything that came too close. Another blast of lightning flashed and rain started to downpour. Ash glanced at Charmander to see that he was starting to struggle because of the element but kept going. He saw Ash reach for his Pokeball but shook his head. He turned and fired a large blue flame that took out 2 Spearow. Dragon Rage. The group kept running but the flock kept up the attack. All 3 of Ash's starters were getting tired and they were starting to get hit more and more. They finally arrived at the path that would go directly to Viridian and they could see the city from where they were. Ash turned and growled as he saw the Spearow come at them again. "Alright guys, we have to stop them now." His Pokemon called out in agreement and got ready. Bulbasaur reached deep within himself and roared out as he was engulfed in a powerful green aura. Next to him, Charmander and Squirtle did the same, glowing red and blue respectively. Shinx started charging up his power for an attack. As the Spearow came in for another attack, each of Ash's Pokemon roared and fired an attack. Bulbasaur launched Magical Leaf, Charmander used Flamethrower, Squirtle used a large water gun, and Shinx forced his extra power out and it took the form of a shock wave that streaked forward and combined with the 3 other attacks. The 4 moves combined and exploded just as the flock came in range and sent them all up in a cloud of smoke. Ash covered his eyes as he saw the power of his Pokémon become amplified and instantly knew that they had used their special abilities. He looked up after the attack and saw that what remained of the conscious Spearow were flying. Ash looked at his Pokémon and saw that they were exhausted. He bent down to them and hugged the 4 of them to him. "You guys are just amazing." His 4 Pokémon smiled into their trainer's touch, and it wasn't until Charmander made a startled cry that Ash looked up. The storm had broken and Charmander was pointing towards the sky. Ash looked up and felt himself go weak as he saw one of the most beautiful creatures he had ever seen. It was a large flying type with a rainbow of colors for feathers and a graceful crest upon its head. The Pokémon gave a shrill cry as its eyes looked down upon Ash, and the slightest smile formed as it gave its blessings to the Chosen One. Ash's Pokémon bowed in respect to the being, but Ash simply stood still in awe. Ho-oh! The phoenix-like bird flew off into the distance, leaving a colorful rainbow in its wake. Soar! Ash arrived at the Pokémon Center and handed his team over to Nurse Joy, who asked if he was okay. When he simply said Spearow, she scoffed and complained about the Pokémon League needing to do something about them. Ash sat down and took a deep breath as he sank into a comfortable chair. For being in Viridian City, the center was very quiet and there were only 2 other people in it. He thought about calling his parents but decided to hold off on it until he was sure his Pokémon were safe. Ash closed his eyes and took a momentary breather but opened them when the door opened and a girl about his age walked in. Ash's eyes did a once-over and felt his breath hitch. She was beautiful. Her orange hair was in a ponytail and she was wearing a form-fitting yellow shirt with tight cut-off jeans. Red suspenders ran from the belt loops up over her shoulder and added a unique look to her. Ash felt himself gulp as he noticed that her midriff was showing as well as just how long and toned her legs were. He felt himself blush when she looked over and smiled at the sight of him and started to walk over. Finding it increasingly hard to breathe, he remained quiet as she stopped in front of him. Her blue eyes sparkled in amusement before she finally spoke with a musical voice. "Hello, I'm Misty Waterflower." Ash took a deep breath and pushed his raging hormones down before giving a roguish grin that his father had used all the time. "Hi, I'm Ash Ketchum." The girl blushed lightly before shaking her head. "I hope I don't sound weird, but I happened to see you just as you finished off that flock of Spearow. I was fishing in a river nearby and the storm forced me to move, and well, the rest just fell into place. I wanted to make sure you and your Pokémon were all right." Ash chuckled lightly and offered her a seat next to him, all the while wondering if she had seen Ho-Oh as well. "Thank you, and yes, we are fine. Let's just say I have unbelievable luck when it comes to Pokémon, both good and bad." Misty looked at him as she set her bag down and sat in a chair. "What do you mean, if I might ask?" Ash nodded. "Well, the best example is the Spearow from before. I had just captured one, and from what I recall they are very social creatures. That makes me think that the one I now own was part of the flock. Before he was captured, he called out, and it was only after that when I was attacked." Misty's eyes widened. "So your own Pokémon had you attacked?" Ash rubbed the back of his head and blushed lightly as Misty shifted her legs. "He wasn't my Pokémon yet. So if anything it was a final defense." The redhead before him nodded in understanding. The 2 sat in a comfortable silence for a few moments before Ash took charge of the conversation. "So Misty, what is your story? You mentioned fishing, are you a trainer?" The redhead smiled and nodded. "Yes, I am. I specialize in water Pokémon and hope one day to become the best water Pokémon trainer in the world." Ash's eyes widened at the goal. "That is something. I myself plan to become a Pokémon master, but I really don't think I could ever specialize in only one type. I mean, my team already has 5 different types." Misty raised an eyebrow. "What do you have?" The Pallet town native smirked lightly. "I have a Charmander, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Shinx, and now Spearow." Misty's eyes sparkled and she squealed in a very girlish way. "Oh my Arceus, you have a Squirtle. They are one of the cutest water Pokémon ever. You have to let me see it." Ash rubbed the back of his head nervously, sure I guess, once they are all out of the center. As if on cue, the intercom rang out over the center, Trainer Ash Ketchum, your Pokemon are ready for pickup. Ash smiled and got up to pick up his friends. After collecting them, he and Misty started walking around the city to see if there was anything of interest. Ash learned that Misty was currently traveling around to the local rivers and lakes to capture rare water Pokemon, as well as to prove a point to her sisters. You would think they would realize how important the gym is. I mean, if they don't hold up their end of the deal and just continue to hand out badges, they will be closed down. Misty nodded. I have been trying to pound that into their head for years. Granted, I just started really helping out with the gym duties, but I could see it from a very young age that they were not doing things right. It is really frustrating because while I deal with the gym, I can't get out and capture new Pokemon. They won't let me use their Pokemon because they are afraid I will take the fun out of them. Misty scowled at this and Ash smiled. Well, how about you hang with me until we get to Cerulean City? I mean, I am in no hurry to get to the gym, seeing as this year's season hasn't even started yet. We could spend some time looking for Pokemon that you could use. Misty looked at the young man with a curious expression. Are you sure? Ash nodded with a smile. Of course, why wouldn't I want a traveling companion? It is nice to have a friend with me. Ash didn't notice Misty blush at this. The girl thought it over for a moment before nodded. All right, it's a plan. So do you have any places that you want to look first? Ash thought a moment before pulling out his Pokédex. Well, there are several areas that would be great for Pokemon to be, not to mention the woods and fields back around Pallet Town and closer to the coast are supposed to have rare Pokemon. His new friend smiled at the concept of getting something rare. I'm up for it if you are. I mean, we would be going the opposite direction. Ash thought for a moment. It is fine. We can swing down that way and be in Pewter within 2 weeks, maybe a little later if we find some Pokemon and train. Misty smiled brightly and giggled in excitement, which caused Ash to blush. Alright, let's do it. She grabbed Ash by the arm and practically dragged him towards Route 1 and back to Pallet Town. Soar. Ash and Misty made great timing and arrived at the coastline near Pallet Town within a day. Time seemed to fly by as they talked about their lives and interests as they became better acquainted. During their lunch break, the two trainers had released their Pokemon for some air and Misty instantly fell in love with Ash's Squirtle and Shinx. Misty herself had 3 Pokemon on her. The first 2 were actually from the same family. Staryu and Starmie looked similar outside of color and size. Ash could tell they were well trained and most likely the starters of Misty's team. The third Pokemon was a small koi fish with a single horn upon her head. Misty's Goldeen was the newest member to the water team and was one of the gym's Pokemon that her sisters didn't want. When they arrived at the coastline, they decided to do some fishing. Misty had her own lures and was confident that her custom, Mini Misty, would catch something. In all honesty, Ash felt that it would intimidate Pokemon rather than make them want to bite it, but he kept his comment to himself. They sat there for close to 3 hours without much success until Misty's lines suddenly went tense and started to pull out of her reel. She grunted as the Pokemon on the other end started to put up a fight, and with a massive yell she pulled her prize from the water. The Pokemon was a large blue jellyfish with a red gem in the center. It had 2 tentacles and a rather lazed expression upon its face. Misty squealed, "Oh my Arceus, I caught a tentacle. You are just about the cutest Pokemon I have ever seen." The water type blushed at this and tried to hide its face. Misty pulled out a Pokeball. Misty calls Starmie. Her purple starfish Pokemon landed on the field and waited for a command. Starmie used swift attack. The water psychic type made a cooing sound as its body started to spin before firing yellow stars of energy at its opponent. After it was hit, Tentacle growled and moved its tentacles forward with a dark purple aura around them. They struck Starmie and sent it flying. Misty, that was a poison jab. Watch out for more surprises. The redhead nodded and prepared herself. Alright Starmie, get in close with rapid spin and hit it with Bubble Beam. Spinning both sections of its body at a furious pace, Starmie launched forward and slammed into the opposing water type and sent it flying. Seconds later, a beam of colorful bubbles fired from the gem in the center of the starfish. The bubbles hit Tentacle and burst with energy at each hit. The Pokémon called out in pain before crumpling to the ground. Misty smiled as she saw her chance. Pokeball go. An empty ball sailed from her hand and hit the head of Tentacle. It opened and sucked the Pokémon in before closing and shaking for several seconds. When the ding was heard, Misty ran up and started jumping around. I did it, I caught a tentacle. Ash chuckled at his friend. Chill out Misty, it is just a tentacle. The redhead stopped jumping and turned with a glare. It is just a what? The last portion was yelled, making Ash gulp and back up. I just said it was a simple tentacle. There are hundreds out there. Misty's eyes narrowed in anger. This is not just a simple tentacle, it is my tentacle and it is the most beautiful Pokémon on the planet. Ash sweat dropped at this but wisely kept his mouth shut. It appeared that his new friend had the legendary temper that all redheads seem to have. Ash's thoughts were broken when his lines suddenly started to go wild. He grabbed the fishing rod and gave it a powerful tug and was surprised to see a large red fish with two large whisker-like features on the side of its face. It was a Magikarp and much larger than average. Misty saw it and seemed to tense up. You can keep it. Ash looked at her before he tossed a Pokeball at the flailing fish. It sucked it in and quickly signaled the capture. Ash put the ball on his belt and looked at Misty, who was letting out a breath of relief. Do you have something against Magikarp? Misty stuttered. No I don't, I do have something against their evolved form though. Ash raised his eyebrow. What's wrong with Gyarados? I mean, granted they don't have the best reputation but they are very versatile Pokémon. Misty shrugged and tossed her line back into the water. Ash decided to let her be alone for a little while, so he told her he was going to go train. Soar. Once he was a decent distance away, he chose his 6 Pokémon. All of them excluding Spearow smiled at their trainer, or in Magikarp's case, flailed in happiness. The Pallet town native looked at his flying Pokémon and saw the look of disdain it was giving him. Bulbasaur saw this and growled at it to show respect. Spearow simply turned his head and ignored the grass type. Ash decided to end this before it got out of hand and he had to deal with a rebellious Pokémon. He knelt next to Spearow and looked at it. Look Spearow, I realize that you are not a fan of me, but I captured you, so you are now part of my team. You can accept it and make things easier, or you can try to resist and face the consequences. Spearow tensed up at this, as well as the sudden change in Ash's voice tone. Bulbasaur, Charmander, and a Squirtle had seen the change before, and it was never pretty. Gary had been a very ruthless person during the years leading up to Ash's Pokémon journey, and it led to Ash being slightly different. He was still the warm, caring person that you would expect from someone who was raised in a loving family, but the difference was the moment you betrayed his trust he would turn very cold towards you. The fact that he was acting this way with a Pokémon was something else. Spearow glanced at Ash. Look, I'm not going to lie. I don't believe in releasing Pokémon, but I will not put up with a Pokémon that is too stuck up and might endanger my family. I want you to be a part of it, but if you continue I will return you and simply send you back to the lab. Spearow looked at his trainer in shock. He was giving him a choice, but it was a very obvious choice. If he didn't accept the offer he would be put into the Pokeball and sent somewhere. But if he accepted he would be a member of another flock, and given how strong the Shinx that took him out was, he would become more powerful. The flying type looked at Ash with uncertainty in his eyes before glancing at the 5 other members of the team before he looked back at Ash. With a steady nod, the flying type accepted his role as Ash's Pokémon. The trainer smiled and turned to all 6 of his Pokémon with a fierce look of determination in his eyes. Alright, we have our first gym battle in 2 weeks and I want us to be ready. Let's start training. Ash pushed a branch out of his way and let Misty through before turning and smiling at the sight of Pewter City. Over the last 2 weeks, the 2 teens had spent time training and capturing any Pokémon they felt would be useful. At the coast, Misty had captured a Poliwag, which had quickly evolved into a Poliwhirl, a Shelter with the ability Skill Link, and finally at Ash's urging she had captured a Magikarp to get over her fear of Gyarados. Overall, the water trainer was pleased with her haul and was very thankful to Ash. Said trainer was slightly more selective about his captures. When he had talked to Professor Oak, the man had told him that Gary had already captured over 25 Pokémon, but that included multiple of the same species. Ash frowned at this. Why should he waste not only the money for Pokeballs, but the time he had on capturing the same Pokémon? Granted, they were all special, but it wasn't fair to the team if only used the strongest. While walking through Viridian Forest, Ash had captured a Caterpie which quickly evolved into its final form of Butterfree, a Pidgeotto, and his most valuable capture, a Scyther. Once they arrived at the edge of the forest, they spent 4 days training and preparing for Ash's gym battle. Misty had complimented Ash multiple times on his abilities with Pokémon and joked that he must have been blessed by the legendaries. Ash suspected that his 3 starter Pokémon were close to evolving, and he was certain that Shinx would evolve with one more battle. The little electric type had grown very aggressive, which was a sign in his species that they were going to evolve. Aside from that, the only thing different was the attacks that his Pokémon had worked on. Each of them had mastered 2 new moves, which was unheard of without the use of a TM. Ash smiled at the progress he had made and knew that they would only grow stronger in time. Ash? The teen looked at Misty and smiled. What? The redhead shook her head. You seem to space out, are you alright? Her friend chuckled. Yeah, I was just thinking about our progress over the last 2 weeks. I still am trying to figure out what Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle are working on. Over the 2 weeks, the 3 Kanto starters had taken an hour each day to work on a secret project for their trainer. Ash was very eager to figure out what it was, but they refused to let him in on the secret. Misty thought, it could be some kind of attack, or maybe they are trying to evolve for you sooner. Ash nodded at the possibilities as they arrived at the center. I guess, but I'm not sure why they would try and force themselves. We are a team and I want them to work at their own pace. Ash and Misty healed their Pokémon before they headed to the Pewter gym. Misty decided to go to some of the local stores and shop while Ash battled. Ash knew the Kanto region by heart as well as the gyms and the types they specialized in. In total, there were 15 gyms in each region, but they had a specific 8 that were considered the poster gyms. These were the gyms that were on the main routes of the region and were the most accessible to trainers. This also meant that they were stronger than the other gyms considering the high number of battles. Ash pushed open the doors to the gym and let his eyes get used to the darkness. Hello? A deep voice spoke in the darkness. What do you want? Ash grew determined. My name is Ash Ketchum and I'm here to challenge Brock of the Pewter City Gym. A low chuckle responded. You really think you have a chance at beating me? The lights in the gym flashed on and Ash found himself looking at a tan-skinned man with squinty eyes and spiky hair. I know I have a chance, I have been preparing for 2 weeks. Brock raised an eyebrow. That is something that most trainers don't do. I had 3 battles yesterday and all of them were new trainers who thought they would win by just type advantage. I showed them how wrong they were. Brock stood up from the chair he had been sitting in. This will be a 2-on-2 match and the victor will be decided when both Pokémon of one trainer are unable to battle. Ash nodded and pulled a ball from his belt. Brock chose first. Geodude, let's rock. A large boulder-like Pokémon with 2 arms appeared and floated over the field. Ash threw his ball and called out, Shinx, I need your assistance. The small electric type appeared and instantly started growling at the rock type. Brock laughed deeply. You really think just because you have a rare Pokémon that you can win? Do you even know about types and how they play roles in battle? Ash remained silent and grew serious. Brock shook his head. Geodude, use Rock Throw and end this. The rock type grabbed several small boulders and tossed them at Shinx. It's over. Ash glared at the rocks. Protect. A large shield appeared around Shinx and the rock simply slammed into it and bounced off. Get in close. Shinx rushed forward and growled at Geodude as he ran towards him. Brock was caught off guard by the move but quickly countered. Geodude used Tackle Attack. His Pokémon pounded his fists together before rushing forward. Shinx full power Iron Tail now. The little electric type jumped up and spun around before bringing his glowing tail down upon Geodude's head. The rock type crashed into the ground, unconscious. Brock looked on in shock. How? Ash ignored him and smiled when Shinx gave a loud yelp and was engulfed with a bright white light. His body grew to a medium size before finally dimming down. The Pokémon that now stood there was the same coloring as Shinx, except he had a more feral look to him. The first signs of a mane could be seen and his eyes held a sharp look to them. The Pokémon took a deep breath and let out a cry, Luxio. Ash smiled and pumped his fist. You evolved Luxio, great job my friend. The electric type smiled and walked over to Ash and sat down next to his trainer. Brock returned his fainted Pokémon. It seems I underestimated you, something that I will now fix. Onyx, let's rock. A massive snake-like creature appeared on the field. Its body was made of massive boulders that were connected together all the way up to its head. The head of the Pokémon had a large pointed horn and it opened its jaws and gave a powerful gravely roar. Ash sized up the new threat, and while Luxio was still fresh, the fact remained that Onyx was huge. Taking a moment to weigh his options, Ash finally pulled a ball out. Bulbasaur, I need your assistance. The grass-type starter appeared and glared at the opposing Pokémon. Onyx, tackle attack. The giant rock snake charged forward with his head bent low. Bulbasaur counter with Magical Leaf and then Razor Leaf. A swirling vortex of multicolored leaves shot forth from the bulb on the grass-type's back before a second volley of green leaves shot forward and joined the attack. Onyx had no time to protect himself as the super-effective move engulfed him and caused him intense pain. Onyx, break free and use bind. The rock-type thrashed his body around and managed to finally be rid of the leaves. He rushed forward and managed to catch Bulbasaur in a stony death grip that squeezed down hard. Ash's eyes went wide when Bulbasaur cried out in pain. He looked at his Pokémon and then to Brock, who was wearing a smug smile. You better forfeit. Once Onyx has his opponent in his grasp, there is nothing they can do. Ash shook his head. I didn't come here to lose. Brock shrugged. Onyx, finish it off. The rock type roared as he began to squeeze down harder, steadily weakening Bulbasaur more and more. Ash kept his eyes on his Pokémon until he caught the faintest sight of a green aura envelope his friend. Bulbasaur Energy Ball full power. His Pokémon's eyes opened and flashed green before the opening on his bulb shot out a powerful orb of luminous green energy. It struck Onyx right in the face and forced him to lose his grip. Onyx, attack him with tackle. Ash smiled as Bulbasaur's ability Overgrow took full effect. Alright buddy, use Magical Leaf one more time. The multicolored leaves shot forward at a much faster pace than before and slammed into Onyx. Brock's Pokémon roared in agony before his eyes rolled into the back of his head and he collapsed to the ground. Brock looked on in shock before sighing and returning his Pokémon. Once Onyx was in his ball, Brock smiled weakly at Ash. I highly underestimated you, Ash. For your victory over the Pewter City Gym, I hereby award you with the Boulder Badge. Brock pulled out a small gray badge that looked like it was a piece of stone. He handed it to Ash, who looked at it and smiled as he put it into his badge case. Thank you, Brock. I look forward to having a rematch with you in the future. Brock nodded and shook Ash's hand before watching the young man walk out. Soar. Ash met up with Misty at the Pokémon Center and saw that she had several bags with her. What did you find, Misty? She smiled. Oh, just a couple of clothes and accessories, nothing too major. Ash chuckled. And where is all this going to be put? Misty's sweat dropped at this. I hadn't really thought about that yet. Ash shook his head. You could always mail it to Cerulean. Misty thought for a moment. You're right, Ash. Give me a few minutes and then we can go. Before Ash could respond, Misty ran off towards the post office. Deciding to waste some time, Ash slowly walked towards the museum that was on the north side of the city. Upon entering, he spent his time looking at the fossils of ancient Pokémon and couldn't help but be in awe at them. Of all the exhibits, his favorite was that of a large dinosaur-like skeleton with a large cap of bone upon its head. The skeleton had several spikes along the brow of its head and held a very menacing look to it. Ash looked at the information and read to himself, Rampardos, if two of these Pokemon were to smash their heads together, their foot-thick skulls would keep them from fainting. Ash whistled, sounds like my kind of Pokemon. A soft snigger brought his attention away from the skeleton to reveal a man in a lab coat leaning up against the wall. Ash ignored him, but when he made a sound, Ash looked over at him. Can I help you? The man looked around and then gestured to Ash for him to follow. Ash walked over and followed the man into a lab. What is this about? The man pointed to the table and Ash found himself looking at a group of rocks and a piece of amber-colored see-through material. Ash's eyes widened as he realized that he was looking at fossils. When he opened his mouth to talk, the man spoke first. You are a Pokemon trainer, are you not? Ash nodded. Well, as you can see here, I have fossils of 9 prehistoric Pokemon. My team and I have been working on a little project that we hope will work, and that is bringing Pokemon back to life. Ash's eyes widened dramatically. That's not possible. The scientist chuckled. My boy, there have been leaps and bounds in the field of Pokemon resurrection. My team has a facility on Cinnabar Island, and to date we have brought 20 Pokemon back to life. In fact, 2 of the gym leaders from Sinnoh used 2 of the Pokemon we brought back. Ash shook his head in shock. Then why did you bring me back here? The man smiled wider. I have a proposition for you, my boy. I know who you are, Ash Ketchum, and I know you are destined for greatness. I want to give you a choice of 2 fossils to have restored at our facility on Cinnabar Island. Ash's eyes widened at the prospect of getting fossils restored. He was about to say yes, but then he thought of something. What is the catch? Why are you giving me this chance and no one else? The scientist smiled wider and brushed a strand of his white hair out of his eyes. Can't I be nice to a trainer that shows promise? When Ash was silent, he continued, let's put it this way, these fossils will be put on display for a few months and then put into storage as new ones are found. The way I see it, they are much better off with the chance of being restored back to life than collecting dust. Ash looked at the fossils and noticed the one with a round dome-like shape to it with spikes running around the sides. He gently touched it and heard the scientist, that is the skull fossil, and from what we can tell it has the DNA of a Cranidos. Ash's eyes glanced back at the skeleton of Rampardos and picked up the fossil. I will pick this one for sure. The scientist nodded and smiled as Ash looked over the rest of the fossils. He finally made up his mind and selected the dome fossil that held the DNA of Kabuto. The man clapped his hands together. Excellent choices, my boy. Now, I will take the liberty of getting them to Cinnabar, and you should have your new Pokemon within a few weeks. Ash nodded slowly, still trying to process the information. The man escorted Ash out of the back room and patted him on the back. It was good to finally meet you, my boy. I can't wait to see what happens to you in the future. Before Ash could respond, the man closed the door and Ash simply walked out, not noticing the sign on the floor that said broom closet. Soar. As the man closed the door, he let out a breath of air and cracked his neck before his eyes flashed blue and the room shifted back into a broom closet. His eyes flashed again and he vanished and reappeared on the top of a tower in the region of Johto. His body flashed white and he grew to a massive size with a white body and hand-like wings. Upon his back was a line of blue fin-like spines that would mold to his skin. The creature craned his long neck and looked at another bird-like Pokemon that was nesting across from him. It is done. The Pokemon across from him nodded her head. Thank you, Lugia. Lugia looked at a group of 6 Pokemon sitting on the far side. 3 of them were birds with obvious elemental ties to each. The other 3 Pokemon were dog-like and also looked to have some tie to an element. One of the dogs that was colored yellow and resembled a tiger growled, I don't like it. Why should we waste our time helping this child? Humans have no right to control us or receive our blessings. Ho-Oh glanced at the dog. Peace, Reiku, you know as well as I do that the Chosen One is going to bring balance to the world. We are simply helping him along the way. Another dog spoke up, just because the child is destined for greatness doesn't mean we should go out of our way. One of the birds that was blue and had a long elegant tail flapped her wings. And what would you have us do, Entei? Let the child be left to fate and hope he is ready. The legendary dog grumbled to himself. Ho-Oh and Lugia looked to their charges and then to each other. Lord Arceus has declared that we are all to watch and protect the Chosen One until such a time as he has to save the world. He did not say that we could not aid the child in his journey. Lugia nodded in agreement with Ho-Oh. The boy is as pure of heart as Arceus foretold. Granted, he has some anger issues thanks to the bullying he received as a child, but he would never harm a Pokemon out of hatred. I will continue to watch the boy, as I hope you all will as well. The other 7 legendaries nodded in understanding before they all decided to return to their respective posts. Soar. Later that night, Ash was curled up in his sleeping bag surrounded by Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle. Misty was on the other side of the fire in her own sleeping bag. Ash was staring at the star-filled sky as he tried to fall asleep. His mind was going wild with hundreds of thoughts, but the most prominent was the scientist from earlier. When Misty had found out, she had been very concerned about it and wasn't sure if he should keep the fossils. For all they know, the fossils could have been stolen and sold on the black market, which would put them in danger. Ash chuckled and calmed his friend down by saying that he would return them the moment he heard something about stolen fossils, otherwise, he was going to keep his new Pokemon when he got them. Another thought that was plaguing him was his luck with Pokemon. Most trainers didn't have a full party until they had their 3rd or 4th gym badge, yet here he was with 11 Pokemon, 9 if you didn't include the fossils. Not only that, but most of his team were Pokemon that were considered rare in this portion of Kanto. For one thing, his 3 starters should have only been 1. His Luxio shouldn't even be in Kanto, but since his dad had a Luxray, that one was explainable. Spearow, Butterfree and Magikarp were not unusual for this area, but Pidgeotto and Scyther were. Granted, the bird Pokemon was seen in the area but only once in a great while. Scyther on the other hand was very rare. In fact, outside of the Safari Zone they were almost unheard of in the wild. The fact that he had been this lucky so far was starting to make his mind wonder. The young man shook his head and brought his pillow over his face in an attempt to drown out the world, but sadly sleep continued to elude him. Putting the pillow back under his head, the young trainer looked to his 3 starter Pokemon. Each of them was powerful in their own right, and the fact that they had together for several years helped him understand their bond. He knew that each of them had been abandoned by their previous trainer, and it had scared all of them heavily, especially Bulbasaur. Granted, he was fiercely loyal to Ash, but when another person is concerned, it would be best if they stayed clear from the grass type. Charmander had a very timid nature about him when Ash first befriended him. The scar upon his face was a reminder of the abuse he had suffered at the hands of his former trainer, something that made Ash's blood boil. He had vowed to the little fire type that if they ever came in contact with his former trainer, that they would destroy him with no remorse. Charmander had only been too happy to agree to this and had thrown himself into training like no tomorrow. The image of him being fully evolved and standing over the smoldering corpse of his former trainer being his drive. Squirtle was another interesting character. The water type was fond of playing practical jokes but also had a large passion for battling and becoming stronger. The thing that Ash couldn't wrap his mind around was why people would abandon their Pokemon. Any Pokemon could be strong, it just took work. Look at the Kanto champion Lance. He started out with a simple Dratini, but through lots of hard work, the little dragon Pokemon had grown into most likely the most powerful Pokemon in the Kanto region, outside the legendaries of course. The only Pokemon that could possibly come close was the starter of the Sinnoh champion Cynthia, her Garchomp. The Pallet town trainer shook his head as his mind started to overthink again. He growled in frustration when sleep continued to elude him, so he simply rolled over in his sleeping bag and put his pillow over his head. Soar. The next thing Ash realized was that he was being shaken awake by Misty, who was looking at him strangely. Are you all right, Ash? You look like you are getting sick. He simply shook his head. I didn't sleep well last night, nothing to worry about. Misty slowly nodded her head. Okay, are you feeling up to tackling Empty Moon today? We have 2 options with that. We can go through it and be out within a day, or we can go around it and take another week. Ash thought about the options. While he wanted to get to the badge as fast as he could, he didn't want to slump on his training either. And truth be told, there wasn't anything he really wanted to capture outside of a Clefairy, but the odds of him actually encountering one were about 1,000,000 to 1. Let's take the long way around Mist. The redhead blushed at the nickname. This didn't go unnoticed by Ash. Are you sure, Ash? Her friend nodded. It will give us some more training time, and I really don't like the prospect of having to fend off hundreds of Zubat. Misty nodded in agreement and started to walk ahead of her friend as to hide her blush, not that Ash minded at all. It gave him a view that he was quickly growing accustomed to, Misty's sharply swimmer behind. Now, by no means did Ash consider himself a pervert, but he wasn't going to turn down the chance to admire the beauty of a teenager like Misty. Living with parents that were as sexually active as Silver and Delia, you couldn't help but learn about this stuff early on. Hell, his father gave him the talk when he was only 7, a full 2 hours of his life that he will never look back upon. Ash had experimented with a couple of girls from Pallet, but nothing more than kissing and light petting. The one he got the furthest with was surprisingly Daisy Oak, Gary's 18-year-old sister. Ash had been running around Pallet with his shirt off, and Daisy was sunbathing in her backyard. Let's just say that she was very happy for him running past her. Ash felt his hormones start to rush forward, but he forced himself to think clean. He wasn't about to become his father until he met the right girl. Ash blushed deeper when Misty bent over and picked up her bag, forcing Ash to clear his throat and finish cleaning up the campsite. Maybe the cave was a better idea. Soar. The week turned out to be better than Ash figured it would have been. It gave Ash and Misty a chance to become closer as friends, and the young girl trusted him enough to fill him in on the way her sisters treated her. When she had spoken of it, Ash noticed that tears formed, and the young man made a bold move. He pulled his friend to him and wrapped her in a hug, which she quickly returned. Misty silently cried into Ash's shoulder and felt her breath hitch when he kissed her forehead and said in a hushed whisper, "You don't have anything to fear, Mist, you are beautiful." This single act had led to the friends holding hands while they walked. It was very comforting for them, and the slowly budding feeling seemed to amplify from this. The two spent 4 to 6 hours a day training before making their way around the mountain. Ash knew that if they wanted their Pokémon to evolve, then they would have to work hard at it. The only reason Shinx evolved so quickly was because he had been at a decent level when Ash got him. He figured that his 3 starters would evolve soon, and his personal goal was to see them in their final stages before their 6th gym battle. This was a phenomenal feat and would require constant training, dieting, and proper health. If he wanted any chance of going far in the Kanto League, he would have to make sure he had a good team of evolved Pokémon. Most trainers that enter their first league only have maybe 2 or 3 completely evolved Pokémon. These would be considered the leaders of the team and would be the last resorts of the battle. The rest of the team would be first evolution or not have evolved at all. The victors of the league usually had a team of mostly evolved Pokémon, these being trainers who have at least 1 league of experience under their belt. There were cases though in which trainers would take time to train their teams before attempting gyms, and the best examples are the current reigning champions. Lance of Kanto, Wallace of Johto, Stephen of Hoenn, Cynthia of Sinnoh, and Adler of Unova. Each of these powerful trainers had taken time to train before they went on their journeys. It had served them well, and each of them had become champion of their home regions. In Wallace's case, he had taken the championship from Stephen, but then the Master of Steel had come back a year later and devastated his opponent. Wallace accepted the defeat and went on to Johto and quickly claimed the title there, finally separating the Kanto and Johto Elite Fours. Soar. As the two friends came over a hill, they stopped and smiled at the sight of Cerulean City laid out before them. The city was a beautifully sculpted jewel on the coast of the North Sea. Ash's eyes flickered to the large bridge sitting in the northern portion of the city and then to the building sitting in the center. It was larger than most of the others and had what appeared to be a large swimming pool. "I'm guessing that is the gym." Misty smiled at her friend. "You would be correct, Ash. Cerulean Gym is the most beautiful place in the city, outside of Cerulean Cape." Ash noticed Misty's blush and smiled at her. "Let me guess, the romantic hotspot of the city?" When his friend's blush deepened, Ash decided to make her day. well, I guess we will have to check it out. Misty looked at him with a shocked expression, but Ash, that is for, you know, couples. A light shade of red appeared on Ash's cheeks and he mumbled, well, I was actually thinking, you know, considering how close we have been lately. He stopped speaking the last portion and Misty got a wide smile. Mr. Ketchum, are you trying to ask me on a date? Ash took a deep breath of air and nodded slowly, yes I am. His friend jumped at him with a powerful hug, yes. Slightly taken aback by her reaction he slowly wrapped his arms around her, did I miss something? Misty giggled into his shoulder, you just made me very happy. Wait until my sisters see the fine piece of man that I am going to bring home. Ash gulped and looked at his new date. Why do I suddenly have a chill running down my spine? Misty simply giggled again and pulled Ash with her towards the city. Ash and Misty arrived at the Pokémon Center within a few hours of coming over the hill. After healing their Pokémon, the two teens decided to head over to the gym so Ash could get his badge. Misty had her arm looped in Ash's and a smile on her face that one could see for miles around. Upon getting to the gym, Ash noticed something was off. The doors were locked with a closed sign on it and there was a box next to the doors. Misty looked at the setup and growled, those dumb bimbos, I leave for a few weeks and they start giving away badges. Ash looked at the box closer and noticed a slot for his Pokédex. He put it in and heard an automatic voice, Pokémon trainer recognized, processing data, trainer accepted, thank you for battling at Cerulean Gym. A click was heard and the box spit out Ash's Pokédex before opening a slot that showed close to 100 badges. Ash heard Misty growl before she slammed the box shut and grabbed it. She looked at Ash, help please. Moving over to his friend, Ash lifted up the other end and the two of them moved to the doors. Misty pulled out a key and opened the door before propping it open and going back to help with the box. They pulled it into the gym and set it down before looking around. The main entrance was dark but the hallways leading to the pool were lit. Misty growled again and started marching towards the pool with her hands clenched into a fist. As they got closer, Ash started to hear voices that were obviously female. They were laughing and the sounds of water splashing came along with it. They rounded the corner and Ash had to fight off the urge to let his jaw drop to the floor as three of the most beautiful women he had ever seen sat at the edge of the pool. They looked like they could be triplets except that their hair was different colors. One of them had golden hair, the second had deep blue, and the third had a shade of pink. Misty growled again and spoke in a cold voice, so this is why the gym is closed. You three are too DMN lazy to do anything. The three girls froze and turned with shocked expressions. The one with blue hair spoke up, like, good to see you little sister. What brings you back home? The pink-haired one spoke next, yeah, like Violet said, what are you doing back? Have you become a water Pokémon master yet? Misty blushed lightly, not yet Lily. The final sister with golden hair noticed Ash and smiled, well hello handsome. My name is Daisy, what is yours? Under normal circumstances, Ash would have blushed and acted like an idiot but in the few moments he had been in the room he could tell that they were not what you would call the best sisters to Misty. My name is Ash Ketchum and I have come for a gym battle. Violet smiled and walked over, swaying her hips more than was necessary, didn't you see our little box out front? Why don't you go get a badge and then we can have a private pool party? She ended her suggestion by gently pressing herself against Ash. The teen's hormones were screaming on the inside but he kept a stone-like face, no. Violet looked at him in shock, what? Ash backed up and put his arm around Misty, I said no, I have a date later today with a beautiful young woman and I am not the kind of person to go back on my word just because another girl can't keep her legs closed. Misty felt her jaw drop in shock at what Ash had just said about her sister but felt the urge to laugh at Violet's face. Lily glared at Ash, like, that wasn't very nice. We are just trying to be friendly. She emphasized the friendly and Ash groaned mentally. Besides, the three of us are the Sensational Sisters. You would have a much more enjoyable time with us than you will the runt. Ash felt Misty stiffen in his arms before she turned and rushed out of the room. Daisy looked back at Lily, that was too far, Lily. The pink-haired teen rolled her eyes, whatever. She looked back at Ash and struck a pose, making sure that her BRST were move out. So how about it, handsome? Ash glared at her and spoke in a cold tone, you had better be ready to battle when I get back, I don't take bullying very well. Lily gulped at the coldness of Ash's voice, but before she could respond, Ash had left. Soar. Ash quickly found Misty by the river that ran near the edge of town, sitting with her feet in the water. She had a few stray tears falling down her cheeks and seemed lost in thought. The trainer from Pallet walked over and sat next to her and wrapped his arm around her waist. It will be all right, Mist. I'm going to show them what happens to those that harm someone I care about. The redhead looked over at Ash. They are right, you know, they are far more beautiful than I am. Ash snorted, you really think I'm that shallow of a guy? It takes more than looks to catch Ash Ketchum. Misty's eyes sparkled for a moment, so I caught you. And how did I do that? Ash smiled the Ketchum roughish grin, with your charm and good looks. Misty giggled and leaned her head onto Ash's shoulder, what are we? The teen trainer thought for a moment, what do you want us to be? Misty smiled lightly, well, we are friends, but you did ask me on a date, so wouldn't that make us more? Ash's arm wrapped tighter around her and he seemed to think about it before speaking in a light tone, I believe it does, but why not make it official? Misty, would you be my girlfriend? His red-headed friend smiled at him and nodded, of course I would. The two teens smiled at each other before gently leaning in and placing their lips together in a simple first kiss. The two pulled back with equally large smiles upon their faces before Ash took on a hard look. Let's go. Misty looked at him with a questioned glance, I'm going to show your sisters what happens when they cross me. Misty looked at her boyfriend in shock but was pulled along with him towards the gym. Before they arrived, Ash called out his entire team and all 9 of his Pokémon looked at him with worry. Guys, Misty's sisters have said and done a couple of things that are plain wrong, so we are going to show them what happens when one of our friends is hurt. His Pokémon looked at Misty and could smell the faint saltiness that came with tears and knew something was wrong. Bulbasaur growled in his throat. Before looking at his fellow team members, this battle called for brute force and power. Scyther was inspecting his blades and looked at Bulbasaur with a murderous glint twinkling in his eye. Ash saw the exchange and knew what his friends were thinking, I will let you guys decide who will be the 3 to battle. Bulbasaur nodded and looked to the team. They all discussed for a moment before pointing to Scyther, Butterfree, and Bulbasaur. Ash accepted this and returned his team before starting to walk towards the gym. Misty was silent for a second before speaking, Hey Ash, I was wondering why you have all your Pokémon with you. Her new boyfriend smiled as he gently held her hand, I want them with me. Most trainers believe that you can only have the traditional 6 Pokémon with you and have their other members sent to a lab or daycare center. In reality, you can have all your Pokémon with you but are only allowed to use 6 in battle. I don't want my friends to be stuck at the lab while I am out seeing the world. Not only does it get boring, but it isn't fair to them to miss out on the training. Misty looked at her boyfriend with wide and caring eyes, you are one of a kind, you know that, Ash. I have never seen someone who puts that much thought into Pokémon. Ash chuckled and kissed the back of her hand, it is the path I chose for the future, why shouldn't I care about it? Misty remained silent at the rhetorical question and simply enjoyed her hand in Ash's. Soar. They arrived at the gym and Ash saw that the doors were open. The young couple walked in and saw the 3 sisters standing by the entrance to the battle arena now in everyday clothes, I'm glad you had the sense to wait for me. Lily glared, like, we have plenty of sense. Sense of fashion, sense of what men to go after, how to use our looks. Ash rolled his eyes and looked at Daisy and saw that she had 3 Pokeballs attached to her belt, I see I'm battling you. Daisy nodded and turned, just because you are my little sister's boyfriend doesn't mean I'm going to go easy on you. When Misty simply smiled at Ash, Daisy spoke up, you are actually dating him. Ash tightened his grip on Misty's hand, I just asked her and I'm very pleased she said yes. The Sensational Sisters could only look at their younger sister in shock before they were shaken out of their stupor by Ash speaking up, I'm not getting any younger. They looked and saw the young man standing in his spot on the field and quickly got into position. Violet was the referee, like, this is a Pokemon battle for the Cascade badge. Both trainers will use 2 Pokemon and the victor will, like, win when the other trainer's Pokemon are unable to battle. Ash waited as Daisy pulled a ball from her belt, like, seeking go. A massive koi fish-like Pokemon appeared in the water and roared as he jumped up. The horn on his head was medium size and he looked intently at Ash. The trainer from Pallet Town selected his Pokemon and threw the ball. Scyther, I need your assistance. The large mantis-like Pokemon appeared in the air and his scythes flashed in the light of the gym. Daisy was slightly shocked to see such a rare Pokemon for a new trainer, seeking get in close and use horn attack. The horn on the water type's forehead flashed white and elongated before he used his powerful tail and fins to propel himself at the bug type. Scyther sent him flying with Bug Buzz. His Pokemon's wings flashed a light green before powerful sound waves rushed forward, catching Seaking in the air. The Pokemon groaned in pain before falling onto the platform that was floating in the water. Quick, while he is stuck, get in there with quick attack and hit him with Slash. The green mantis disappeared and seconds later appeared to the right of the water type. He brought his blade down and cut powerfully along the side of Seaking. The Pokemon called out in pain as he was thrown into the water and floated belly up. Daisy looked on in shock. What happened? Seaking is one of our better Pokemon. Ash smirked. He may be good, but thanks to the high critical hit ratio of Slash, your little fish was nothing more than sushi. Daisy glared at Ash as she returned her fallen Pokemon. I won't let you get away with that, Seal, go. A small white seal Pokemon appeared on the field. On its head was a small pointed horn and its tongue was hanging out of its mouth. Scyther seemed offended by the dim-witted looking Pokemon and hissed at it. Seal, use Ice Beam. An icy blue ball of energy formed at the tip of the horn before launching in 3 separate arcs that screamed towards the bug and flying type. Dodge with quick attack. Scyther just managed to move away as the ice attack zoomed at him. Seal, get into the water. Ash was ready. Use Pursuit. A high-pitched snapping sound filled the room as Scyther disappeared in a cloak of dark energy before appearing just in front of the seal Pokemon and slammed into him. Daisy was shocked. What happened? Ash smiled coldly. Pursuit is a move that takes priority when an opponent is trying to escape or return. In this case, it worked in my favor since you were technically trying to escape to the water. Scyther finished this battle off with Wing Attack and Slash. The bug type rushed forward with glowing wings and slammed into the water type. Just as Seal was about to move, Scyther brought down his scythes and slashed against the water type, knocking him out cold. Ash watched with little pity as Daisy recalled her Pokemon before looking sadly at Ash. Scyther landed next to his master and hissed. That was a waste of my time. I would have thought a gym leader with the ability to insult a sibling so strongly would have been able to back up her words. Daisy looked to her sisters and saw that they all were pale and had the same look on. Misty smiled at her boyfriend and pulled a badge from the box that was still sitting by the wall. Because of your victory over the Cerulean Gym, I present Ash Ketchum with the Cascade badge. Ash took the small teardrop-shaped badge and smiled at it before placing it in his badge case. Let's go, Mist. Not wanting to be in the presence of her sisters any longer, Misty quickly followed her boyfriend out of the gym. Soar. Ash and Misty went to the Pokemon Center and healed their teams before checking into a room for the night. Once they were settled into their beds, Misty asked something. Hey Ash, do you think it is wrong of me to leave the gym? Ash shook his head and shifted so he could look at Misty from his bed. No, I don't. The way that they treat you is uncalled for. They have always gotten by on their looks and you have had to struggle for everything. You want to be a water Pokemon master, so the best way to do this is travel around and learn as much as you can about water Pokemon. Let them take care of themselves for once, and when you finally feel ready, come back and make the Cerulean Gym the most powerful gym in all of Kanto. Misty smiled lightly at Ash's words. Thanks, Ash. A light chuckle was her response. Misty, you are my girlfriend, I am going to make sure that you are cared for. Sweet dreams. The young couple snuggled into their beds and drifted off into the realm of sleep. Soar. The following morning Ash and Misty were back on the road after stocking up on supplies. They had decided to follow the main path and go to the fields near Vermilion City in order to train. They decided it was best to keep their schedule the same and spent 4 hours a day training. Ash was working of getting his Pokemon stats up to what he would like as well as gaining experience from mock battles to help in the evolution process. Misty was working on the same thing and had borrowed Bulbasaur and Luxio in order to help her team better resist their weaknesses. The first day of training, Ash was working with his Magikarp and noticed that his starter Pokemon were all talking in hushed tones and kept glancing at him. They had been doing this every time they were let out to train and would not tell Ash what they were doing. Ash shook his head and smiled as Magikarp executed a powerful tackle on a tree that was overhanging the stream he was in. Great job Magikarp, that tackle was really strong. I wouldn't be surprised if you evolve sometime soon. The fish Pokemon carped in excitement before doing several jumps in the air. Ash chuckled and patted his friend on the side while smiling gently. He was enjoying the moment but a sudden voice caused him to cringe. Well, if it isn't Ashy boy. I'm surprised to see you out here. I would have thought you would still be sleeping at home. Ash's body became tense and he turned around to see his rival Gary Oak. Gary, I would say it is great to see you but that would be lying. Gary glared at Ash, you and I have some unfinished business Ashy boy and I fully intend to see it through. Ash recalled back to starting his journey when Gary challenged him to a battle, fine, one-on-one. Gary glanced at the Magikarp floating next to his rival, if that little fish is anything to go by then sure. Magikarp glared at the trainer but a gentle hand from Ash calmed her down. Gary stood a few meters away from Ash, consider this an honor Ash, you get to see what greatness is all about, Squirtle I choose you. Gary's starter Pokemon appeared and puffed his chest out. Ash thought for a moment before choosing, Squirtle I need your assistance. When Ash's water type appeared Gary's jaw dropped, how did you get that Pokemon? I already have Grandpa's. Ash smiled, there are many things you underestimate about me Gary, and this battle will prove it, Squirtle water gun. Ash's Pokemon took a deep breath and fired a powerful stream of water. Gary quickly countered, withdrawn to defend and then counter with tackle attack. Gary's Pokemon drew his head, limbs, and tail into his shell just as the water hit him. When it finished, he jumped out and ran towards Ash's Squirtle and slammed into him. Ash grimaced before taking command, alright buddy let's gain some momentum, use Tail Whip and then Aqua Jet. Squirtle's tail flashed light blue as he quickly did a little jig which lowered his opponent's defense. Suddenly, a massive wave of water wrapped around the tiny turtle and he launched himself into the air before swinging around and slamming hard into Gary's starter. Get up Squirtle and use Bubble. Ash smirked, use Protect buddy. The little bubbles hit the shield with little effect, leaving Gary agitated. Alright Squirtle, let's wrap this up full power Water Pulse and Aqua Jet. The water Pokemon smirked as he formed an orb of water in his hands and threw it before quickly launching right behind it. The Aqua Jet formed around the water pulse and formed a new attack that left Gary and his Squirtle speechless. The attack slammed into Gary's starter and knocked it out. Ash smiled and patted his Pokemon on the head before looking to Gary, great battle Gary. His rival sneered at him as he returned his Pokemon, you got lucky Ashy boy. Next time won't be so easy for you, smell you later. Ash was left speechless as his rival turned and walked away, only to be replaced by Misty who was toweling her hair from the training she had just done with her Pokemon. Who was that Ash? Her boyfriend smiled, just a random trainer who needed to be taken down a level. Misty looked at Ash with a questioning glance before shrugging it off and sitting down for lunch. Soar. Ash and Misty kept up their training routine until 2 days later when they found themselves outside a massive building with the numbers 98-0 on the front sign. During the previous 2 days of traveling, Ash had battled a trainer who had indicated that there was an unofficial gym with a win streak of almost 100. Ash learned that the leader of this gym trained Savage Pokemon and was going to start collecting badges once he hit 100 wins, a challenge that Ash couldn't pass up to try and break. They knocked on the doors and waited a few moments before a teen around Ash's age opened the door. He had dark green hair and was wearing an orange and black shirt with blue jeans. He looked at Ash. "So are you my next victim?" Ash chuckled at the arrogant tone in the teen's voice. "I'm actually here to end the streak. My name is Ash Ketchum and I have 2 Pokemon badges, so I think I should be able to take you on." The teen chuckled. "Let me guess, the Boulder and Cascade badge." When Ash nodded, he chuckled even louder. "So went through Failure City and Wimpsville, not very impressive." Misty glared at the young man. "Hey, now that is my hometown. Just who do you think you are?" The young man smirked. "The name is AJ Missy, and I am going to be the greatest Pokemon trainer in the world." Ash shook his head. "Sorry to disappoint you, AJ, but that is my journey. You will have to get through me first." The green-haired teen opened the doors wider. "Well then, come on in and let's battle. If I beat you and one other person, that will make a full 100 wins for me." Ash and Misty followed him into the arena and stopped on one side of the field. "I hope you are ready to lose, kid. I haven't built up a streak like this simply by challenging weak trainers." AJ pulled out a ball and threw it. "Sandshrew, let's get started." From the ball appeared a small tan-colored Pokemon that resembled an armadillo and mouse. It had black eyes and white claws on its hands and feet. Ash smirked as he pulled out his Pokédex. "Sandshrew, the mouse Pokemon. To protect itself from attackers, it curls up into a ball. It lives in arid regions with minimal rainfall." Ash pulled his own Pokeball and threw it. "Charmander, I need your assistance." AJ looked at the fire type and started laughing. "You really are weak, aren't you? Only novice-level trainers choose a fire type against a ground type, but your loss, Sandshrew, use rollout." The yellow mouse Pokemon curled up into a ball and started rushing towards Charmander. "Protect." A green shield snapped into place and Sandshrew hit it with a squeak and flew back. Flamethrower. Charmander opened his maw and let loose a stream of flames that quickly hit his target. AJ's eyes widened. "Sandshrew, get up and use dig." His Pokemon pushed up and then dove head first into the ground. "Be ready, Charmander, he can come up anywhere." Ash's Pokemon nodded and closed his eyes in an attempt to sense his opponent. At the last second, Charmander snapped his eyes open and jumped back just as Sandshrew leapt out of the ground. He opened his mouth and fired a large stream of blue flames that sent the ground type back and onto the ground, unconscious. Ash smiled and patted Charmander on the head. "Great job, buddy. That last dragon rage was perfect." He looked to AJ and saw the teen walked over. "I have to say, Ash, you are something else. In all honesty, I think I needed to be beaten, pride and all that." Ash chuckled and held out his hand. "At least you are man enough to admit it. So what is next for you?" AJ looked at Sandshrew and smiled. "I think that we will train for a little while longer before heading out to collect badges. I would be honored if you and your lady friend would join me." Ash looked to Misty and when she shrugged, Ash shook AJ's hand. "We would love to." AJ smiled and swept his arm to the right. "Well then, follow me." They walked into the main building and found more of AJ's Pokemon working with various equipment. There was a large pool in the middle of the gym and Sandshrew quickly put on a metal vest before climbing up a ladder and jumping off the diving board and into the water. Ash looked at AJ who laughed. "That is a special vest I created that helped Pokemon build up resistance to their weakness. It basically forces them to work twice as hard for the same results. But in the long run it makes them twice as strong compared to Pokemon that don't have the added stress." Ash nodded and thought, "It makes sense. Kind of going with the theory on spending time with each evolutionary stage, right?" AJ nodded enthusiastically. "Exactly, trainers today are so focused on evolving their Pokemon right away that they don't spend time to learn techniques of that stage. It also helps their physical structure if they are able to spend time in each stage and grow with their age." Ash smiled but turned when he felt a tug at his jeans. Charmander was looking at him with a look of determination that Ash couldn't miss. "What's up, buddy?" Charmander pointed to Bulbasaur's and Squirtle's Pokeballs and made the motion to release them. Ash wasn't sure what his little fire type had in mind but release his other starters. Bulbasaur looked at Charmander and quickly conversed with him. He then turned to Squirtle and the water type got a wide grin on and nodded. Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle all turned and looked at Ash before simultaneously winking at their trainer. Ash was about to question it when suddenly all three of his starter Pokémon became engulfed in a bright white light. Chapter 5. Ash, Misty, and AJ looked on with open mouths as Ash's three starter Pokémon were engulfed in a brilliant white light. Ash was shocked but also filled with a powerful feeling of excitement and happiness. His three best friends were evolving, and way before he had originally intended. The light died down and the three Pokémon stood before him in their new forms. Bulbasaur was now an Ivysaur and the most significant difference was his bulb. The bulb had split apart into 4 leaves and at the center of his back was a large red flower that was just waiting to bloom. His eyes twinkled and he grinned at Ash before looking to his fellow Pokémon. Charmander, or now known as Charmeleon, was now a dark red in color with more defined claws and tail flame. His face was pointed and at the back of his head was a single horn. The fire Pokémon took a deep breath before rearing back his head and roaring, Mewtwo. A powerful flamethrower rushed from his mouth and filled the area with an intense heat. He looked at Ash and brought his claw up to his forehead and saluted his trainer. Squirtle was now a strong-looking Wartortle. His skin and shell were darker in color and his tail and ears were snow white. The water type chuckled and pulled out his sunglasses and put them on before giving Ash a thumbs up. The trainer from Pallet Town felt a tear fall down his cheek. You guys, how? Ivysaur walked forward and started speaking to Ash. The young man looked intently at his Pokémon and read every emotion and sound that came from his face. When Ivysaur was done he gently rubbed his head against Ash's leg. I can't believe you would do that for me. Misty looked at Ash. What did they do? Ash smiled and rubbed his eyes. The reason they have been meeting in secret is that they wanted to evolve at the same time for me. Ivysaur said that because I took them in and showed them kindness they wanted to repay me with a simple show of devotion, by evolving together to show our bond. They were simply waiting for Charmander to be ready and that battle with AJ did the trick. Misty looked to the three Pokémon and smiled. That is so sweet. AJ smiled. That there shows just what kind of trainer you are, Ash. I truly respect that kind of devotion from a Pokémon. Ash nodded in agreement before looking at AJ with determination. I believe we have some training to do. AJ and Misty smiled at this before turning to the gym and releasing their teams. Soar. Over the course of 2 weeks, Ash and Misty spent time with AJ training their teams to the fullest. Ash decided to utilize AJ's vest and even bought a set of 3 from him for future use. He split his team into groups of 3 and rotated what they would be working on. The first team consisted of Ivysaur, Magikarp, and Pidgeotto. Team 2 was Charmeleon, Spearow, and Scyther, while the third and final team was Wartortle, Luxio, and Butterfree. Each team would work on something different and then rotate into another section. The first section was working on moves that Ash had picked out for them to learn. Seeing as they were not close to any stores that had TMs available, the Pokémon would have to learn new moves the old-fashioned way. The second group was mock battles to gain experience while the third and final group was endurance and stat increase while wearing the vests. At first the team had a little trouble working with the extra strain, even to the point that Ash had to help Magikarp swim for the first several hours so she wouldn't drown. But after they got used to the vest, they were soon back to their old routine. Spearow and Magikarp were pushing themselves extra hard in order to evolve. Ash stopped them one afternoon and told them to hold off, but they didn't want to be the only ones who hadn't evolved. Misty wasn't too sold on the vest idea, so she decided to do things her own way. She still borrowed Ivysaur and Luxio to help build up resistance, and it was through her determination that she got her Tentacle to evolve into what was now her team's lead, Tentacruel. The massive water type was a powerhouse and wanted to battle Ash right away. This led to the couple's first official battle, and Ash only won because of Luxio's stubbornness to not give up. Ash complimented his girlfriend, stating that if it wasn't for the fact that Luxio had type advantage, she would have easily won. Misty smiled and patted Ash on the cheek, saying that the response he had given was the correct one. AJ's team expanded with 2 Nidoran, a male and female. One of his 3 Rattata evolved into Eradicate and his Sandshrew was close to evolving. His Butterfree and Beedrill learned a couple of moves from Ash's Butterfree and Scyther and became sparring partners with them when Ash wasn't running his routine. By the end of the 2 weeks, Ash and Misty decided to continue on their path and head on towards Vermilion City. AJ followed his new friends and led them to the door. Well, Ash, I have to say it has been a fantastic couple of weeks. You and Misty have helped me to see that there is a ton out there yet for me to accomplish. I look forward to battling you in the Pokemon League. AJ offered his hand to Ash, who accepted it. Same to you, AJ. Without you my starter Pokemon wouldn't have evolved, and you also showed me that it is alright to do a little strenuous training. Good luck. The 3 trainers waved goodbye and parted ways, with Ash and Misty heading towards Vermilion and AJ heading back to Pewter City to challenge the gym. Soar. Ash and Misty walked for a full day and eventually found themselves deep within a forest. Ash checked his Pokédex and found that they had wandered off the main path and were a good day's travel away from any place with a Pokémon Center. Misty glared at her boyfriend. Well, if someone would have listened to me earlier we wouldn't be lost now, would we? Ash waved her off and chose Pidgeotto, who called out upon being released. Hey Pidgeotto, can you fly up and see if you can find the main path? His flying Pokémon nodded and took off into the sky. When he broke the canopy of the forest he looked around and frowned because all he could see was forest. The flying type turned around and scanned again before noticing a large building just peeking out of the trees. Quickly mapping a route, Pidgeotto moved down to Ash and Misty. Ash looked at his Pokémon and saw that he was gesturing for them to follow. The young couple quickly followed the flying type, and finally after a half hour they came into a clearing and found themselves standing in front of a massive building that was surrounded by a wall. Ash turned his head when he heard the sound of voices and saw a group of 3 young boys surrounding a 4th who was running on a treadmill. Alright, let's try again. This Pokémon evolves into what Pokémon? The boy that was running tried to focus on the card that was being held in front of him. Let's see, Pidgey evolves into Pidgeot. The boy holding the card shook his head. Wrong again, loser. Maybe you need a few minutes to yourself. He pushed a button on the treadmill and it sped up before they turned and left. The boy that was running tried to keep pace, but he eventually flew off and crashed into the ground. Ash and Misty rushed over and helped him up. Are you okay? The boy nodded slowly but whipped away some tears. I'm fine, thanks. Misty glared at the spot that the other boys had been. What is with those JRKs? Who does that kind of thing to someone else? The boy on the ground put his hands up. Please don't say that about my friends. Ash got up from kneeling. You call those guys friends? The boy nodded. My name is Joe and my friends were just trying to help me. You see, I have an exam and if I pass I get another Pokemon as well as go up a level. Ash looked at Joe like he was nuts. Come again? Joe pointed at the building. Haven't you ever heard of the Pokemon Technical Institute? It is one of the most famous places for aspiring trainers. Ash looked at Misty, who shrugged. Never heard of it. Joe blanched at them. Well, you should. It is a school that prepares trainers for the Pokemon League. It starts you off in basic classes and you go up in rank when you pass certain classes. Once you graduate you get a free ride to the yearly league competition. Ash scowled at this. That seems unfair. A trainer that doesn't go to the school puts in 10 times more effort than someone who sits at a desk. Joe shrugged. Everyone has their opinion. Currently I am the rank of 2 badges, which means I have the skill to defeat anyone who has the same number of badges or the Pewter and Cerulean gyms. Misty's eyes flared. What was that? Joe smiled. I said I can beat the first 2 gyms. I have a rank higher than they do. Misty's temper flared as she grabbed Joe by the shirt. Listen kid, I am the gym leader for Cerulean and I can say that you would never defeat me. Joe shook his head. Not according to my teachers and classmates. Tell you what, let's have a battle in the yard and I will show you. Misty let go of Joe and turned to walk into the school. Ash simply followed. Soar. The 3 trainers arrived at a large field that had multiple battlefields all around. Joe took a spot and chose his Pokemon, Weepinbell. I choose you. A medium-sized yellow plant Pokemon appeared on the field. It had a wide mouth and leaves instead of arms. Ash pulled out his Pokédex, Weepinbell the Flycatcher Pokemon. A Pokemon that appears to be a plant. It captures unwary prey by dousing them with toxic powder. Ash cringed lightly, careful Mist. His girlfriend smiled at him, no worries Ash, I got this in the bag. Misty calls Tentacruel. Misty's massive jellyfish Pokemon appeared with a roar and caused Joe to cringe. No matter, I still have the type and skill advantage, Weepinbellus Razor Leaf. The Flycatcher Pokemon whipped his leaves furiously and a steady stream of razor-sharp leaves fired out and towards the water type. Tentacruel counter with Poison Sting and then use Scald. The dual water poison type roared as he fired hundreds of needles that had a light purple glow. The needles hit the razor leaves and caused them to fall to the ground. Seconds later, the jellyfish Pokemon inhaled before expelling a massive burst of boiling hot water that steamed as it rushed over Weepinbell. The grass type called out in pain as he was suddenly engulfed by the painful attack before crying out again as he was covered in flames. Joe looked on in shock. What happened? Misty smiled. That is one of my favorite water moves ever. It is called Scald and it has a great chance of burning the opponent. Joe frowned. A water type move that burns? I never heard of it. Ash chuckled. Then maybe you should study a little more. The student glared at Ash before looking at his Pokemon. Come on buddy, I know you can do it. Solar Beam. Weepinbell slowly got up and opened his mouth towards the sky. As he did, an orb of light formed in the center and slowly intensified with power. I don't think so, Tentacruel. Let's see if that new attack of yours works. Hyper Beam full power. Misty's Pokemon roared as the gem in the center of his head flared before a powerful beam of red and white energy sailed from it and engulfed Joe's Pokemon. Ash didn't even need to wait to know the results, and it was only confirmed when the dust settled and Misty was declared the victor. Joe returned his Pokemon and fell to his knees. How could I lose? I passed the classes and should have won. Ash and Misty shook their heads. You really don't get it, do you? There is a ton more to learn than just from a book. Anyone could have seen that Solar Beam was a bad choice at the time you used it. There isn't enough sunlight in the area to support an instant response. Joe looked down. I just hope no one else saw this. A feminine voice filled the air in response. Well, you will be very disappointed, Joe, because I saw everything. The three trainers looked over and saw a girl standing there in a typical schoolgirl outfit. Ash found himself doing a double take at how beautiful she was and Joe was blushing. Misty instantly saw a red flag go up with how this girl held her head up like she owned the world. Oh, hey Giselle. The girl looked at Joe. I'm very disappointed in you. I would have thought that by now you could have won a battle against someone of equal rank, but clearly I was wrong. Ash had a flashback of memories from when Gary taunted him and grew very defensive of Joe. Just hold on a minute, what gives you the right to say that to Joe? He was battling a gym leader with a fully evolved Pokemon, of course he couldn't win. No matter what your stupid school says. Giselle turned red in the face but flipped her hair to pretend she wasn't offended. I should take offense to that, but... She finally got a good look at Ash and blushed upon seeing his handsome face. I'm sure a man of your appeal can see why we are better than most trainers. Ash looked at Misty, who was giving him a similar look. Is she for real? Ash shook his head. I'm not sure what you are trying to say, but point blank I have to disagree. You can't learn everything there is to know about being a Pokemon trainer from a book. Sure, they help, but until you are out in the wilderness with your team you will learn nothing. Giselle glared at Ash. Okay, Mr. Know-It-All, I have a challenge for you. I happen to be the best student in this school and take my graduation exam this weekend. By all rights I should easily defeat you in battle, seeing as I am a league-level trainer. If I lose, I'm obviously not ready to take on the league, but if I win, you have to take me on a date. Ash groaned at this because the reaction he was expecting happened. He has to what? Ash took Misty's hand into his. Chill out, Mist, it will be fine. He turned to Giselle. Look, I'm sure you are a nice girl, but I'm not exactly free at the moment. Giselle looked at Ash, you are not falling over from sheer desire. Misty fell over anime style while Ash sweat dropped. No. Giselle looked at Ash, why not? I am the most beautiful girl in the school. Ash rolled his eyes and glanced at Misty to make sure that his girlfriend wasn't about to unleash hell upon the team. Look Giselle, I'm not interested. The brunette puffed out her cheeks in anger, why not? Ash smiled and wrapped his arm around Misty, I'm taken. Giselle's jaw dropped as she looked at Misty and then to Ash, surely you are joking, I mean, she isn't. Ash glared at the teen, she isn't what, as pretty as you? Beauty is only a figment of the mind. I care about Misty for the person she is on the inside. And for the record, I do find Misty more attractive than you. That statement caused two things to happen. The first was Misty's heart swelling over what Ash had just said, and the second was Giselle grabbing a pokeball and throwing it. From the ball came a small brown Pokemon with a skull over its head and a bone for a club. Ash looked at the Pokemon before pulled out his Pokédex, Cub1 the lonely Pokemon. When it thinks of its dead mother it cries. Its crying makes the skull it wears rattle hollowly. Giselle smiled overly sweet at Ash, this is my best Pokemon and I'm going to show you just how much better I am. By the end of this battle, I will have you drooling at my feet. Ash glared and looked at Misty who had on a similar expression. She looked at Ash and walked over, crush her into the dust. She put her arms around Ash's neck and pulled him into a deep kiss that promised a repeat performance if he delivered. The trainer from Pallet turned and selected a Pokeball, I'm not at the mood to toy around so let's get this over with. Wartortle, I need your assistance. Ash's water type appeared on the field and pumped his arms in a show of strength. Giselle giggled, just because you have an evolved Pokemon doesn't mean you will win, Cub1 be a sweetheart and us Bonemerang. The ground type grunted and threw his bone club and caused it to spin at a furious rate. The attack slammed into Wartortle and sent him flying back. Aqua Jet. While he was still in the air, Wartortle twisted around and engulfed himself in water before rocketing back at his opponent. Cub1 dodged it and used Ancient Power. The little Pokemon moved out of the way and brought his bone around and threw a ball of white energy at Wartortle. The energy hit him and exploded, sending him into the ground. Ash thought for a moment before smirking, alright buddy, let's take this up a notch. Start off with Water Pulse. Giselle countered, Cub1 used Ancient Power again. The two orbs met in a collision of power and held still. Water Gun. Wartortle fired a high-pressured stream of water and pushed the water pulse through the Ancient Power and slammed into Cub1. The little Pokemon cried out in pain as he was engulfed with water. Giselle called out in shock as her Pokemon slowly stood up. Ash smirked and this only enraged Giselle more, Cub1 get in close with Bone Club. The ground type ran forward with his club raised high. Wartortle used Water Gun. Another stream of water rushed forward to intercept Cub1. Dodge and use our new move. Cub1 moved to the left and got in close and brought a fist crackling with electrical energy down onto the water type. Ash's eyes widened, Thunder Punch. Wartortle flew back and slowly got up with one eye closed in pain. Ash's mind was working on how to gain the advantage over Giselle. Cub1 was a well-trained Pokemon and had good speed and attack, but Ash and Wartortle hadn't trained for nothing. Giselle smiled and waved a hand at Ash, and here I thought I would be facing a great trainer. It is clear to me that your looks are the only thing going for you, handsome. But don't worry, I only need someone who is as attractive as me, skill isn't an issue. Wartortle glared at the girl as she insulted his trainer. The water type searched deep within himself and felt a wave of power surge forward and engulf him. A powerful blue aura erupted around the starter and he called out as his strength returned to him tenfold. Ash's eyes widened as Wartortle was covered with a blue aura, Torrent. These abilities could make or break a battle, and with a little luck, Ash was going for the victory. Wartortle saw Ash's smile and gave him the thumbs up. He jumped up and roared and brought his arms up in a lifting gesture. Giselle and Cub1 laughed when nothing happened. I see your Pokemon is trying to be intimidating. Sorry little guy, but Giselle was cut off when the ground started to shake and a massive wave of water shot up from under Wartortle. It glowed a powerful blue light as it was enhanced with the Pokémon's ability. Ash smiled and pulled out his Pokédex, new move detected. Wartortle has learned the move Surf. Ash snapped his fingers, Wartortle, let's win this with Surf. The wave rushed forward and came crashing down on the little ground type that was trying to run away. The water quickly spread and washed over a screaming Giselle before it leveled out with the ground. Cub 1 was on his back spitting out water with swirls for eyes. Ash smiled and rushed to his Pokémon and hugged him. Great job Wartortle, I'm so proud of you. His Pokémon hugged him back and buried his head into Ash's chest. Misty ran over and hugged her boyfriend, you are simply amazing. Hugging her back he chuckled, Wartortle did all the work. Their celebration was short-lived when they heard a shriek and looked over to see Giselle screaming about being wet. Ash quickly returned Wartortle and grabbed Misty by the hand and saluted Joe, who was trying to laugh. Good luck, Joe. The boy smiled and waved as Ash and Misty ran out of the schoolyard with Giselle's screams ringing in their ears. Soar. As the young couple continued on to Ash's next gym badge, they found themselves in an area rich with Pokémon, and currently, Ash was battling a Pokémon that he wished to capture. The Pokémon was tan in color with a dark brown shoulder pad. Its face was fox-like in appearance and had a single red star in the center of its forehead. In the Pokémon's right hand was a silver spoon that glowed with power. This Pokémon was a Kadabra, a powerful psychic type and an essential part to any team. Ash and Misty had been walking when they had run into an officer, Jenny, who was searching for a Pokémon that had been attacking travelers in order to take food from them. When Ash had found out that the Pokémon was a Kadabra, he jumped at the chance to go after it. Currently he had Scyther out and the Pokémon was panting from the fight it was getting. Scyther hit him with another bug buzz. His Pokémon launched its attack and sent the psychic type back. Kadabra pushed himself up and slashed his spoon down and sent a blade of pink energy at Scyther. Counter with slash and finish it with wing attack. Scyther cut through the Psycho Cut and then rushed forward with glowing wings and knocked the Pokémon out. Ash pulled a Pokeball and threw it. The ball hit its target and SCKED him into the ball. It shook for a full minute before it clicked and confirmed the capture. Ash pumped his fist, yes, I captured a Kadabra. Misty giggled and shook her head as Ash turned and smiled like a little kid. Alright Mist, let's get back on our path. She shook her head and ran to keep up with Ash. Soar. Several days later, Ash and Misty were resting about 2 days outside of Vermilion City after a long day training their teams. Everyone was making fantastic progress, but much to Ash's anger and irritation, Kadabra was being difficult. Upon first being released, the psychic type used confusion on Ash to throw him away. This led to Ash's team aggressively attacking their new member to make sure he was put in his place. Kadabra didn't take kindly to this and targeted the smallest member with a powerful Psybeam at Magikarp. The small fish was injured, and upon seeing Ash slowly get up, she let anger consume her and cried out in rage. The light that covered her was blinding and she exploded with power as her body elongated to an impressive 21 feet and turned more serpentine. Her whiskers became longer and upon her now blue scales was a trident-like crown. Magikarp raised her head as the light died down to reveal a powerful Gyarados that reared her head back and fired a massive beam of red and white energy. The hyper beam slammed into Kadabra with little remorse and knocked him out. Once the issue was taken care of, the new Gyarados bent low and gently nudged Ash to help him up. Ash looked over to his fainted psychic type and then to his new monster of a Pokémon and smiled before hugging her. Thanks, girl. The water type liked him and purred in a deep rumble that shook her trainer. Since that day, Ash had not brought Kadabra out, seeing as he was less than pleased with the new Pokémon. He was thinking of a way to appeal to the psychic type, but so far nothing had come up. Currently, Ash was leaning against a tree with Charmeleon's head on his lap. He was gently running his hand down the Pokémon's smooth scales and watching his beautiful girlfriend as she worked with her Pokémon. He smiled lightly and closed his eyes to enjoy the moment, but it was short-lived when a voice cut through the air as it laughed. Yeah, I had a Charmander once. but that thing was so weak it couldn't beat its weakest opponent. So I got rid of it before it had a chance to hold me back. Charmeleon's eyes snapped open with a fire that threatened to explode out of him as he turned to see a group of people walking down the path Ash and Misty were resting by, and leading the group was his former trainer, Damian. Chapter 6. Ashes looked down at his fire starter and felt him growing warm as he was engulfed with the aura from Blaze. Three things rushed into Ash's mind, the first being concern, the second was a sense of awe at how easily the ability had suddenly appeared, and the final was wonder as he tried to figure out what caused it. Charmeleon pushed himself up and listened again for that sickening voice that belonged to his former trainer and heard it laughing again on the path heading towards them. Sure enough, after a 2-minute wait the identity was reconfirmed when the group of people that was walking towards them came into view and Damian was at the front. He looked as arrogant as ever and had a massive bag over his shoulder that seemed to be bulging with pokeballs. Ash saw him and instantly felt a chill go down his spine and knew that this was someone he would become annoyed with very quickly. Charmeleon growled deep in his throat and flames flared from his nostrils. Misty walked over after she had heard the people and saw Charmeleon. Ash, what is wrong with him? Looking at his Pokemon he shrugged, I'm not sure Misty, but I know that whatever it is, that group over there has something to do with it. Soar. Damian and his group of friends continued on walking before they stopped when Damian felt his eyes widen at the sight of Misty. He puffed up his chest and strutted over, hey there beautiful, what is your name? Misty looked at him with a blank expression, what? He flicked his blue hair and then fixed the sunglasses upon his forehead. I asked your name and while I'm at it I might as well ask you to dinner. Misty sighed and gave an apologetic look to Ash, look buddy, I already have a boyfriend. Damian didn't take the hint, well come with me anyway, I'm sure he is a loser with weak Pokemon. Before Ash or Misty could respond a massive flame rushed at Damian who jumped back and shrieked like a girl. Ash looked down to see Charmeleon growling and a look of pure malice upon his face. Damian glared at Ash, what the bleeding hell is wrong with you? Can't you control your Pokemon? Damian's rant trailed off as he looked at Charmeleon for a moment before his eyes widened at the sight of the scar running along Charmeleon's eye, Charmander. Charmeleon growled at the aura around him flared some more. Ash looked at his Pokemon and then to Damian before he connected the dots, he was your trainer. It came out as a statement instead of a question and Charmeleon slowly nodded. Damian's lips tilted up slightly into a forced smile, well Charmander, or Charmeleon I'm glad I finally found you. I have been looking all over for you. Ash chuckled, you really think that Charmeleon is that gullible? He hasn't forgotten what you did to him. Damian waved it off, please, it is a good thing I did it. It forced that weakly to become stronger and look at the results. He evolved didn't he? That is proof enough for me. Damian pulled out a Pokeball, so let's go Charmeleon. The fire type growled some more as his fangs were bared and the ground around him started to hiss from the heat his body was giving off. Ash put Misty behind him just in case of a battle, Charmeleon isn't going with you. It was through hard work and determination that he evolved and it was because we worked together as a team. Trainers like you make me sick. Damian's eyes twitched, trainers like me. Why should I bother with a weak Pokemon when it is strength that gets trainers to the big leagues? Damian's friends chuckled, yeah. You better be careful around Damian. You don't want to mess with him. Ash shook his head and put a hand on his Pokemon's shoulder, ignoring the heat coming from him. He isn't worth it buddy. Charmeleon looked to Ash with a look of question but looked deep down into himself and knew his trainer was right. If he had been a different Pokemon he would have wanted revenge and heck, he might have even forced his evolution to prove a point. Damian set down his bag and pulled out a bunch of Pokeballs, you want to fight? Ash shook his head, it would be a waste of our time. Charmeleon's former trainer growled, it isn't an option. If I win the battle, Charmeleon becomes my Pokemon again and if you win, you can have another weakling that I have been planning to release. Ash's eyes hardened, 1-on-1. Before the battle could begin 2 Pokeballs on Ash's belt burst open to reveal Ivysaur and Wartortle standing with similar glares on their faces. Ivysaur growled at Damian before looking at Charmeleon and nodded. Ivysaur and Wartortle both took a deep breath before yelling and becoming enveloped in green and blue auras respectively. Ash felt his eyes widen at this before making a mental note to talk to his starters later. Damian smirked, so it looks like you have 2 more weaklings. Doesn't help your chances of winning, let's get on with it. You should remember this one Charmeleon, Nidoking destroy him. From the ball appeared a massive purple Pokemon with a powerful body. Upon its head was a long pointed horn and it had 2 large purple and blue ears. The Pokemon reared its head back and roared in an attempt to show off its power. Charmeleon's vision became red at the sight of the same Pokemon that injured him so badly the last time he saw Damian. The aura around him flared again and he felt power surge forward through his veins. Ash smirked coldly at Damian, you have already lost. Charmeleon, let's show Damian what real power is about, activate Blaze. Charmeleon roared, the aura around him flared to full power and the flame on his tail roared to 3 times its normal size. Damian stepped back in shock, what the? Ash shrugged, I'm just as confused as you, but with what Ivysaur and Wartortle just did I'm assumed Charmeleon could do the same thing. And seeing as I was correct, this battle is already over. Charmeleon used Flamethrower, full power. His Pokemon opened his maw and launched a super-powered stream of fire that rushed forward with a roar and slammed into the fully evolved Pokemon. The heat was so intense that the grass under the stream of fire dried up and burnt to a crisp without directly touching it. Damian's Nidoking slowly pushed himself up and hissed as he was seriously burned. Nidoking blast this weakling with Hyper Beam. His Pokemon roared and fired a beam of energy at his former teammate. Protect. A massive hiss was heard as the ultimate defensive move snapped into place and took the powerful normal attack. Charmeleon used another Flamethrower. His fire type roared and the aura around him flared savagely before it turned into powerful flames. Charmeleon roared and rushed forward as streaks of power flashed within the flames. He slammed full force into his target and a massive explosion filled the area with black smoke. Ash brought out Pidgeotto to get rid of the smoke only to find Nidoking unconscious and Charmeleon hunched over with small sparks of lightning coursing over his body. Bringing up his Pokédex, Ash scanned his Pokemon, Flare Blitz, one of the most powerful physical fire attacks. The user is enveloped in a powerful flame before crashing into the target for massive damage. The user of the move takes 1/3 of damage inflicted as recoil. Use with extreme caution. Ash rushed over to his Pokemon and brought him into a big hug, you are amazing buddy. Charmeleon called out softly and rubbed his head against Ash's neck and grimaced as the last of the recoil damage took place. His trainer pulled back and smiled, don't worry Charmeleon, we will take care of that recoil in no time. The fire type looked at him with a tilted head, but his trainer never responded because Damian was yelling. You weak and worthless Pokemon. You lost to the same blasted thing you used to destroy. Now in your evolved form you can't do anything right. His eyes were filled with hate as he dropped Nidoking's ball to the ground and stomped on it. Get lost you weakling. He looked to Ash and then tossed him another ball. This thing is weaker than Charmander was when I got rid of him. Have fun with these worthless Pokemon. He turned with his group and walked away, still seething over his loss. Misty rushed over with a shocked expression as she looked from the unconscious Nidoking to the Pokeball in Ash's hands. Did that really just happen? Ash sadly nodded and walked over to the poison type. He looked at it and saw that it was very weak and was significantly smaller than one that was raised properly. The Pokemon opened a sad eye and looked at Ash. He evolved you right away, didn't he? Nidoking slowly nodded and gritted his teeth when pain coursed through his body. Ash pulled out a super potion and sprayed along the worst of the wounds and gently patted the fully evolved Pokemon. I can help you. He pulled out a Pokeball and offered it to Nidoking. You see how powerful Charmeleon has become. I can promise you that through hard work we will become the most powerful team ever to grace the Pokemon League. And the next time we see Damian, we will crush him into the dust. Nidoking gently reached out and touched the ball with his hand before being sucked in and not giving any resistance to the capture. Charmeleon walked over with Ivysaur and Wartortle and looked at the ball sadly. Don't worry guys. Nidoking may be weak but we will make him stronger. What I would like to know is what your little display of power was all about. The three Kanto starters smiled at each other before taking a deep breath and becoming enveloped with powerful auras. Ash's eyes widened. You guys can call upon your abilities. When the three Pokémon nodded, Ash couldn't help but make a loud yell of happiness. This is awesome. I can't believe the effort you three have put in. I didn't even know that was possible. Charmeleon made several gestures with his hands, Cha, Charmel, Charmeleon, Char, Cha, Charmeleon. The last one was yelled with him bringing his locked claws apart in a sign that looked like he was making an explosion. Ash seemed to get it. So what you are saying is that you searched yourself for your hidden powers and once you found it you took time to find a way for it to explode out of you? Charmeleon nodded with a cocky smile before bringing up his claw and saluting Ash. Wartortle chuckled and put on his glasses while Ivysaur gave a toothy grin. The three starters stood next to each other with their auras flowing around them and looked like three victorious heroes posing for a crowd. Misty giggled at the display. You three are so cute. Wartortle fell over anime style and rubbed the back of his head while mumbling. Their trainer shook his head and looked to the two Pokeballs in his hand. We need to get to the Pokemon Center. I want to get Nidoking checked on and find out if the other one needs any healing. Soar. Ash and Misty arrived at the local Pokemon Center and walked into the lodge-like building. The nurse was humming to herself as she read a book but stopped and smiled when she saw the young couple. Welcome to our Pokemon Center. How may I help you today? Ash looked grim. Nurse Joy, I need some help. I just acquired a Nidoking that was abandoned after a battle. It looks as if he was also evolved right after becoming a Nidorino, so I'm not sure what his structure is like. There is also another Pokemon in this ball that was given up because it was too weak. Nurse Joy's eyes flashed with anger as she collected Ash's Pokeballs. Thank you for coming in. I will be back in a little while. Please help yourself to our menus and let Chansey know if there is anything you want. Ash and Misty walked over to a table and placed an order with Chansey before sitting in silence. Their food came to them 10 minutes later and they slowly ate as they waited. Why do people act the way they do sometimes? Misty put her fork down and looked at Ash. What do you mean? Ash poked at his meal. I mean people like Damian. I just don't get how you can refer to yourself as a Pokemon trainer and be so despicable. Pokemon are living creatures who deserve our respect. I don't understand how you can simply abandon something just because it is considered weak. Misty smiled sadly and put her hand over Ash's. Not everyone can be as caring as us. But that is what separates us from them as people and trainers. And that simple difference will show when it comes down to it in the Pokemon League. I guarantee you that when everything is said and done that you will be standing victoriously while Damian and trainers like him are in the shadows. I couldn't have said it better myself, miss. Ash and Misty turned to see Nurse Joy standing there with a smile on her face. It is obvious to me that the two Pokemon were abused by their trainers. Nidoking was forced to evolve before he had gotten used to his new body and since then his growth has been greatly hindered. By my calculations he is just over 3 years old but his body and health suggest that he is younger. Ash spoke softly, is there anything we can do? Nurse Joy nodded, with time and training Nidoking should regain his strength and be as healthy as others of his species but I won't promise it. The other Pokemon was much worse. Misty spoke up, what was it? Nurse Joy looked towards the ER, it was an EV, the poor thing can't be a month old yet. Ash gritted his teeth as anger started to rush over him. Misty gasped when she felt a slight pressure fill the room and Ash's eyes flashed a glowing blue before he closed them and took a deep breath. He was going to release it because it was too weak. Nurse Joy shook her head, if I had my way I would revoke his training license and have his Pokemon taken away. Ash silently agreed and made a mental note to call Professor Oak. The nurse spoke up again, I want Evie to stay with me overnight but in the morning you can take her with you if you wish. Otherwise I will be contacting one of the local Pokemon preserves. Ash shook his head, I will take Evie with me. Between her and Nidoking I will make sure they are cared for. Nurse Joy nodded in thanks, that is a relief. I hate having Pokemon released into the wild, most that are released have a very difficult time surviving. Nurse Joy smiled weakly at the two trainers and turned to go back to her duties. Ash and Misty finished their meals before requesting a room and retiring for the night. Sore. The following morning, Ash was sitting in front of a video phone talking to Professor Oak. So that is the situation, Professor. The elderly man sighed as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. I will see what I can do, Ash, but unfortunately I can't suspend his training license without the approval of the Pokemon League Board. They need to have absolute evidence of abuse, so I may need Nidoking and Eevee at the lab. Ash thought a moment, what if I sent them over to you? I can't use them in battle anytime soon and it would be less stressful on them if they were at the lab with you. The board members can come and see for themselves what the Pokemon are like and you can show them the pictures of Charmander you have from when I first brought him in. The Pokemon professor thought about it and nodded, all right, Ash. I would suggest you talk to your new members and let them know what is happening. I would rather have them know beforehand than to have a rampaging Nidoking. Ash agreed and ended the phone call before going outside to talk with his new Pokemon. Nidoking and Eevee appeared and looked around. The small normal type flinched at seeing Nidoking but noticed the sad look upon his face. Eevee, Damian abandoned both you and Nidoking. I brought you both to the Pokemon Center to get healed, and while you two can't battle yet I'm going to send you to a friend of mine who takes care of Pokemon. He has plenty of land for you to play on and just have fun while you get better. Eevee looked at Ash with a shocked expression. Her former human had forced her to continually battle stronger opponents to try and force her to evolve. Now this human was telling her that she could spend time playing and resting. She looked to Nidoking and the bigger Pokemon nodded slowly. Eevee looked at Ash and nodded before they both were returned and Ash went to transfer them. Sore. After his new Pokemon were transferred to the professor's lab, Ash and Misty decided to finish their journey to Vermilion City. The couple was making great time and were currently walking down a dirt road while holding hands. Luxio was walking outside of his Pokeball and was purring loudly at being in the sunlight. Misty gently squeezed Ash's hand and smiled at him as they walked but stopped when she thought she heard something. Ash, did you hear that? Her boyfriend looked at her and then off into the distance as if to try and figure out what she had heard. I don't hear anything, Misty, I don't know. Ash was cut off when the ground beneath them gave way and they fell down a pit and landed on top of each other. Ash groaned and looked up to see Misty's face just above his and realized that she was on top of him. He blushed when he felt her chest pushing against him and gulped, "Hey Mist, could you get up?" His girlfriend groaned and realized their predicament but found she had extra weight on top of her. I'd love to, Ash, but something is on top of me. Luxio was on his back and quickly flipped up onto all fours. Misty got up with a deep blush on her face before helping Ash. I wonder who put this hole here. The answer to the question came in the form of laughter. The occupants of the hole looked up to see three Squirtle with glasses laughing at them along with a Wartortle that also had glasses. Misty glared at them, what kind of joke is this? The four water types laughed louder and started mocking them. Luxio hissed loudly and fired a bolt of electricity at the Wartortle. The Pokemon moved out of the way and shot a powerful water gun at them. Ash and Misty cried out at being drenched but Luxio growled. He charged up another shockwave and fired it. Wait, Luxio, don't. The bolt of electricity engulfed them and left Ash and Misty twitching on the ground. The electric type put his head down low in embarrassment before growling at the laughing water Pokemon. Ash shook his head and helped Misty up. They looked up to see the water Pokemon laughing at them, but then one of them gasped and pointed behind them. The sound of a siren filled their ears and the four Pokemon rushed away. Misty started yelling for help only for a rope to be tossed down to them. An officer with blue hair and a very attractive figure helped pull them out of the hole. Ash recognized the officer as one of the Officer Jenny that made up the famous police family. Are you two alike? Ash nodded, a little wet, but other than that I think so. Jenny shook her head, that darn Squirtle Squad, they are causing trouble again. Misty groaned, Squirtle Squad. Officer Jenny nodded as she walked alongside her bike towards the police station. It is a Pokemon gang that has been causing trouble for quite a while. They are all Pokemon that were abandoned by their trainers and formed a group. They have been playing pranks on the local towns and villages for close to 4 years now. At one time there were 5 members, but the leader suddenly disappeared after the current leader evolved. Ash thought a moment, what is the deal with the sunglasses? Jenny chuckled, they have worn those things for as long as I can recall. It seems to be a symbol of sorts. Ash pulled out a ball and threw it and brought out his Wartortle. The Pokemon smiled and put on his sunglasses only for Officer Jenny to gasp, those are the same glasses as the leader used to wear. Wartortle looked at the officer with a funny look and Ash took over, Wartortle, we were just attacked by a group known as the Squirtle Squad. It consists of 3 Squirtle and a Wartortle as the leader. The moment Ash finished speaking, his Wartortle tensed up and took off his glasses to reveal cold eyes. So you captured the leader of the Pokemon gang? Ash slowly nodded, it would appear so. In truth, I found him and 2 other of my Pokemon caring for each other in the wild near Pallet town. All I know is that each of my starters have been abandoned by their previous trainers. I didn't know that Wartortle was the former leader of a Pokemon gang. Jenny thought for a moment, he isn't like what he used to be, is he? Ash glared at the woman, no he isn't. Wartortle is one of my best friends and nothing like those renegade Pokemon. Ash's Pokemon punched his right fist into his left palm before addressing Ash. Wartortle, Wartortle. Ash nodded his approval, Wartortle wants to find the Squirtle Squad and challenge the leader to a battle. Now that things are on equal terms he is positive he can beat him. Officer Jenny thought about it, I can't say no to any help, but will you capture them? Ash's mouth opened slightly before shrugging, I don't know. I'm not opposed to it but I already have Wartortle, I guess I could capture them for Professor Oak but I would have to think about it. Misty smiled, I could always capture one. I love water Pokemon and have always wanted a Squirtle. Ash smirked at his girlfriend before looking at Jenny, do you know where the squad is? Officer Jenny thought for a moment, it is almost noon so I would say that they are most likely around the local farm. The berries are in bloom and the Squirtle Squad has taken to raiding the trees daily. Ash nodded and turned towards the farm as he, Misty, and Wartortle quickly rushed off. Soar. At the farm, the Squirtle Squad was sitting against several trees and gorging themselves on the berries they had knocked off with water gun. The farmer had given up trying to force them away since they had attacked his equipment one night. The leader of the group took a big bit of an oran berry before burping which caused the squad to start laughing. He leaned his head back against his arms and sighed happily as another day of running the town proved to be rewarding. His happy thoughts were cut off when a powerful blast of water slammed into him and sent him flying. Wartortle groaned and called out to his fellow gang members to help him up off of his shell. When they pushed him up, they all looked to see 2 humans and a Wartortle standing before them. The Squirtle Squad did a double take at the Wartortle when they saw he had glasses similar to their former leaders. The squad leader sniffed the air and dropped his jaw in shock when he realized that this was their former leader. Ash's Wartortle smirked as he saw his former teammates realize who he was before he flexed and taunted the leader. The squad leader glared at him and started to yell but Ash's Pokemon only yawned and prepared for battle. Wartortle growled and fired a blast of water and Ash's sent up a protect to counter. Ash's Wartortle formed an orb of glowing water and sent a large water pulse at his target. The moment the orb left his hands, Wartortle jumped up and surrounded himself with Aqua Jet and rushed forward. The rival Wartortle wasn't expecting the sudden change and was caught by both attacks and sent back. Ash's Wartortle glared at his former team members before calling out and activating Torrent. He then jumped up and summoned a massive wave with surf that glowed with power added from his ability. Surging forward, Wartortle slammed down on his former friends and sent them flying into rocks and trees. Ash's water Pokemon landed on his feet and dusted his shoulder off at his former group before turning to Ash. His trainer looked at the fainted Pokemon and looked to Misty. You going to capture one? Misty looked excited for a moment but then looked at Wartortle. Would it be alright with you? Ash's Pokemon thought for a second before nodding. Misty smiled and tossed a Pokeball at the closest of the group, one of the Squirtle. The remaining 3 Pokemon got up weakly and looked at Ash. He debated for a moment before pulling out 3 Pokeballs and tossing them. The remaining members of the Squirtle Squad were captured and Ash put the ball in his backpack. Why did you capture them, Ash? He looked at Misty and Wartortle. They were causing too much trouble to be left wild. I'm going to give them to Officer Jenny and see if she can do anything with them. I would keep them but I already have Wartortle and really don't see the need for 3 more of the family. Misty nodded in acceptance before she followed Ash back to the police station. They arrived and Officer Jenny was only too happy to accept the 3 water types. We actually could use them. Our local volunteer fire department was forced to close down, so we have been looking for an alternative. If these 3 are willing to work and train, then we will make sure that they will be well fed and cared for. Ash nodded. That's all I can ask for. Jenny smiled. I can't thank you enough for the help you have given. I will make sure to tell my family members that you are not to be bothered unless it is absolutely necessary. Ash and Misty smiled in thanks and turned towards Vermilion City and their future. Soar. Unknown Island, Orange Archipelago. A set of powerful purple eyes weakly opened up and tried to survey the area around him. Shadows moved quickly around him but he was unable to make out anything. Where am I? He felt something weakly inside of him and his eyes closed again. Muffled voices could be heard and he tried to open his eyes again but found it too difficult of a task. His mind held one final thought before falling asleep: who am I? Chapter 7. Ash, Misty and Luxio stood in front of a moderate-sized city that lined the coast. From their position on the hills near the city, they could see a multitude of people moving around for their daily lives. A large portion moved down the main center street towards a large construction site while others moved in the direction of the port that had 3 large ship stations in and around the docks. Misty smiled at the sight of the ships. Those are the luxury liners that travel between Kanto and the different regions. The big one in the middle is the SSN, the one on the left side of the harbor is the SS Aqua from Johto, and the final one over on the right is the SS Tidal, which runs to Hoenn. From there it connects to another ship that takes you to Sinnoh or Unova depending on what you have in mind. Ash looked at his girlfriend. What's with the sudden burst of knowledge, Mist? She blushed lightly. I love water Pokemon and anything to do with the water. There are so many different Pokemon in the world that I kind of looked up the quickest routes to the other regions. Ash smiled and kissed her cheek. Glad I'm not the only one who obsesses over Pokemon. Misty giggled and clutched Ash's hand. Let's get to the Pokemon Center so you can get your next badge. Ash smiled and ran forward with Misty. Luxio rolled his eyes and quickly rushed to catch up with his trainer. Soar. The group of 3 arrived 10 minutes later in the center and walked up to the desk. Ash returned Luxio and handed his Pokemon over to Nurse Joy for them to be healed. While that was happening, Ash walked over to the video phones and made a call. He waited a few moments before Professor Oak appeared on screen. Ah, Ash my boy, I'm glad you called. Ash looked at Professor Oak. What do you mean? Samuel moved off screen and appeared holding 2 Pokeballs. These appeared on my desk early this morning and they are registered to you. I must say I am very impressed with the Pokemon inside and would like to know something. Ash nodded for the professor to continue. How in the blue blazes did you capture 2 fossil Pokemon? Ash scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Well, you see, I was given them by a scientist in the Pewter City Museum. Professor Oak looked at Ash. He just gave you 2 fossils Pokemon. Ash nodded slowly. Well, they were still fossils, but yeah, he did. Professor Oak rubbed his forehead, and this didn't seem at all odd. Ash, I would have thought you would have had more sense than that. What if these Pokemon are part of the underground market? For all we know, they could be from someone's personal collection. Ash nodded. I am well aware of this, Professor, but the man wouldn't take no for an answer. Are the Pokemon all right? Professor Oak looked up and smiled. Yes, they are. Both Kabuto and Cranidos are in fine health. I have uploaded their data to your Pokédex and can send them over if you wish. Ash thought a moment. That's fine. By the way, how are Nidoking and Eevee doing? The Pallet Town professor glanced out his window. They are back to full health, although I would have to say that Eevee is still somewhat depressed over the matter. Nidoking has taken to being her bodyguard of sorts, so I would suggest that you take both of them with you at a time. I would also suggest that you limit the number of Pokémon you have on you at a time. I realize you don't want to limit the time spent with them, but it might be easier on you. You know the white buttons on your Pokédex? Those enable you to switch your Pokémon out without being at a Pokémon Center. Simply activate the locking trigger on the Pokeballs you wish to alter and then complete the switch. You can try it now. Ash nodded and decided to keep 9 Pokémon with him: Ivysaur, Charmeleon, Wartortle, Luxio, Spearow, Kadabra, Scyther, Cranidos, and Kabuto, while keeping a space open for a future capture. Once the transfers were complete, Ash finished talking with Professor Oak and decided to spend a day training. From the research he had done, Ash was able to find out about Lieutenant Surge, the electric-type gym leader. Surge had a powerful team of electric-type Pokémon that helped make him one of the most powerful gym leaders in Kanto. His starter was a Raichu and it had led him to many victories. His flaw was that he viewed many trainers that came his way to be weak and often took to insulting them. Ash decided to get another day of training in before challenging the gym. It gave him a chance to bond with his 2 newest Pokémon and he was very pleased with them. Kabuto was a very happy Pokémon and loved to have his shell polished, while Cranidos was very calm. The headbutt Pokémon seemed to calculate things out before taking the quickest action to end the potential conflict. Ash knew that Cranidos had almost legendary level attack power once he evolved, but his other stats suffered greatly from this. To help counter that, Ash had his new Pokémon team up with Ivysaur to help build up his endurance. Kabuto was good when it came to his stats, but he lacked attacks to make him very useful in battle. To counter this, Kabuto was tasked with working alongside Wartortle to learn Aqua Jet and Surf. Misty was less enthusiastic about more training, so she spent the day at the Pokémon Center sleeping in a bed for the first time since Cerulean. Around late afternoon, Ash found himself in the Pokémon Center's library with several books open with a notebook sitting in front of him. He had a list of all his Pokémon along with their moves on the first page. The second page listed his Pokémon and moves that he was considering teaching to them. Personally, Ash couldn't wait until he arrived at Celadon City so he could buy TMS and shorten the learning process, but seeing as he still had a long time before that would happen, he would have to take the long route or purchase via mail. Teaching Pokémon new moves was very time-consuming as it required the Pokémon to be ready both mentally and physically. The reason most Pokémon learn new moves upon evolving was because of the influx of power their bodies get. The Pallet Town trainer kept making a bigger and bigger list until he had a full page of moves that he was going to look into in addition to Pokémon that he was going to consider capturing. Soar. Ash yawned and rubbed his eyes as he realized how late it was. He closed up the books he had been working with and slowly moved up to his room. He arrived and found Misty lying on her stomach watching TV. "Hey Mist, sorry I took so long, I lost track of time." His girlfriend smiled weakly but didn't say anything. Ash picked up on that and sat down. "Is everything alright?" Misty shrugged, which caused Ash to roll his eyes. "Misty, you can tell me." She looked at him and Ash was shocked to see tears in the corner of her eyes. "I got a call from my sisters. Apparently they entered a beauty contest and the results were very positive. If they win the final round, then they win an all-expense-paid trip around the world." Ash was surprised by the news and felt a lump in his throat. He tried to swallow but found that his mouth had suddenly run dry. When will they find the results?" Misty shrugged. "They didn't say. All they told me was that I had to come and take care of the gym while they are gone, should they win." She looked up at Ash. "I don't want to put my journey on hold because of their stupidity." Ash remained silent and wrapped Misty in his arms. "Let's just try and stay positive. This is a world-level competition. The actual odds of your sisters winning something like this are too large to count. We will worry about it if they actually win." Misty nodded into Ash's shoulder and remained silent for several minutes. The next sound Ash heard was the slow even breathing of Misty as she slipped into sleep. He smiled lightly and positioned her in a bed before kissing her forehead, Night Mist. Her lips twitched into a light smile before Ash turned around and went to take a shower. Soar. The next day, Ash and Misty stood in front of a large gym with a lightning bolt on the top of the entrance. Ash clenched his hands into fists as he got into the right frame of mind for his battle. The young couple walked up and opened the door to find two people waiting, a man and woman. "I'm here for a Pokemon battle with Lieutenant Surge." The woman smirked, "You think you can take on the boss? Oh well, it's your funeral." The man standing next to her looked over his shoulder, "Hey boss, another victim for the emergency room." Ash felt his heart rate skyrocket when he saw a massive shadow stand up from a large chair. The man was huge and there was no other way to put it. He stood at a very impressive 6 feet 8 inches and was built like a tank. His blonde hair was kept in a fashionable military-style cut and his body was covered in camouflage clothing. "Well, I see that my next victim is just a baby. How long you been a trainer, kid?" Ash gritted his teeth, "Just under 3 months. Surge burst out laughing and waved his hand at Ash, "Sorry kid, but this is a gym for experienced trainers, not babies." Misty growled, "Hold on just a second Surge, you know that it is the duty of every Pokemon League gym to accept the challenge of a trainer, not just the ones you deem worthy." Surge blinked in surprise before looking down at Misty, "Well, if it isn't the youngest Waterflower. I'm surprised that you are away from the gym. You actually trust those sisters of yours?" Misty shook her head, "No, but if I want the gym to be respectable I need to make sure I have a team of Pokemon that can back it up." Surge nodded his approval, "At least one of you four has brains, those sisters of yours aren't the sharpest tools in the shed." Misty nodded, "As much as I agree we aren't talking about my stupid sisters. My boyfriend is here for a challenge and you will abide by the rules set down by the Pokemon League or I will file a complaint." Surge rolled his eyes, "Chill out Misty, I was just playing. I will battle the kid." The electric-type gym leader turned to Ash, "What's your name kid?" Ash hardened his eyes, "Ash Ketchum." Surge nodded, "All right Ash, the battle is a one-on-one with no time limit, that fine with you?" When Ash nodded Surge pulled a Pokeball, "All right Raichu, let's go." The ball burst open to reveal a large orange mouse with a long tail. At the end of the tail was a lightning bolt shape that was colored yellow. Ash thought for a moment, of all his team members Nidoking was the best suited to battle the lightning trainer, but the problem was that he was at the lab. Ash's smartest choices would be either Ivysaur, Luxio, or Kadabra. The Pallet Town trainer cringed at the thought of his psychic type seeing as it still wouldn't listen. If anything it would launch a powerful psychic attack at either Ash or his Pokemon, which was the main reason behind him keeping it in his Pokeball. Misty had suggested that he release him but Ash refused just as he refused in sending the powerful Pokemon back to the lab. He was going to get Kadabra to obey him. "Alright Ivysaur, I need your assistance." Ash's grass starter appeared and growled as soon as he looked upon his opponent. Surge's Raichu growled and sent sparks from his cheeks in an intimidating display. "You think just because you have a grass Pokemon that it will help you win? Your funeral kid, Raichu, give him a thunderbolt." Surge's Pokemon hissed as electricity roared to his call before giving a mighty cry and firing a powerful stream of yellowish-orange energy. The attack slammed into Ivysaur and caused the Pokemon to grunt in pain. Ivysaur stabbed your vines into the ground. Heeding his master's call, the grass type sent 4 vines into the gym floor with tremendous force. The electricity then coursed through him and into the ground causing less damage. Surge smirked, "So you are a smart one that won't save you. Raichu, get in close with a mega punch." The large electric mouse ran forward utilizing the legendary speed of his species and slammed a glowing fist into Ivysaur's side. Ivysaur used Razor Leaf. A powerful stream of sharp leaves rushed forward from the flower bulb on his back. They slammed into Raichu and cut into his fur and skin. The electric type cried in pain before bringing his tail around and wrapping it tightly around Ivysaur's neck. Ash's eyes widened as Surge chuckled, "Sorry Ash, you have yourself a spirited Pokemon but Spirit won't win a battle. Raichu, let's wrap this up with Hyper Beam." The electric-type Pokemon smirked coldly as an orb of pink and white energy formed in front of his mouth. It grew to the size of a grapefruit before it seemed to pulse and a powerful stream was fired. The resulting explosion sent dust and debris flying all over and left Ash and Misty speechless. Ivysaur. Ash ran into the smoke to find his partner unconscious with burns, bruises, and cuts all over. Ash bent down and cradled the head of his starter into his lap. "You did great, buddy, I'm proud of you." His Pokemon called out weakly before falling asleep to Ash's gently touch. The young man looked up to see Surge walking over with Raichu on his shoulders. "I will give you this, Ash, you are a spirited young man. Train for a little bit and come back." Ivysaur is a strong Pokemon in his own right. Ash nodded with determination and returned his partner before walking out with Misty right behind him. Soar. Several hours later, Ash and Misty sat in the Pokemon Center with Ash leaning over in a chair staring intently at his clasped hands. Misty was trying to think of words to say but she ended up getting a stomach ache from overthinking. "I should have prepared better." Misty looked at her boyfriend. "What do you mean?" Ash looked up and Misty was shocked at the coldness that was coming from them. "I should have figured that Surge would have been prepared. I was stupid to think otherwise." Misty tried to be reassuring. "Ash, it was one loss. This isn't the end of the world. Do you know how many other trainers have lost to Surge on the first try?" Ash shot up out of his chair. "I'm not like the others." Misty gasped at Ash. "For years, Misty, I have had to deal with JRKs like Gary always being one step ahead of me. Now I get the chance to shine and I screw it up by not thinking things out properly." Misty put a hand on Ash's shoulder. "Ash, you will be fine. Just train a little more and then go after Surge. Use Nidoking, he is part ground so that would instantly help you out." Ash thought a moment before nodded slowly. "I guess, I'm going to go think for a while." Misty sighed as she watched Ash slowly walk away. Soar. Ash was leaning on a small rock near the entrance of Diglett Cave. It was a route that took the traveler back towards Viridian City without having to go back around the long routes that one must normally take. The downside is the hundreds upon hundreds of Diglett and the occasional Dug trio. These two Pokemon were some of the fastest Pokemon in the region and would make anyone's day a struggle. Many trainers got arrogant and tried to walk through the tunnel without planning and ended up running for their lives from an angry Dug trio. Ash closed his eyes and listened closely to the sounds of the earth around him. He was surprised when he felt a stream of what he could only describe as energy flowing into him. He took a deep breath and felt his eyes open but found himself looking into a strange world of dark blue, white, gray, and black. The colors swirled around each other and formed the landscape around him. Ash's surprise was increased when he found the shapes of people forming from the city and he found that he could identify who they were from this strange energy. Everything from the grass, rocks, trees, water and even the ground was connected to the energy. Ash was getting excited but found himself growing weak, so he took a deep breath and closed his eyes again, focusing on the way everything was before. The connection went away and Ash found himself back in the normal world. Blinking rapidly, the young trainer looked around and found that he was on the ground sweating heavily. What in the world? He groaned and forced himself up despite his muscles screaming. Groaning, Ash pushed the thoughts of this strange event into the back of his mind and focused on his current problem, defeating Lieutenant Surge. Misty had made a point in suggesting that Ash use Nidoking, but the poison type needed time to recover from his mistreatment at the hands of Damian. A smart trainer would be able to figure out a way to defeat Surge. Ash sighed to himself as his pulse finally started to slow down from his strange experience. Most trainers stuck to their path and went gym to gym until they achieved all 8 badges. Then they took the time to train before the league. Ash's eyes snapped open. That's it. Most people simply go along their own way and assume that they need to challenge the conference in their first year of training. But if I take my time and train, then I could appear and have a better chance. The 15-year-old trainer slowly started making his way back to the Pokemon Center, slowly planning out his journey. He arrived at the center and found Misty sitting at a table with a book on water Pokemon. "Hey Mist, I have an idea." His girlfriend looked up. "What is it, Ash?" The Pallet Town trainer sat down opposite of her. "Well, I have been thinking that we take the time to really train our teams before even considering going to the next city." Misty tilted her head. "Ash, we do that already." Her boyfriend shook his head. "No, I mean really train, weeks, maybe months at a time." Misty's eyes got wide. "Months?" Ash slowly nodded. "Most trainers think they need to participate in the yearly conference that is held in the year they start. They rush in and end up losing to trainer who have more experienced." Misty nodded slowly in agreement. "I guess, but really Ash, that long?" He sighed. "I don't know Misty, we still have a year and 3 months before the conference is held, so we very well could make the next one. I just don't want to make a mistake and lose like I did today." Ash's girlfriend looked sadly at him. "Ash, losing isn't the worst thing ever. It gives us a chance to learn and grow." Ash's eyes flashed at the mention of losing. "But, if you feel that you need to train more to achieve your goals, then I will be there with you." Ash looked at her. "What if your sisters win their contest?" Misty looked down. "I don't know. I don't want the gym to close down, but I don't want to leave you. I guess I could go home and we could try a long-distance relationship, but that is unfair to the two of us." Ash nodded. "Let's wait and see what happens. For now, we need to train and become the best we can." Soar. So that is what happened. Ash called Professor Oak and collected his entire team in order to train. Misty was right there with him, and the young couple spent 2 full weeks of constant training with their teams. The newest members of Ash's team, Nidoking, Eevee, Kabuto, and Cranidos, all took to training with vigor. Eevee was trying to prove to her new trainer that she wasn't weak like Damian had thought, but it got to the point that she started to push herself too far. Ash finally sat the small normal type down one afternoon and pointed to the team. "Eevee, I don't want you to push yourself too hard. You are young and have to grow more." The little Pokemon pouted and looked down before glancing at Nidoking, who was taking hits from Wartortle in an attempt to up his endurance. Ash smiled and scratched her behind the ear. "You will get there. With us working as a team, you will become the strongest of your kind." The little Pokemon cooed into Ash's hand before getting a determined look and running towards Luxio. Soar. A day later, Ash and Misty were looking through a catalog from Sylph Company. The two trainers were currently on the list of TMs available for order, and seeing as they had a ways until Celadon City, they would have to order through mail. TMs, or technical machines, were small discs that contained data that would be transferred to a Pokemon in order to learn a new move. It was the fastest way for a trainer to get powerful moves for their team members. Up until recently, TMs were only available for one use, but a breakthrough in the coding of the discs made it so they could be used any number of times. This caused the individual prices of the discs to skyrocket, with the more desirable ones being around $20,000. To help trainers with this cost issue, Celadon Department Store developed a trade-in program that would allow trainers with used TMs to exchange or reactivate them for a small price of 5. Ash made a small X by each of the TMs that he was interested in, while Misty but a check mark. He groaned as his list kept growing and growing. Granted, his parents had been kind enough to provide him with a very generous trust fund, but that didn't mean he felt any better by spending massive amounts of money. Misty pointed at one section. "Hey, look at this, Ash, they have the 3 elemental punches as TMs." Ash's eyes widened. "I thought they were discontinued." Misty nodded. "They were. This is a promotional thing. It appears you get all 3 of them if you order 6 or more TMs at once." Ash's eyes widened. "I guess that really would make them rare then." His girlfriend looked at him. "I see that look, Ash." He grinned cheekily. "Well, if I bought 6 TMs and got those 3, I could reactivate them, and then you could use them after we get to Celadon." Misty thought for a moment. "That would be nice, but that is a lot of money to be spending. What ones would you choose?" Ash thought about his team before smiling and deciding. Chapter 8. Again. A powerful bolt of electricity raced in front of Ash Ketchum as he instructed his Pokemon in battle. Luxio was currently holding his shock wave onto Pidgeotto to help with the Pokémon's endurance. Ash watched as his flying Pokémon stood strong but was cringing at the same time. Keep holding it. The flying type's eyes hardened with determination and continued holding until finally Ash called off the attack. Pidgeotto sagged in relief and was breathing heavily. The Pallet Town trainer clicked his tongue before thinking a moment, that was better. We will continue that tomorrow. Go take a break and then join the others for move training. His two Pokémon nodded and moved away from their master. Ash leaned against the tree he was by and let his mind float off as he let his team rest. For the past 2 weeks, he had spent an enormous amount of time training his team in an attempt to make them better than they already were. Misty had joined him at first, but the redhead had later decided to go and work on her own. This surprised Ash, and when he questioned his girlfriend about it, she had a very reasonable answer: truthfully, I want to try and work with my team alone. I can't uphold the title of gym leader properly if I rely on my boyfriend to help in my training. Agreeing with this, the young couple decided to meet back in Vermilion City after a certain amount of time to battle each other and determine if they were ready to move on. Ash turned his head and cracked his neck before letting his mind continue to evaluate the progress he had made. His 3 starter Pokémon were doing great as usual. They worked together all the time and were easily the leaders of the group. Each of them had different strengths and weaknesses that they worked through with Ash's help. Ivysaur, like all of his species, was built to take a massive amount of hits while being able to fire back with a decent amount of attack power. This left him more vulnerable to speed and longer charge times for attacks. So with the help of Charmeleon, who was easily the fastest member of the 3, the Grass Kanto starter had taken to running every day and dodging attack in order to work on his agility. As for the charge time of attacks, that was simple enough to overcome by constant practice. Charmeleon was the quickest of the 3 and had a greatest amount of power behind him, but this left his defensive stats at the bottom. To fix this, Ash had Charmeleon take ice, water, and electric attacks to help build up a resistance. The water was self-explanatory, but the ice and electric needed some details. Electric was so that upon his evolution into Charizard, he would be familiar with the effects the element had and he would be better resisted to its sometimes crippling power. Ice was the trickiest. As an element, ice was easy to overcome with fire, fighting, steel, or ground, but the element itself was brutal. You take the strongest fire type and put it in a blizzard and it will suffer eventually. Even if against something with a resistance to it, a well-trained ice-type Pokémon could use its powers to cripple its opponent with a few well-placed hits. At first, Charmeleon was rather grumpy to be taking fire from water constantly, a task that Wartortle found hilarious, but after realizing that he could one-up his friendly rival, he threw himself into the resistance training full-heartedly, even to the point of trying to dive into a nearby lake. Wartortle's training was basis on getting his power up. The defense of the Squirtle family was well known, especially when they evolved into a Blastoise, but this came at the price of power and speed. Ash knew that he could increase his Pokémon's speed, but in truth it wouldn't do much in the long run. Blastoise was such a massive Pokémon that even at his fastest he would just be able to dodge an attack. Instead, Ash channeled the energy of training into maximizing his already massive amount of defense and increasing his attack power. Luxio was next, and overall he was a well-balanced team member that had nothing major to improve on. So, Ash simply worked on capitalizing on Luxio's already well-rounded stats, as well as trying to learn the 3 elemental Fong moves. Spearow, Pidgeotto, Butterfree, and Scyther were all in the same boat as for training. Scyther had the greatest level of attack power of the 4, but they all had a large amount of weaknesses due to typing and body build. So instead of simply having them take attack after attack, Ash utilized the vests he had gotten from AJ and had his Pokémon do physical exercises daily in order to build their muscle mass and natural body strength. This would help them be more resistant against powerful physically based Pokémon and attacks. Once this was achieved, Ash would be able to then continue and grow on the momentum by helping them becoming stronger against their weaknesses. Ash's Kadabra was still a work in progress. The psychic Pokémon was still attacking the members of the team and trying to attack Ash. Not being one to release Pokémon, Ash simply continued to try and work with the Pokemon, but at the moment it consisted of letting the psychic type simply be outside of his Pokeball. Kadabra usually leaned against a tree and used his powers to bring berries to him without having to do much work. It was obvious to Ash that the Pokemon was very arrogant and prideful of his typing. Something would need to be done to take him down a notch. Next in Ash's lineup came his two power Pokemon in the forms of Nidoking and Gyarados. Both of them had insane attack strength that came with their species, but this left their other stats to suffer. Nidoking lacked speed and defense against special-based attacks, so Ash simply had the powerful poison-type work on taking ice and water attacks. Gyarados worked on building a strong resistance against electric-type moves. The final three members, Eevee, Kabuto, and Cranidos, simply worked with their master to continue the very basics of battling. Ash hoped that with this continued training, that the three Pokemon would be ready for constant conflict around the time he would be at the Safari Zone. Finally breaking himself from his thoughts, Ash walked over to his camp and put some wood on the fire before turning back to his team. His next goal was to work on moves with his Pokemon. While he had ordered several TMs, he still wouldn't be able to access them until he was done training. He also didn't want to have the issue of being a trainer that didn't teach his Pokemon a variety of moves. Many trainers simply stick with the basic move set, and that means lots of one-elemental moves. This can leave a trainer in a very dangerous situation during a battle. This of course brought into consideration another item of consideration, and that was which Pokemon to capture. To become a Pokemon Master, a trainer had to capture every single species of at least one region, fully evolve them, and have them ready to participate in champion-level battles. Seeing that he started in the Kanto region, it would make sense to go with that, but truthfully he wouldn't make that call until he was ready to take that step. The Pallet town native looked at his Pokemon as they stood ready to receive Ash's orders. He smiled and cracked his knuckles. Let's get to work. The doors to Lieutenant Surge's gym flew open, causing the gym leader and his trainers to look over in shock at the sight of Ash standing there with Misty. The young man had a cold expression on his face and his hands were formed into a fist. Surge chuckled, "Well, look who it is. Come back for a second round of butt-kicking, baby." Ash simply walked over to the challenger's side of the field and pulled a Pokeball from his belt. Surge shook his head. "All right, baby, let's get this over with. Raichu, let's get to work." From Surge's Pokeball came his electric mouse, whom let a battle cry go along with several bolts of electricity. Ash enlarged his Pokeball and tossed it. "End this." From the ball burst forth Nidoking in all his glory. The drill Pokemon roared powerfully and shook the stadium with his display of strength. Raichu visibly gulped at seeing his next opponent, clearly not used to fighting fully evolved ones. Surge kept his composure. "Well, it seems that you upgraded, kid. Good thing you did too." Ash spoke in a cold tone. "I didn't upgrade. Ivysaur is more than capable of defeating you now. This is simply payback." Nidoking Earthquake. The giant roared and slammed his feet and tail down upon the floor, and seconds later, the gym floor erupted in cracks as the powerful move rushed at Raichu. Surge gasped at the power and quickly called out to his Pokemon, "Raichu, get out of there quick." Ash's glare intensified. "Intercept him." The powerful poison type roared and swung his tail around just as Raichu tried to dodge and slammed him into the wall. Hyper Beam. A large orb of white energy formed in front of his fanged jaws before launching and exploding upon impact. Large chunks of rock and wall debris flew all around the gym as a massive hole appeared. Surge was speechless as he finally saw Pokemon on the ground, clearly unconscious. "Raichu?" Nidoking roared out in victory before walking over to Ash. He patted the massive beast upon the shoulder. "Well done." Ash looked at Lieutenant Surge. "I don't take kindly to people disrespecting my Pokemon or my abilities as a trainer." The electric-type gym leader returned his Pokemon and ran his hand over his head as he seemed to process something. He walked over to Ash and Misty and handed a small badge to Ash. "Here you go, Ash. This is the Thunder Badge and is proof of your victory here at the gym." He went silent for a moment before speaking up. "Ash, I also want to thank you for that defeat. I have been a little cocky as of late." The teen nodded slightly and Surge felt that he was still a little hostile. The man thought a moment before snapping his fingers. Are you two going to be in the area for a while? Ash nodded. I plan to stay at the center for the next day to let my team recover from our training. The gym leader smiled brighter. Great, I have something for you, but I have to make sure everything is in order first. I will see you in a little while. Ash didn't respond and simply walked out of the building and walked to the Pokemon Center. Upon arriving, Ash and Misty both handed their Pokemon to Nurse Joy, who smiled as she took them. I'm glad you two are still in the area, Misty. Your sisters called for you a little while ago. The redhead groaned and nodded. Thanks, Nurse Joy. Ash looked at Misty as they walked over to the video phone. What do you think they want? Misty shrugged, probably forgot how to do something important, like breath. Misty punched in a number for the Cerulean gym and waited a few seconds before her sister Lily appeared on the screen, like, how's it going, little sister? Misty frowned. It's going fine, Lily. Her sister lost her smile when she saw how Misty was acting. Chill out, sis, I was actually asking how your journey has been going. Misty instantly felt bad and changed her attitude. Sorry, Lily. It's been going very well. I have learned a lot since Ash and I left and have added several Pokemon to my team. I now have a Poliwhirl, Shelter, Magikarp, Squirtle, and a fully evolved Tentacruel. Lily smiled widely. That's awesome, Misty. I can't believe you have a Tentacruel already. You have always wanted one. The redhead smiled softly at her sister. Lily was the one of the three that tried to take time and spend it with her. So what did you want me to call for? Lily took a deep breath. You remember how we entered that beauty competition a while back? When her sister slowly nodded, she continued, well, we got a reply and we are to go and take part in the finals in the Orange Islands. Misty froze up for a moment before sighing, and you need me to come and watch the gym while you are gone. Lily sadly nodded. I know this journey means the world to you, but this is a big deal for our family. Think of the money and publicity it will bring in. Misty had to agree with her sister. While she didn't like to admit it, times were tough, and if her sisters won the competition they could finally start to do some repairs and build an additional pool for the water ballets they had wanted to do. How long? Lily thought for a moment. At least a month. Ash took this moment to weigh in. That isn't that bad, Misty. His girlfriend looked to him. Look at it this way, this is a great chance for you to prove to the league that you have what it takes. With your sisters on their trip they won't be around, so everyone will know that it is just you doing it. Your team is more than capable of fending off some of the more powerful trainers out there, and when they come back you can join me on the rest of the journey. Misty processed the words Ash had just spoken for several moments before looking at her sister. All right, Lily, I will do it. Lily smiled widely. Thank you so much, Misty. This means the world to us. We will see you in a couple days, all right? Misty nodded slowly before shutting off the phone. The following morning, Ash and Misty stood at the edge of Vermilion City. The road toward Cerulean seemed to stretch on and on before them and caused a sense of foreboding. Ash sighed and ran his hand over his neck. Well, I guess this is it, Misty. She turned to him and nodded. I guess. Ash mentally groaned at the tension in the air before pulling her to him and hugging her tightly. I'm going to miss you. She smiled into his embrace and mumbled, I'm going to miss you too. They pulled back and gave each other a very gentle kiss. Don't harass any of the girls out there too much. Ash chuckled and looked down to her belt. Take care of her, will you? Misty smiled again and gently tapped the pokeball. Don't worry, Kabuto will be right at home with me. Are you sure that this is all right? Ash nodded. When I spoke to her about it last night she seemed ecstatic. She has a lot of potential but doesn't seem to be as adept to my training style as the others. I figured she would be better suited for a future water master. Ash winked at the last part, which caused Misty to blush. I expect you to keep in contact, Mr. Ketchum. Ash smiled. You can count on it, Misty. The redhead sighed and turned to the road. Good luck with your battles. The two hugged once more before Misty started to walk away, turning back to wave at Ash before continuing down her path. Ash watched her go and thought about the previous night when they had talked about their young relationship. They liked each other well enough but hadn't really gotten a chance to develop their relationship with all the training they did. The two decided to simply remain friends for the time being, and if after their travels were done and they wanted to continue, then they would pick back up where they left off. Ash smiled to himself as he walked back into the Pokemon Center and sat down to plan his next step. The closest gym from here was the Saffron City Gym, but truthfully, Ash wasn't about to go and take this one on. Sabrina was a very powerful gym leader and her mastery over psychic Pokemon was world-renowned. The next option would be to go past Saffron and into Celadon City where Erica and her grass-type Pokemon resided. Regardless of where he went, he wanted to spend more time training. Spearow was close to evolving and he really wanted to try and get through to Kadabra. His thoughts were broken when the doors to the center opened and Lieutenant Surge walked in and looked around. The giant man smiled upon finding Ash and walked over. "Glad I found you, Ash. Here, I wanted to give you this as a thank you." He handed Ash a pass that caused the teen's eyes to widen. "This is a pass for the battle cruise that is going to be taking place on the SSN. You know how much these tickets are worth?" Surge nodded. "I'm well aware of that, Ash. Here is the thing, I don't like being away from Vermilion City, let alone being on the ocean. I'm a man of the land and really don't find being around a bunch of high-class people. I figured that you would get more out of this than I would. I can't tell you much, but just know that the winner of the competition gets quite the prize." Ash thought for a moment before smiling. "Thanks, Surge. I'll make sure to make you proud." The man nodded his approval and turned to leave. Ash thought about his team and what could accomplish in the competition. This would be the first major test that he and his team would have outside of gyms and random trainers. He also seemed to recall that there was a swap meet that went on during the cruise that could potentially lead to new team members. The downside was that it would cause one of his current ones to leave. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Ash got up and walked over to the Pokemart to buy some supplies before going to the ship. He also needed to check up on the status of his TMs that he had ordered. Ash quickly picked up the necessary potions, food, and vitamins for his friends before walking to the counter. "Is there a package for Ash Ketchum?" The man at the counter looked at him for a moment before nodding. "Yes, there is, it just arrived this morning." Ash smiled and quickly paid for his items before walking out of the mart. A 15-minute walk found him at the docks of the SS and in handing the pass to a dock assistant. "Your room is 104 and the events will be listed on a chart in your room." Ash nodded and walked out up the ramp and slowly found his way to his room. It took longer than he would have liked since the ship was filling with its passengers, but he would deal with it. Many people had Pokemon out that could be carried, such as Pikachu, Eevee, Nidoran, and even a Magby. Ash thought about having Eevee out, but since she was still so shy around people, he wasn't sure that was wise. This only left Spearow, and considering his love of battle, he would most likely attack anything he saw as a threat. Finally arriving at his room, Ash opened the door, had to stop himself from making a scene at the size of the room. He simply shook his head in amusement and put it in the back of his mind to thank Surge. The room was the size of a small apartment and had everything from a living room, bedroom, master bathroom, and even a kitchen with a bar. Ash quickly looked at the schedule of events and saw that the competition was going to be later that evening, which gave him a chance to get his things in order. Ash pulled 3 Pokeballs from his belt and released his 3 starters. Ivysaur, Charmeleon, and Wartortle all stretched out before tackling their trainer in a group hug. Ash laughed and hugged them back before pushing them off. "Alright guys, we are going to enter a competition and we are going to win it." His friends grunted in response. "First though, I want to make sure you guys have a move set that can counter just about anything. So, Charmeleon, you have the widest range of the 3 of you so far." The fire type puffed his chest out at this, but that doesn't mean there isn't room for improvement. Charmeleon fell to the ground anime style, which caused Wartortle and Ivysaur to laugh. "I have several TMs that I bought to use on you guys. Ivysaur, I'm going to have you learn Protect and Sludge Bomb. This will give you a better chance defensively as well as a different elemental move in your pool." The grass Pokemon nodded in agreement. "Charmeleon, you will be getting Shadow Claw and Brick Break. Finally Wartortle will be getting Brick Break and Ice Beam. The three starters smiled at this before they were quickly returned to their Pokeballs. Ash took the next 5 minutes to place his friends in the center of the TM disc and activate it. The Pokeball would glow the color of the move typing as the information was implanted into their minds. When he was finally done he chose his friends and brought them out to the balcony that his room had. Okay, I want each of you to show me your moves. Ivysaur went first as he gathered energy in his flower before firing off a moderate-sized orb of toxic sludge. It flew off the ship and into the ocean below. Next, he called out his name as a green shield snapped into place and held for a few seconds before slowly disappearing. Ash nodded his approval and looked to Charmeleon. The fire-type roared and slashed his clawed hands several times before they took on a purple energy that left a trail behind it. Next, he raised his arm and brought it down hard on the railing of the balcony, which quickly dented from the force of the attack. Ash groaned at this before Wartortle strutted up and took a deep breath. He breathed out and fired a stream of frozen energy that arched into 3 different bolts of lights leaving vapor behind in the warm weather. He smiled before copying Charmeleon and brought his fist down on the railing. The group of 4 continued the short practice in making sure that the moves were perfected before Ash decided to take a couple of hours to rest. His 3 starters curled up next to him on the bed and quickly fell asleep. Ash smiled at them and chuckled as he moved Charmeleon's tail and let it hang over the side of the bed before letting himself fall into a deep sleep. Several hours later found Ash standing with a group of 32 people in the makeshift battle arena. The competition was first come first serve and Ash had made sure he was by the sign up an hour early. Thankfully he had been one of the first 10 to sign up and was now waiting for his opponent's number. Looking at the screen he found himself against a young brunette that he instantly recognized, Giselle from the Pokemon Academy. Ash groaned at their previous encounter but shook his head and went to the sidelines and waited for his turn. When it finally came he stood at the field and adapted his stern battle face before waiting for Giselle to make her move. The girl saw him and glared, "Well, I see you managed to get on the cruise. Where is that little girlfriend of yours?" Ash casually shrugged, "Misty is running her gym right now and for the record I got on here by personal invite of Lieutenant Surge." Giselle growled and pulled a Pokeball, "This is for the last time we fought, Gloom I choose you." From her ball appeared a medium-sized red plant-like Pokemon with a lazy expression and a small amount of drool by its mouth. Ash smirked and selected his Pokemon, "Charmeleon, I need your assistance." The fire type appeared and launched a flamethrower into the air before grinning at his opponent. Giselle gulped at the display of power before making her move. Gloom hit him with a Petal Dance. Ash rolled his eyes at the mistake. True Petal Dance was a powerful move but after 2 or 3 rounds of attacking it left the user confused and a danger to itself. Burn them down with Flamethrower and then channel it into a Dragon Rage. A powerful stream of flames rushed from the fire type's maw and incinerated the pink flower petals before flying over Gloom. Seconds later the stream turned blue and formed into an orb before detonating with a massive explosion that sent smoke all over the field. The smoke cleared quickly thanks to the ocean winds to reveal Gloom on her back with swirls in her eyes. Gloom is unable to battle, this round goes to Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. Ash nodded his approval and returned Charmeleon before walking to the sidelines to wait for the next match. Chapter 9. Ash sat on the sidelines awaiting the final battle to begin. He was going to be facing someone by the name of Corey Soreo. He was around Ash's age and seemed to be a nice enough guy, showing good sportsmanship with his opponents and never mistreating his Pokemon. To this point he had used 2 Pokemon, an Ivysaur named Brootroot and a Pidgeot. Both Pokemon were well trained and responded to just about any situation that came against them. Ash knew that this would be a battle that he would enjoy. The battles he had already fought in were nothing really to speak out about. All the trainers, like he had expected, were rich kids that had their parents buy them Pokemon and knew the very basics of Pokemon battling. Hell, one kid even had a butler who threw the Pokeballs for him. Ash had only used Charmeleon for his battles and was rather disappointed when he couldn't find a challenge in any of his opponents. Shaking his head, Ash looked up to see the referee gesturing for him to come to the field. Corey stood on the other side and tilted his head in greeting. Nice to get the chance to battle you, Ash. I have watched your matches and am very interested. Ash nodded in agreement. Same with you. Shall we give them one to remember? Corey nodded and threw his Pokeball to reveal his Ivysaur. Ash smirked and chose Charmeleon, who saw his opponent and let loose a stream of fire into the air. Corey was first. Just because you have a fire type doesn't mean a thing. A good trainer prepares for weaknesses while a great trainer can overcome them. Ash grinned. Music to my ears. Charmeleon used Flamethrower. Corey was quick to react. Brute Root counter with Energy Ball and then hit him with Leech Seed. The grass type quickly fired off a powerful orb of swirling green energy that collided with the Flamethrower. A cloud of smoke flew up from the resulting explosion but quickly went away, only to reveal a hail of small brown seeds rain down upon Charmeleon. The Kanto starter growled in annoyance as the seeds opened and he was wrapped in small vines that quickly dug into his skin and started to sap the energy from him. Corey smiled and snapped his fingers. Let's keep up the momentum. Brute Root used Sludge Bomb. Ash felt his eyes widen momentarily. Granted, his own Ivysaur had the move, but it wasn't very common to find an opponent who had taken the time to train their Pokémon with moves outside their normal move pool. The grass type grunted as he started to gather a brown orb of slug at his flower bud before firing it with perfect accuracy. Charmeleon, use Metal Claw to counter and break out of those vines. The fire type roared in concentration as his claws flashed a silver color before growing 3 times their normal size. The claws slashed outward and easily cut through the vines before Charmeleon brought his arms up in an arc to quickly slice through the orb of toxic waste. Corey nodded in approval. Quick thinking there, Ash. I'm glad we got a chance to battle. The team nodded in agreement. True, but here is where it ends. Charmeleon, let's see if your training has paid off. Activate Blaze. Corey and the assembled crowd gasped as the fire type roared out and was suddenly wrapped in a powerful red aura. Your Pokémon can use his ability at will. Ash smiled and gave the next command, end this with Flare Blitz. Charmeleon roared before his body was engulfed with powerful flames that crackled with lightning. The starter smirked as his power rushed over him before using his powerful legs to launch himself into his opponent. Corey could only watch as his Pokémon was knocked out by the supercharged move. The referee raised his flag towards Ash. The winner of the competition is Ash Ketchum and his Charmeleon. Ash smiled as the crowd cheered for him before he walked over to Corey. Offering his hand, he spoke up, great job, Corey. I'm pretty sure that if not for Charmeleon's Blaze ability I would have had a much harder battle. The fellow teen returned his starter and nodded. I have to ask, how did you get him to use his ability so easily? Brute Root has used Overgrow before, but never unless he was in danger of fainting. Ash thought a moment. Truthfully, it was with a ton of training and determination. Charmeleon actually worked with 2 of my other Pokémon to learn and HRNSS their abilities by themselves as a gift of sorts. Corey sighed. Well, I guess that is acceptable. But next time we battle, it will be different. The 2 new friends shook hands and walked off to enjoy the festivities. As they walked off, a certain brunette was holding her hand to her chest with a slight blush upon her face. Such a powerful trainer and so kind. Oh Ash, my darling, why can't you see that we are made for each other? Ash smiled as he handed over his Pokédex to the captain of the SS and who quickly added the winning sum of $10,000 to Ash's account. Handing back the small device, he looked at Ash. I must congratulate your victory, Mr. Ketchum. In addition to the prize money, you will be given a day pass to the Safari Zone. Ash looked at the captain. I was under the impression that the Safari Zone was closed down. The captain nodded. It was for the past 3 years because of a new program that they had been implementing. The zones around regions have been sending Pokémon from their area to other parks. In exchange they would get rare Pokémon from other regions to help boost their local and regional economy. Not to mention, research students wouldn't have to travel out of their home region to have a chance to study rare Pokémon. The pass you have just received is a free weekend hunt, with the only limitation being that you have to use the Safari Ball given to you by the warden and no Pokémon are to be used in captures. Only 1 pass is given to each region a year, so do not lose this. Ash's eyes widened at the value of this item. He thanked the captain before going internet cafe that the ship had. Corey was already there sitting at a table with a girl who looked around their age. She was pretty with well-kept brunette hair and was wearing a purple and lavender blouse with yellow pants. Corey looked up and smiled, "Ash over here." The teen walked over and sat at the computer at the table. "So spill it, Ash, what did you win?" The girl giggled, "Leave him alone, Corey, I'm sure if he wanted to tell us then he would have." Corey waved off the comment, "By the way, Ash, this is my friend Naisha. We both participated in last year's conference but only got past the first 2 battles." The Pallet town native nodded and greeted the older girl, "Nice to meet you. And to answer your question, Corey, it was a cash prize with a pass to the Safari Zone." The 2 teens gaped at this. "Ash, do you realize how lucky you are? The Safari Zone hasn't accepted visitors for 3 years because they have been introducing new Pokemon to the park." Ash nodded as he looked up the Safari Zone to see what Pokemon were now available. When the Pokemon League reset the beginning age, they also made it mandatory that all databases available to trainers had accurate lists of Pokemon in the area. This would avoid trainers who were beginners going into area that held very hostile Pokemon. The biggest reason was because several years ago a new trainer had tried to take him Silver to Blackthorn City in order to get a Dragon-type Pokemon. The young man had stumbled onto a Tyranidar's nest and was killed by the rampaging mother. Ash quickly pulled up the Safari Zone's page and selected the tab for Pokemon listings. It listed the area that the Pokemon would be likely found as well as the rarity of the ones in the Safari. Sure enough, the file now listed Pokemon from all 6 major regions. Ash felt himself go giddy with the prospect of forming a powerful team with Pokemon from all the regions. With the addition of all the new Pokemon, the warden had increased the price from 500 to 10,000. The reason behind the massive increase was because of the rarity of many of the Pokemon. This meant that trainers had to battle and train hard before being granted access to the zone. This also kept the Pokemon safe and away from harm until trainers were allowed access. The warden also restricted the number of people to 5 a day. Corey's eyes widened. DMN, they really outdid themselves. Elekid, Magby, Axu, Mareep, Wooper, Ralts, Aaron, Bizel, Gibble, Timber, Tynamo, and even Larvesta. Naisha nodded. They even have Pokemon from the Kalos region, Litleo, Flababy, Clauncher, Skrelp, wow. Ash's smile widened. Can you imagine the possibilities? Corey slammed his fist into his open palm. I have to sign up. Naisha nodded in agreement. Look, we can register on the home page. Why don't we do it at the same time? Ash thought that would be fun. Sounds good. The 3 teens quickly registered for a weekend that would work for them. Corey and Naisha had to place their Pokédexes in the slot to deduct the mandatory prepay that was with the registration. This guaranteed them a spot on the day they registered. Ash had to enter the ID number of his pass into his account to make sure it was valid. When the computer announced it was his, he clicked the Activate Pass option and chose the weekend his friends did. The teen sighed in relief as he saw that he was the final person for that weekend slot and that it also happened to be the final spot for the next foreseeable year. Naisha started gushing as she looked at the Pokemon she was going to try and capture. I have to get a Flababy, they are so cute and having a pure fairy type on my team would be amazing. Corey puffed his chest out. I'm going to try and get a starter from each region. I would love to be able to enter a league tournament with a team of nothing but starter Pokemon. Ash chuckled and answered when Naisha asked what he wanted. Truthfully, anything that I find worth my time. Any of these Pokemon would be fun, but I'm looking to become a Pokemon master, so I'm trying to be selective about my captures. Ash looked again at the list of over 300 Pokemon. Then again, a Pokemon master does have to capture them all. Corey and Naisha started laughing at their friend before the group decided to get some lunch. Several hours later, the 3 teens entered the grand hall of the ship to find the swap meet in full swing. There were close to 30 trading machines set up and all of them were being used. Ash, Corey, and Naisha watched as several trainers continued to trade Pokemon after Pokemon. This caused Ash to shake his head, which caught Naisha's attention. Something wrong, Ash? He shrugged. I shouldn't be picky, but I just don't understand the need to constantly trade Pokemon. It takes away from the bonding aspect and really doesn't help the Pokemon's growth. His friends nodded in understanding. There are people that are like that, I guess. They want to fill their Pokédex and trading is a fast and easy way for them to do it. Ash thought for a little bit about his own Pokemon. Currently the only ones he would trade were Scyther and Kadabra, the reason being was to evolve them. The only thing was that he needed a metal coat for Scyther, while Kadabra still was as ignorant as ever. The last thing Ash wanted to do was give the already disrespectful Pokemon an ego boost. Ash continued his thoughts and decided that he really had nothing to gain by trading at this point. For sure after the Safari Zone, but until then, Ash was happy with his current team. Although it could stand for improvements, but he was only a few months into his journey. The young trainer and his friends watched the activates before returning to their rooms for the evening. High above the luxury ship was a powerful-looking bipedal feline-like creature. The Pokemon was wearing a sleek-looking metal armor and the air around him seemed to ripple from his power. The Pokemon was silent as he looked down upon the ship and waited for his signal. Shifting his gaze to the left, the Pokemon known as Mewtwo watched as small boats raced towards the SSN. In the boats were members of the gang Team Rocket, or the remains of them. What once had been a powerful organization had been broken up by the legendary Pokemon Master Red and forced to scatter to the regions around the world to lick their wounds. Mewtwo was a product of the once great organization. The former boss, Giovanni, had ordered the creation of Mewtwo from the DNA of the legendary Pokemon Mew. The psychic type clenched his 3 fingers together in anger as he was reminded about the fact that he was nothing more than a clone. When Team Rocket was disbanded, he should have been destroyed, but the scientists wanted him to be kept alive so they could finish their research. This eventually led to him being picked up by the new Team Rocket. The small gang was run by Giovanni's former generals, Proton, Petrel, Ariana, and the leader of the group, Archer. While nowhere near as powerful as their former boss, these 4 combined were a force to fear. Archer had quickly secured Mewtwo by putting this armor on him which limited his control and kept him in a constant state of obedience. The armor used his own power to fuel its systems as a way to prevent Mewtwo from becoming strong enough to destroy his restraints. The legendary growled as he watched the boats touch with the SSN. The group's goals were to capture the majority of the trainers' Pokemon on the ship to jumpstart their accounts. This would also let the world know that Team Rocket was back. Mewtwo extended his senses to the ship to make sure that there wasn't any trouble. His eyes widened when he felt a powerful pulse of energy coming from one of the cabins. Upon inspection, Mewtwo found himself drawn to the teen that was sleeping in his room. The psychic type tried to figure out why he felt the draw, but his instincts told him that this teen could help him. The clone of Mew sent a small burst of energy to the young man with a simple statement, "Help me." Ash shot up out of bed as the words, "Help me," rang through his mind. He looked around the room and felt like he was being watched. Charmeleon, Ivysaur, and Wartortle seemed to sense that something was amiss as they were wide awake and seemed to be on edge. Charmeleon jumped off the bed and walked over to the door while Ivysaur and Wartortle walked out onto the balcony. The 2 Pokemon looked around at the stormy sky and found themselves becoming concerned. Ivysaur turned his red eyes down to the side of the ship to see a smaller boat running up alongside the SSN. Ivy. Ash looked up and ran over to see what his Pokemon was talking about. Knowing that they weren't due to arrive in port until the following evening, Ash instantly went on alert. His instincts were well placed when moments later a massive explosion rocked the boat and sent him and his starters flying around the room. Moment later, Ash's door was kicked in by Corey, who had Naisha standing next to him. "Ash, you alright?" Standing up, the teen nodded. "What the hell is going on?" Corey shook his head as he gripped a pokeball. "I'm not sure. The captain has yet to make a statement to the ship, but I recommend we move to the deck." Ash returned his Pokemon and quickly got his things together before following his friends to the deck. All around them people could be seen running around trying to figure out what was going on. More than once Ash got slammed into by someone or pushed to the floor. Corey was shielding Naisha from the crazy crowds as they walked through the slim halls. Upon finally reaching the deck they found themselves gathered with a large group of people. The only thing was that there was a second group of people standing on the farthest sections of the crowd in white uniforms with large red letter R's upon their chest. 4 people stood at the forefront of the new group and smiled coldly at the trainers. Ash's glare hardened when he saw the group, Team Rocket. Corey gasped, I thought they disbanded. One of the people heard this and chuckled, a grave misunderstanding actually. You see, when Master Red defeated our leader, we simply went into the shadows to bide our time, and I am very pleased to inform you ladies and gentlemen that you have the honor of being our first successful mission in years. The man ran a hand through his light blue hair, so if you would be so kind as to give us your Pokeballs then we shall be on our way. Ash's glare hardened as the Rockets released many Pokemon to try and force the people on board to comply with their orders. No. The man with blue hair glared at Ash. What was that, boy? Ash's hand gripped the Pokeballs of his 2 most powerful at the moment. I said no. We outnumber you and I'm sure that a few of you are stronger. I won't surrender to creepy Pokemon thieves. Ash threw 2 Pokeballs and revealed Nidoking and Gyarados. The 2 behemoths roared out before glaring at the wall of enemy Pokemon. Archer smirked as he looked at the 2 Pokemon, those will make nice additions. The next thing that Ash realized was the wall of rocket Pokemon charging at him. Nidoking and Gyarados quickly went into action defending their trainer. This snapped the other trainers out of their shock and they too summoned their Pokemon. From Ash's team, his 3 starters and Luxio joined his 2 Pokemon already out. The battle was brutal and quick. Pokemon fainted on both sides, but because of the massive number standing against the Rockets, they were quickly pushed back. The leader of the group of thieves snarled before calling to his fellow Rockets, fall back. The men quickly turned and left the scene, some actually leaving their fallen Pokemon. The man with blue hair turned and smiled at Ash as he raised a small remote. We may not have gotten the Pokemon we wanted, but your deaths will let the Pokemon world know we are back. The man clicked the remote and a massive explosion rocked the ship before it suddenly started to shift to its right. The captain quickly started shouting for people to abandon ship and get to the lifeboats. Ash returned his Pokemon and tried to make his way with the crowd, but as he approached the nearest lifeboat he heard a woman screaming. Please, my daughter is still in there. Ash looked to see the woman pointing to the stairs leading to the lower levels of the ship. Without even thinking about the ship's current state, the teen pushed his way through the crowd and rushed down the stairs. He just made out the sound of Naisha yelling his name, but he wasn't worried about his safety. Within a few minutes, Ash found himself on the 3rd level of the ship and something within him knew this was the right level. Ash quickly called out Luxio, who started sniffing the area before rushing forward about a 1/3 of the length down the hall. He stopped at the door and pushed it open to reveal a little girl around 5 years old holding a stuffed bear. She was crouched in the corner obviously crying. Ash took a deep breath and smiled, hey there. My name is Ash, your mommy asked me to come and get you. The little girl shook her head, mommy said never to go with strangers. Luxio rolled his eyes before walked up to the girl and making a purring sound. Ash was forced to look away when the hull of the ship groaned under the pressure of the water it was obviously taking on. Well, you mom is a smart woman. But if it helps, I'm not a stranger, I'm a Pokemon trainer and Pokemon master. This is Luxio and he is here to help get you to your mom. What's your name? The little girl had blonde hair. And sparkling blue eyes. She gently reached out to pet Luxio, who nudged his head against her. She smiled, I'm Abby. Ash took a deep breath as the ship shuddered again. Okay Abby, I really need to get you back to your mom, can you be a big girl and take my hand? Luxio will be with us the entire way. The little girl was silent for a moment before reaching up to Ash, okay. The Pokemon trainer took her hand and gently picked her up. What were you doing down here by yourself? They had entered the hallway and were making their way to the stairs. Abby sniffed against Ash's shoulder. Mommy said when we got on the ship that if something bad happened or we got separated, I was to go to the room so that we could find each other. When those bad people started fighting with you, then I ran to the room. Ash nodded slowly as he walked up the stairs. A sudden shake of the ship caused Ash's eyes to widen and he looked over to see the window partially underwater. He quickly rushed up the rest of the stairs and arrived at the level just under the main deck. He was about to move when the ship shook again and another blast rocked the hull. This time, several doors and walls blew out and sent Ash, Luxio, and Abby flying. Wrapping the girl in his arms, Ash braced himself and took the full force of their landing. He groaned as he felt his ankle twist and scream in pain. Abby looked at him with worried eyes. Ash knew that he would be able to make it up the stairs carrying her with his injury. "Okay, Abby, I need to stay here and look if anyone else is in the rooms. I need you to be a big girl and walk up the last flight of stairs, okay? I will be up in a few minutes." The little girl got a look of determination on her face before nodding and started up the stairs. Ash smiled at her as she went above the ceiling before Luxio gently nudged him. Bracing himself against the Pokémon, Ash slowly started to walk towards the stairs. His ankle screamed in protest but Ash kept moving. The ship kept shuddering and groaning as he rose to the deck only to find that as he did, his footing started to shift. He looked up and found that he was at an awkward angle, meaning one thing, the ship was going to capsize. Ash turned to Luxio. "Okay, bud, I'm going to return you. I need you safe and sound to get out of here." Before his friend could respond, Ash returned the Pokémon and brought out Wartortle. The water starter could sense something was wrong and looked at Ash. "I hope you are ready to swim, bud." His Pokémon nodded and the two quickly moved to a small platform that surrounded the stairs and waited. What seemed like an eternity later, the water started to rush in from every angle. Windows buckled under the pressure, doors gave way and the opening from the deck let a massive tidal of water flow in. Ash paced himself and was breathing slowly as the water quickly started to rise and engulf him in its cold embrace. Wartortle kept his hand on his trainer's pants and was also breathing deeply. This was not going to be fun. Just as Ash was ready to go into the raging water, several more doors gave way to the pressure and sent debris flying. Ash was caught in the back of the head by some stray wood and knocked out. His last sights were that of his faithful starter. Chapter 10. The next sound Ash heard was not what he had expected. It was the sound of beeping and voices gently speaking. One was female and two were obviously male. Ash groaned and opened his eyes only to be blinded by the brightness of the room. He again groaned and rubbed his eyes. His throat was parched and his body was pulsing in a steady stream of pain. He slowly opened his eyes and found that he was in a room and, if he had to guess, a hospital. "Ash, you're awake." Moments later Ash found himself wrapped in the arms of a woman and by the scent of her perfume it was his mother. "Mom." His voice was scratchy and dry. "Here, Ash, drink this." A massive amount of relief flooded through Ash's body as cold water was slowly put into his mouth and down his parched throat. Raising his hand to the back of the glass, Ash quickly downed the entire thing before gesturing for more. After drinking 2 more glasses of ice water, Ash forced himself to sit up in his bed and finally took in his surroundings. His mom was sitting on the edge of the bed next to a small table with a pitcher of water on it. On his right was either a nurse or doctor checking his vitals from the machine he was hooked up to. Ash turned and looked at his mom, who had a few tears of happiness trickling down. "What happened?" Delia sighed as she took Ash's hand and gently ran over the back of it with her fingers. "Sweetheart, you were on the SS and when Team Rocket attacked it. They sank the ship and you were caught on the inside. Thankfully your Pokémon saved you, but you were unconscious for a while." Ash's eyes widened. "What about the little girl?" Delia smiled. "Abby is safe and sound. Her parents brought her to see you a week ago and to personally thank you for saving their daughter." Ash nodded and smiled to himself. "How long have I been out?" Delia thought for a moment. 2 weeks. Dread suddenly hit Ash as he realized that he was behind schedule. Great. His mother caught his sudden change in attitude and shook his head. "Ash Ketchum, you have been unconscious for 2 weeks and you are concerned about your journey? What am I going to do with you?" The teen weakly smiled as he leaned his head back into his pillow. "Was anyone hurt in the sinking?" Delia was about to answer when a deep voice spoke up from the door. "I can answer that, young man. Ash turned and felt his eyes widen at the sight of a man standing at 6.5 feet with red hair and a powerful build. He had a long black and red cape on, and upon his belt were 6 pokeballs. The suit he was wearing was form-fitting, and Ash could tell that he was very fit. The teenage trainer knew who he was looking at, but the man spoke up, "Mr. Ketchum, I am Lance Wataru, the champion of Kanto and Johto. The Elite Four and I were made aware of the events surrounding the SS and hours after it happened. I am happy to report that no one was killed, although many were injured. The captain accounted how you led the charge against Team Rocket, a very commendable thing. I wanted to come by and make sure you were all right." Ash nodded slowly. "Did you capture any of the rockets?" Lance wearily shook his head. "Sadly they got away, but that doesn't mean that we have stopped looking. The Pokemon League has known of their return for several months, but we were not expecting them to try and pull something of this magnitude so soon. We are worried that they have gone through other regions for recruiting. I should say that we know they did. But their reach appears to be much larger than first anticipated." Before Ash could respond, another angry voice spoke up. "That is complete bullshit, Lance, and you DMN well know it." Everyone turned to see Ash's father, Silver, standing there with an angered look upon his face. Despite being the champion of 2 regions, Lance knew Silver's power and had respect for him. "Silver, I understand you are angry, but I had no idea that he would be on the SS and when the rockets attacked." The man's eyes narrowed to a sliver. "You knew they were going to attack." The venom in Silver's voice made the temperature in the room figuratively drop by at least 10 degrees. Lance gulped. "Our intelligence indicated that they might be doing something with the battle cruise, but like I said, we didn't know what exactly was going to happen." Ash's father looked at Lance and his hand reached for a pokeball upon his belt. "You and that Med League knew this and put hundreds of trainers at risk because you didn't have concrete evidence. What the hell is wrong with you?" Silver's pokeball opened up and a massive dragon of blue with large red wings appeared behind him. Thankfully the hospital room was large enough to support the beast. Lance was a master of dragon-type Pokemon and he himself had a Salamence, but this beast was in a level of its own. "You better get out of my sight before Salamence decided to gorge himself on human flesh." The dragon behind him growled deep within his throat and sent a plume of smoke into the air. Lance paled slightly and turned to Ash. "Mr. Ketchum, I am sorry this happened and I wanted to come personally and apologize." Lance was about to say something else, but Silver's gaze caused him to turn and walk out. Delia walked over and wrapped her arms around her husband. "Dear, you need to calm down. Ash is safe and sound, so let's enjoy this moment." Silver nodded and gestured for his Pokemon to guard the door, to which the dragon nodded and curled up next to it. The 2 parents turned back to their son and kept a silent vigil as Ash slowly fell asleep. Another day went by and Ash was cleared to leave the hospital. Delia and Silver were against the idea of Ash continuing his journey, but the boy was adamant to get back on track. Silver sighed but knew his son was just like him. Hell, Silver hunted legendary Pokemon to battle a losing fight. Letting his son continue his Pokemon journey was less dangerous than that. Delia, however, was less inclined. She had to be dragged from Ash's grip by Silver when she was determined to bring Ash home. She rounded on Silver as he finally pulled her off him. "Fine, seeing as I am the only one who has any sense here, then this will be the deal. If Ash goes on his journey and gets hurt one more time, I will personally castrate you, Silver Ketchum, and I won't use anesthetic." Silver and Ash winced at the cold tone of Delia's normally warm voice, and the father looked at Ash. "Please don't get hurt, boy. I need my man parts." Ash gaped at his father and nodded. Several hours later found Ash enjoying a glacé of iced tea as he waited for his Pokemon to get rested up. He took a deep drink and stood up as Nurse Joy came back to the counter with 7 Pokeballs. "Here you go, Ash, they are all ready to go and they are all ready to see you. They missed you like no tomorrow." The Pallet Town trainer looked at the Pokeballs. "Nurse Joy, I only had 6 with me." The woman shook her head. "You have 7 now and this note was left with it." Ash thanked her and took the note and read it after securing the Pokeballs to his belt. "Dear Ash, I cannot apologize enough for not getting to the SS and on time. I wanted to give this to you personally, but I felt that your father and mother would have rejected it. I have watched your career since your first gym battle and I along with the Elite Four are very impressed. Not many trainers are so compassionate about Pokemon and able to join this with their training. This Pokeball contains a Pokemon that I received recently, but seeing as I have little time right now I figured that he would be better suited for you. This Pokemon is the dragon type known as Dieno. He is from the Unova region and will be a great asset to anyone who knows how to train Pokemon. A side note for your information is that he is also the first stage of a pseudo-legendary. I again apologize for what you had to endure, but I thank you from the bottom of my heart for leading the charge against these people. Be safe, young Ketchum. We shall be watching. Lance Wataru. Ash looked with wide eyes at the Pokeball before smiling widely. Welcome to the Team Dieno, you are going to be a great member of the team. The trainer clipped the ball to his belt and then walked out of the center. Soar. A couple hours later found Ash on his way to his next badge, which was in Celadon City. The gym leader was named Erica and she was a specialist in grass types. Ash was confident that he would be able to defeat her, but after his loss to Lieutenant Surge, he wasn't going to assume. The loss had been an eye-opener for the young trainer. It had been the first time he had lost since his journey's start, and it made him realize that he could very likely happen again if he wasn't prepared. Charmeleon, who was currently walking next to Ash, looked at his trainer and gently touched his claws to Ash's leg. Melion. Ash smiled and gently ran his hand over the fire type's head, earning a purr-like sound. I'm just thinking about our future, bud. You and the other two have been a great help, but I want to be the best. Losing to Surge made me realize that we are nowhere near at the level we should be. Charmeleon's eyes shifted around as he thought, we continue to add members to the team, which is fine, but that takes away from everyone's training while you guys are at the lab. The fire type nodded. So, what do you think about you guys continuing by yourselves while I'm getting badges? At his friend's questioning look, Ash continued, I will continue to rotate the team for field experience and move training, but while you guys are at Professor Oak's lab you will continue training like we do here, only I won't be there to instruct you. I will give each of you a routine to work with so that you guys can train and grow stronger. At the prospect of growing more powerful, Charmeleon's eyes flared with an inner fire. Charmeleon. He raised his claw to his forehead in his customary salute before letting a flamethrower go. Ash smiled, great, then let's get started. Soar. Hours went by before Ash's team was comfortable with the new plan. It wasn't that they didn't want to train, but it was a lot to take in while they were by themselves. Ash's starters were in charge and one of them would always be at the lab during their training session. This was also something that bothered Ash greatly. The four of them had been together for the past several years, so not having two of them with would be difficult. The team trainer told himself that this was only temporary, seeing as elite-level trainers were given the right to carry all their members with them. Currently, he stood with his three starters, Scyther and Nidoking, while looking at a Pokeball in his hand. The ball contained the ever-rebellious Kadabra, and Ash was going to settle this issue today before the training program started. Be ready, you guys. His friends all tensed up with looks of determination in their eyes. Ash threw the ball and waited a split second as the psychic type appeared in a burst of light. Kadabra looked around and then saw Ash. He turned his head away and yawned louder than was necessary and moved to go find the nearest tree to sleep by. Ash saw this and felt his resolve begin to fade away. A quick snap of the fingers and Scyther launched forwards and fired a powerful bug buzz. The evolved form of Abra turned and growled before slashing his spoon down to counter-attack with Psycho Cut. Scyther easily moved out of the way thanks to all his training and flew behind Kadabra to cut him off. Nidoking was next and he rushed forwards with a might roar that caught the psychic type by surprise. He tried to counter with confusion, but Nidoking simple powered his way through the attack and brought his glowing fist square into his target's body. Spittle flew from Kadabra's mouth as the wind was knocked out of him, forcing him to the ground and trying to breath. Another snap called Nidoking and Scyther off, only for Kadabra to look up and see Ash standing before him with a hard glare. What shocked the psychic type was that he could sense psychic powers radiating from his trainer easily more powerful than his own. Ash's eyes flared blue as he spoke to the Pokemon that had been causing him so much trouble. you listen and you listen good. I have put up with your lazy attitude for too long. You refuse to obey, you won't do anything productive, and you have tried on more than one occasion to harm one of my family members. Kadabra looked surprised at the usage of the word family, to which Ash caught on. I consider every one of my Pokemon family. You would know this if you weren't so DMN stubborn. I don't believe in releasing Pokemon, but I do have two other options. The Pokemon looked at Ash with a sense of foreboding. I can find someone to trade you to for a more obedient Pokemon, but knowing your attitude, that wouldn't change a thing, so it is very likely that you would just end up in an endless cycle of trading. The other option is that I simply return you and leave you on Professor Oak's ranch only to be let out for meals. I have offered you time and time again to become stronger, but you are too DMN proud. Arceus knows I have tried everything except abuse you into SBMSN. The choice is yours. Ash turned and walked back to his camp with his 5 loyal Pokemon all glaring at their difficult team member. Sore. Kadabra stood silently as took a breath, but winced from the lingering pain that Nidoking's Mega Punch had inflicted. His whole life he had been more powerful than his fellow Pokemon, and that had only continued when he evolved from Abra. No one in the area that he was living could openly defeat him, and this meant that he was the one in charge. Trainers came to try and capture him, but a simple teleport was the quickest way to avoid being captured. That all changed when Ash came and battled him with Scyther. Kadabra had been completely outmatched by his trainer and quickly captured. His pride had been the biggest injury during the conflict, and as much as he hated to admit it, he was angry at himself for losing. He watched from afar as Ash and his team members continued to train and become stronger, something that Kadabra longed for, but his pride kept him from accepting this change of pace. The psychic type sighed as he processed Ash's options. Going to the lab would be fine, but only being let out for meals meant he wouldn't be able to roam around. The trading option was not an option, seeing as he would simply spend eternity being switched around. The final option was for him to swallow his pride and become a member of the team. All of Ash's Pokemon had grown by leaps and bounds since he was captured, and many of them evolved. Kadabra thought about that little factor and glanced down at his silver spoon. If he joined Ash, then he stood the chance of becoming an Alakazam with more mental power than he could possibly imagine. All of it sounded good, but it came down to one final thing: swallowing his pride. Kadabra clenched his teeth and squeezed his eyes shut as he struggled with his decision. Sore. Ash sighed several hours later as he sat by the fire looking at his Pokédex. He currently had his new Dano's information pulled up and was casually looked at his move set. The little dragon was more than ready to train and knew Dragon Rage, Headbutt, Crunch, Dragon Breath, and much to Ash's surprise a virtual buffet of egg moves. The dragon type could learn all 3 elemental Fong moves as well as Earth Power. When Ash saw this, he remembered that Dano was most likely bred to become a killer in battle. He was obviously the product of the intense breeding program from Blackthorn City in the Dragon Sanctuary. The Kanto trainer was pleased that the little dragon was naturally strong and would easily fit into Ash's training. Ivysaur looked up from his spot next to Ash and gently nudged his head against his trainer's leg. Ivy. Ash smiled and patted his friend on the side of the ear. Just thinking, buddy. The grass type nodded and put his head back onto his paws and enjoyed the warmth of the fire. There was a gentle silence that quickly swallowed up the area, and Ash found himself smiling at the beauty of the fading light as the first stars began to appear. It was moments like this that made him happier than ever to have become a Pokemon trainer and enjoy the world. His moment of peace was broken by the sound of bush being parted. Turning to see what it was, Ash found himself face to face with Kadabra, who was physically pushing the bushes out of his way. I half expected you to simply teleport here. I'm pleased to see you are actually capable of doing something physical. The comment made the psychic type wince, but he knew it to be true. Have you thought about what I said? Kadabra nodded slowly before sitting down beside Ash. Why do you care? Ash looked at the Pokemon. Because, you're my Pokemon, and this means you are a part of this family. I don't want to break this family apart, and I know that deep down there is a Pokemon that can become one of the most powerful psychics in the world. Kadabra's eyes softened at the very thought. His whole life he had taken anything he saw fit. This had been an inherited trait from his father, a powerful Hitmonchan. His mother had tried to encourage him to seek wisdom over power, but he embraced his aggressive nature and chose to carve his own path. Now he wasn't sure. Since his capture he had been defeated time and time again by opponents he normally would have beaten in the wild. Arceus, he had even been overpowered by a poison type. If he was totally honest with himself, Kadabra knew that he had neglected his mental powers for his physical side. Perhaps it was time to change all of that. Will you help me? Ash heard the mental question and looked at the psychic type. That's all you had to ask. Kadabra couldn't explain it, but something in the way that his trainer spoke made him feel content for the first time since had first left home. Soar. Another week went by and Ash arrived at the entrance of Rock Tunnel. This secret passage through the mountains would lead him to Lavender Town and then to Celadon City. Truthfully, he could have simply taken the road north of Vermilion, but he would miss out on the many trainers that he had been able to fight. His team was continuing a steady growth in power and the young trainer felt that he was on track to meeting his goal of having everyone evolve by Fuchsia City. While the past week had been good progress-wise, there was still one minor setback. 3 days previously, Ash and his Pokémon had been training when they had encountered a massive migration of Butterfree. As it turned out, it was the mating season of the bug types and Ash's Butterfree felt that natural urge to start a family. So, being the trainer he was, Ash let his beloved friend follow his heart and watched with loving pride as his Butterfree quickly established himself as the dominant Pokémon in the area. He ended up selecting a beautiful pink Butterfree as his mate and the two flew off into the sunset to begin their life together. Was Ash and his team saddened by this? Of course, but that didn't mean they weren't happy for their friend either. Butterfree was strong and would be able to live his life out in happiness. Ash smiled down at Ivysaur who was walking next to him and looked at the sky. Who knows, maybe one day we will see our old friend. Ivysaur nodded and swallowed a lump in his throat, trying to hold back emotion. What do you think, buddy, can we make it through Rock Tunnel by week's end? Ivysaur nodded in determination. Ivy. Ash smiled and made sure his backpack was secured to his shoulders before running off to the Pokémon Center to stock up on supplies before they began their long journey. Soar. And long it was. In fact, instead of a week-long trip it turned into a 2-week journey of dead ends and constant attacks by endless swarms of Zubat, Golbat, Geodude, and even the occasional Onix. His team was battle-weary and exhausted when they finally arrived at the end of the passageway. The young trainer groaned as he slowly walked to the Pokémon Center with his eyes squinting tightly from the blinding light. Days spent on the dark interior of the cave had made simple daylight a chore to be in, but this would quickly pass. When he finally walked through the doors of the Lavender Town Pokémon Center, the nurse Joy in charge gasped at his appearance and rushed to help him. When she heard about his journey through the cave she shook her head. I keep telling the Pokémon League to change the route. That cave is too dangerous for beginning trainers. The red-headed nurse continued grumbling to herself as she took Ash's Pokémon and had him taken to a room where he could shower and sleep while arranging for him to be sent a big meal. After getting cleaned up, Ash plopped down onto the bed and felt his body instantly start to drift off to sleep, which he smiled to as he embraced the luxury of a soft bed. When he woke the following morning, Ash found that there was a tray with a large breakfast of eggs, bacon, hash browns, juice, fruit, sausages, and pancakes. He chuckled and started to eat, not wanting to anger the nurse who had obviously wanted to make sure he was alright. Before he started eating, Ash brought his Pokémon out to stretch themselves after their healing treatment. His 3 starters yawned before jumping onto the bed with him and snuggling up to him while he started to eat. Wartortle eyed Ash's food with saliva dripping out the sides of his mouth and making GRPNG gestures with his claws. Luxio rolled his eyes and started purring as he pulled back the blinds and laid down in the sunlight of the new day. Dano watched the other members of the team before settling on sitting down near the bed and yawned. Ash noticed that the little dragon was rather tired as of late, and this was usually a sign that he was storing energy for his evolution. Dano, like other pseudo-legendary Pokémon, went through a massive power increase upon evolving. Leading up to it they would sleep for close to 18 hours a day and eat massive amounts of food to prepare themselves. For the Dano line however it was much more staining on the body. When they evolved into Zweilous and eventually Hydreigon they grew additional heads. For Zweilous it was literally creating an entirely different being and adding it onto Dano's body. The addition of the second head and mind was very difficult and would put the small dragon out of commission for days. This was a very delicate area when raising them as well. While they recovered, their mindset is very fragile and the two personalities of the dragon often conflict before becoming one. This can lead to trainers getting injured or even killed if they do not approach the evolution correctly. It is even more dangerous when the final evolution comes around. Hydreigon have 3 heads and while the center head controls the other 2, the days after evolution are very dangerous as it gains control over the other 2. Ash was confident that he would handle it correctly and had already talked with his dad and Professor Oak about keeping the dragon in isolation for a week after his evolution. The final member of his current team was Kadabra, who looked at everyone with a sense of confusion. The psychic type was trying to figure out where he should go, which he decided on going near the wall and getting into a meditative state. The trainer looked at his team as he slowly chewed on a piece of fruit before smiling lightly and continuing on his breakfast. Chapter 11. Ash currently stood in his room overlooking the vast expansion of Fuchsia City. Over the past 3 weeks he and his team had trained hard and achieved multiple milestones, the biggest and most important being the addition of the Rainbow Badge. Before going up against Erica of Celadon City, Ash and his team had trained for 2 weeks and prepared for their battle. When they finally battled Erica it was much more than he expected. Erica had been in trouble with the Pokemon League in the past for being very lax in her responsibilities as gym leader. This caused her to be reviewed by the Pokemon League as to whether or not she was capable of being a gym leader anymore. Needless to say this caused Erica to get into shape and make her gym much more respectable. Ash used Pidgeotto, Charmeleon, and his newly evolved Fiero. The battle started out good with Pidgeotto scoring a strong win against her Weepinbell, but it quickly turned against him when she brought out her Tangela. The grass type was vicious with its vines and quickly immobilized Pidgeotto by wrapping her up tightly. Even when the flying type broke out of the vines with a powerful steel wing, she was battered back down by ancient power. After a difficult 5 minutes, Pidgeotto seemed to gain the advantage with a well-placed aerial ace, but the moment Tangela started glowing showed Ash just how wrong he was. The moment that Tangrowth was revealed the battle quickly ended. The fully evolved Pokemon fired a massive Hyper Beam and struck down Pidgeotto without a second thought. Seeing his Pokemon in pain caused Ash to see red and he brought out Fiero to finish things. With his evolution came a massive burst of power and 2 powerful moves, Drill Run and Sky Attack. Needless to say the battle quickly ended with, and even when Erica brought out her starter, Vileplume, Fiero was more than capable of finishing the battle. After gaining his badge, the young trainer spent 2 days exploring the city and enjoying a much-needed rest after all the training and adventuring he had done. This included visiting the famous center which at one time had been a hideout for Team Rocket when it was in its prime. The final place that Ash visited was the Celadon department store. This proved to be a great idea and he walked out of the store with several additional TMs and other trainer-friendly items. Once he was stocked up, Ash and his team made the journey to Fuchsia City. The quickest route to the city was a long bike path that would take several hours to go through. Ash, however, decided to walk with his team in order battle and train. This provided very wise, and as Ash ended up meeting with Corey and Naisha who were making their way to the city. Both of them had already gotten the soul badge from Koga, but they were heading to the area to partake in their weekend at the Safari Zone. During the 2 weeks of traveling the 3 teens got to know each other better and got to see their training styles. Corey was just as energetic in his training as he was in battling. His main team consisted of Brute Root, his starter, who had now evolved into a Venusaur, a Hitmonlee, Rhyhorn, Pidgeot, Scyther, and a Sandslash. His Pokemon all had powerful attacks and were big on hitting hard. Naisha was more subtle in her training, preferring to focus on her bond with her Pokemon. All of them were generally equal in strength of stats and were always together. The one thing that Ash found out that made her such a deadly opponent was her use of the move Return. Each of her Pokémon loved their trainer beyond belief, and the attack was just about as deadly as can be. Her starter was a powerful Blastoise nicknamed Shellshocker and was a great example of the powerful water type. The rest of her team consisted of a Dugong, Wigglytuff, Rapidash, Vileplume, and Ninetales. While not the best in regards to type variety, it still made a strong opposition. With the addition of the two trainers, Ash's team was able to work towards a new level of strength, and it proved effective when Luxio finally evolved into Luxray and learned not only Thunderbolt but the powerful move Wild Charge. Wild Charge focused the electrical currents within the Pokémon's body and amplified their body into a cannonball. The downside of the attack was the user took a rather large amount of damage after. Upon evolving, Luxray's personality changed from the fun-loving kitten to a serious predator with a lust for battle that was only rivaled by Charmeleon's. His three starters simply worked on gaining experience to finally evolve at the same time like they did previously. Ash tried explaining to his friends that it didn't matter to him when they evolved, but it was obvious that they didn't intend on breaking their trend. Fiero, Pidgeotto, and Scyther worked on their maneuverability, with Pidgeotto pushing herself extra hard to try and catch up and surpass Fiero. Ash's Gyarados was very pleased to be in and around a place that had large bodies of water and spent much of her time swimming in the rivers near the Pokémon Center. Much to Ash's surprise, he noticed that Gyarados really didn't want to battle as much as his other team members. She really was content to simply be a part of the team. Kadabra worked closely with Ash in order to expand his move pool and gain favor with the team. While he only gained 3 moves, the team was slowly seeing that his attitude had changed and they were beginning to warm up to the psychic type. Nidoking was pleased to be back on the main roster and put his effort into becoming his best. Professor Oak had mentioned to Ash that the poison and ground type was back to 100% and would grow naturally now that he wasn't hindered by rushed evolution. This left the final and smallest members of the team, Eevee, Dano, and Cranidos. Eevee still hadn't decided upon any evolution, so she simply focused on getting stronger in order to prove her former trainer wrong. Dano surprised Ash by mastering all 3 of his elemental Fong moves and gaining a large amount of headway on Earth power. This pleased Ash for 2 reasons, the first being that it showed that the little dragon wasn't lazy like his species was known for, and the second reason was the level of control this showed. With this kind of determination and willpower, Dano would easily be able to handle the strain when he grew the additional heads that evolution would bring. The final member of the team was Cranidos, and despite the fact that he had seen little action outside of training, the small rock type was going for broke. Of all the Pokémon in Ash's team, he had shown the most growth in regards to moves, gaining a total of 5. His biggest weakness was his lack of any form of defense. The Cranidos line was legendary for their insane attack power and hidden ability Sheer Force, which added another power boost with the loss of additional effects from moves. At the present, Ash was having the dinosaur-like Pokémon work on getting his defense against his biggest weaknesses. This would prove to be the most difficult aspect for the Pokémon, since his resistance was almost non-existent from the beginning. Ash's musings were broken when he heard a knock at the door and walked over to open it. Upon opening the door, the young trainer smiled at the sight of Corey and Naisha standing there. "Morning, Ash, all ready to go?" Today was the first day that the friends would be exploring the Safari Zone, and they were jumping at the prospect of additional team members. Like before, Pokémon trainers were given a large number of Safari Ball to use, and once you ran out of them or your shift ended, then you were required to leave the park. Pokémon Rangers were on patrol throughout the park to assist with this, as well as watch for any trainers that would attempt to sneak in regular Pokeballs. The biggest change to the park was that each trainer was allowed to use one Pokémon as protection and to weaken their targeted Pokémon. Before, trainers would use feed and rocks to try and capture the Pokémon, but this led to multiple injuries and even one death. Ash wasn't sure which team member he would use, but knew that it had to be someone who was able to fend off against multiple types of Pokémon. The 3 friends walked to the entrance of the Safari Zone and were surprised at the sight of multiple Pokémon Rangers standing guard. Corey cracked his neck and spoke up, "Wonder what's going on here." Naisha nodded in agreement before her eyes went wide. "Isn't that Lance?" Ash's head snapped up to see the Elite Four champion himself talking with who Ash guessed to be the lead ranger and safari warden. Walking up to the man, Ash cleared his throat. Lance turned around and instantly smiled. Ash Ketchum, you are a sight for sore eyes. Ash smiled lightly. It's good to see you, Lance. Is everything alright? The Dragon Master nodded. I'm just checking on a rumor that has been going around. It seems that there have been sightings of a Golett roaming around in the deeper areas of the Safari Zone. It wasn't on the original list of imported Pokémon, and given how powerful their evolution is, this is cause for concern. The Warden hasn't seen anything, but several of the Rangers claim to have seen it. Naisha looked down at her Pokédex. Golett is a ghost and ground-type Pokémon, and it is rather calm-natured. Legends say that it and its evolved form, Golurk, were ordered to protect people and Pokémon by the ancients who created them. Lance nodded. Indeed, but the thing that concerns me is that it is so far from its normal home of Unova. This added with the risk of its evolution, we can't leave it there. Corey looked to the Rangers. So I'm assuming that you are having the Rangers hunt it down? The champion nodded slowly. I don't like doing that way, but if the Pokémon is indeed in the Safari Zone, then we need to catch it. Ash was silent before he looked to the Warden. Are we still able to participate in our hunts for the weekend? The elderly man nodded. Indeed, you are Mr. Ketchum, and I'm very pleased that you came to claim your prize. I'm assuming that your friends are joining you. Ash looked to Corey and Naisha. We will be all going in today. Do we have to stick together? The Warden shook his head. No, you don't, but I would advise you to keep your head on a swivel. There are many Pokémon that are very aggressive when trainers come around their young. The three friends nodded and said farewell to Lance as he continued to work with the Rangers. The Warden led the three trainers to the entrance and pulled out 3 trays of Safari Ball and a small device that hooked up to the main computer. Okay, these are your Safari Ball, you each get 30, and you have until closing or until you use up all the Safari Ball to complete your hunt. Since the 3 of you purchased the weekend pass, you can end your hunt at any time and simply pick up from where you left off. If you use up your ball today, then you can come back tomorrow, seeing as you did pay for it. The only thing is that I do ask you to be considerate when capturing Pokémon and not to target entire herds of Pokémon. The 3 teens nodded, and then the Warden asked for their Pokédex to update them with the zone maps. The final step before they could enter was registering the Pokémon they wished to us. Corey went with his Hitmonlee, Naisha went with her Blastoise, and Ash decided on Charmeleon. Once that was taken care of, they could finally enter the hunting grounds. Ash released Charmeleon and the 2 started their hunt. The 2 walked for around 30 minutes before they found their first target of interest. The Pokémon in question was black and yellow and with 2 plug-like antennae coming from its bulky body. The moment it laid eyes upon Charmeleon, it started winding its arms in circles and sending sparks of electricity into the air. Alright Charmeleon, let's catch us another teammate, use Flamethrower. His fire starter opened his jaws and launched a powerful stream of flames towards the electric type. The Elekid hissed and brought his arms in front of his body in an X, which caused a large shield of green energy to snap into place. The moment the shield faded, the small electric type rushed forwards with quick attack, with each fist glowing a different color. Ash's smile widened at the sight of the moves. Awesome, Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, Protect and Quick Attack, let's get this guy. Charmeleon counter with Brick Break and then hit him hard with Flare Blitz. Both arms flashed white as he charged up the attack and countered Elekid's moves. A second later, he slammed into the smaller Pokémon with a massive wall of flames that engulfed it. Charmeleon jumped back and grimaced from the recoil damage before running forward and slashing with his claws. The attack hit Elekid and caused him to fall back with swirls in his eyes. Ash smirked as he threw a Safari Ball and watched as it swung back and forth before capturing the electric type. The trainer nodded in approval before he clipped the ball to his belt and continued on his hunt. Soar. By mid-afternoon, Ash and Charmeleon were at one of the many rest houses within the Safari Zone. Naisha was already there with her Blastoise and was drinking some water and cooing over her new Floette, which was absolutely loving the attention she was getting. I can't believe how adorable you are. Ash chuckled at his older friend, which caused her to turn to him. Seeing who it was, she smiled. Hey Ash, I haven't seen you all day. How have you done so far? I capture a couple of new Pokemon including this adorable little cutie. Naisha pulled Floette into a crushing embrace and rubbed her cheeks against the fairy type, causing Ash and Charmeleon to sweat drop at this before sitting down and producing the safari ball that contained his captures. So far I managed to capture a Zangoose, Dusclops, Elekid, and a Munchlax that was actually from the Orange Islands. I guess he was eating the local grapefruit islands to nothing. Naisha shook her head in amusement. You never do anything in halves, do you, Ash? The teen rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment but then nodded in agreement. So have you seen Corey yet? Naisha shook her head. Actually I haven't. I would have expected him to be this far by now, but you never know with that guy. A comfortable silence fell between the two as they relaxed after a long day of hunting, but this was short-lived as the door to the cabin flew open and a hysterical Corey rushed in, followed by his hitman Lee. Guys, you have to come and see this. There is a group of trainer that are trying to capture a Golett and the thing has held off every attempt. I guess that the Rangers and Champion are now coming because it's stronger than first thought. Ash smirked as he saw the familiar fire of passion for battle shining in Charmeleon's eyes. Let's go. Soar. What the three teens found was closer to a battlefield than another portion of the safari. Close to 10 trainers were kneels next to fallen Pokemon and 7 Pokemon Rangers had their capture wands out. Lance stood behind them all and had a Pokeball in hand ready to summon one of his legendary Dragonite to the field. Lance. The champion turned and acknowledged Ash. Ash, you guys need to stay back. This Golett is a lot stronger than we first thought. I'm worried that it is close to evolving. Ash looked at the short stubby Pokemon and found it interesting that it was holding its own. A trainer was currently trying to defeat it and the small Pokemon easily moved around the opponent's attacks before landing a powerful focus punch. Lance grimaced as the trainer's Pokemon fainted on the spot and looked up when the warden spoke up. We have to get that Pokemon out of here. It is too dangerous to be kept in the reserve. I don't care how many Pokemon it takes as long as this thing is gone. I can't risk anyone getting hurt. A voice broke the tension and everyone turned to see another trainer step up. Don't worry. The one and only Gary Oak has got this. Ash felt his eyes widen as Gary stepped out of the brush with a large Blastoise by his side. You said we could go full out on this Pokemon, eh? Sounds like fun to me. Gary raised a handful of Pokeballs. Guys, let's show this pipsqueak what we are made of. From the ball that Gary threw appeared a large Executor, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Alakazam, and Magmar. All the Pokemon looked in perfect condition and Ash suddenly felt a little apprehensive about his own party, but he pushed that to the back of his mind when Gary started ordering his Pokemon to attack. It quickly became apparent that Golett's level was higher than Gary's team, or Gary's Pokemon were just that terrible, but given what Ash knew about his rival he figured it was simply because Golett was just that strong. With practiced ease the small ground type moved around the oncoming attacks and pushed away the senders. All the attacks were close range so they caused massive damage due to the ability Iron Fist. What the small Pokemon didn't know though, was that Gary was actually pushing him back into a corner with all of his dodging and soon the little Pokemon found himself up against a plateau staring down 6 powerful Pokemon. Ash looked down at Charmeleon and his fire type seemed to be concerned, and when Ash looked at Golett he knew why. The little Pokemon was shaking in fear. Of course. Naisha looked at Ash. What is it, Ash? He looked at the older teen. Think about it, Golett is from the Unova region and suddenly he is in this strange region with Pokemon he doesn't know and trainers looking to capture him at every turn. He isn't trying to attack people, he is scared out of his mind. The Rangers and trainers have been hunting him day in and out. The assembled group of people milled over the statement and seemed to accept it, that is except Gary. Scared or not, Ashy boy, that Pokemon is dangerous and needs to be captured. Guys, knock it out. All 6 of Gary's Pokemon roared in agreement and charged up their attacks. This caused Golett to close his eyes and cry out in fear before being swallowed in a bright light just as the attacks landed on him. The bright light swarmed over the area and nearly blinded all who were present, but those who watched could only gap as Gollett's form drastically changed. He grew to a massive 9 feet 2 inches with a powerful build that resembled a suit of armor. His skin was still the vibrant teal with brown and cream-colored patches every so often. Across his chest was a large jagged crack that was held together by a brown belt-like object. Finally his form was revealed and the now evolved Pokemon threw his powerful arms down and roared in anger, Guroloyurik. The moment the Pokemon finished his name, he slammed his arms to the ground and a massive earthquake ripped open the area. Gary's team was thrown back and the trainer in question was pushed aside as Ash slammed into him. Are you really that much of an idiot, Gary? The grandson of Professor Oak was pale with shock as another earthquake rippled through the area. The two teens turned to see the assembled trainers and ranger running for safety along with many of the local Pokemon. We have to try and calm it down. Gary looked at Ash. Are you nuts, Ash? That Pokemon just blew away my team, leave it to the champion. Ash looked over to see Lance assisting with getting the people to safety. He is too busy right now, I have to stop it. Before Gary could respond, Ash and Charmeleon rushed forward. Soar! Golurk yelled out in anger again and charged up a large shadowy fist before he slammed into a bunch of trees, breaking them apart into splinters. The last thing he remembered was going to sleep and then waking up as his cave started bouncing. His cave had actually turned out to be a plane destined for the Kanto region, and when he finally got out he found himself in a land with strange Pokemon and humans on the hunt for him. He tried his hardest to get away, but the one boy cornered him and attacked him. His fear and anger ragged in him and forced his evolution, and now he was stuck in his anger and fear. He roared out again as he fired another shadow punch at the fleeing humans. He would make them pay for trying to hurt him. Soar! Ash quickly found Golurk as he destroyed one of the rest cabins. Not far away was a group of people including Corey and Naisha. Ash looked down at Charmeleon and brought out Ivysaur and Wartortle. You guys wait here, I'm going to calm him down. His three starts looked at him like he was nuts, but their protests fell on deaf ears. Ash jumped in front of Golurk with his arms spread out. Golurk, please stop this. The massive Pokemon halted in his advance and glared down at Ash with flaming red eyes. GOL. Ash nodded. We didn't know that you were scared and only trying to protect yourself, we simply didn't understand. Golurk looked at Ash for a single moment before swiping at him with a giant hand. Ash jumped back with practiced ease thanks to his training with his party, but the shadow punch launched next caught him off guard. The wind was knocked out of him and he fell to the ground gasping for air. Golurk quickly grabbed Ash and raised his giant fist above his head, crying out in anger. He was going to make an example of this human. The ground and ghost type then tucked his legs into his armored body and powerful flames erupted from the skirt-like protection on his lower body, and with the force of a rocket, Golurk launched into the air with Ash in his arm, only to be hit in the side by a flamethrower. Turning in anger, he saw Charmeleon, Ivysaur, and Wartortle glaring at him in anger. Charmeleon roared, "Let go of our trainer, you monster!" Golurk rumbled a response, "Your trainer is just like the others and shall be the first to die." The three starter Pokemon looked on in anger. Not if we can help it. Ash felt his breath leave him again as his three Pokemon roared in anger before becoming engulfed in the bright light of evolution. Their forms quickly started to change, and in just a few moments a might Venusaur, Blastoise, and Charizard stood before the assembled group. Golurk rumbled out a warning to them, but Charizard quickly took the lead and launched a flamethrower at Golurk. Blastoise followed suit by extending his cannons and firing two massive blasts of water, while Venusaur lashed out with 10 large vines. The triple attack caused Golurk to drop Ash and avoid the onslaught, but one of the many vines from Venusaur quickly intercepted him. Once Ash was safely on the ground, Charizard rushed after his target with a single push of his mighty wings and was above him before he knew what happened. Raising his claws, Charizard channeled his rage into his arm and a wall of flames slammed down into Golurk. The massive attack sent him down to the ground where Venusaur and Blastoise were waiting with attacks just as powerful. Venusaur roared and stomped on the ground to create a storm of powerful thorn-covered vines that slammed and ripped at the ground type. Blastoise wrapped up the triple attack by firing a powerful condensed orb of glowing water that exploded upon impact and sent up a cloud of dust. Soar! A powerful gust of wind quickly made everything visible again, and Lance was seen standing in the center with his lead Dragonite by his side. The look of anger and determination on his face made everyone remember why he was a champion. The sound of coughing made Lance turn and see Ash slowly standing up with the help of his 3 evolved starter Pokémon. In his hand was a Safari Ball. Ash, did you? The young trainer nodded and put the ball in his bag. I capture Golurk after the explosion that I am taking responsibility for it now. The champion looked at the young man and felt very uneasy about this. Ash, that Pokémon was on a rampage. There is no guarantee that he won't again. The T nodded and looked back at his starters who smiled at him. Lance, I know you are worried but we got this. Don't tell me how but something inside me knows that we can handle this. Lance ran his hand through his red hair and let out a powerful sigh. Alright, here is the deal, you keep Golurk, but I expect regular updates on it. If this Pokémon gives you any reason to doubt its condition or that it might attack people, I will take this Pokémon and make sure it is never found again. The teen trainer looked the taller man in his eyes with determination that reminded Lance of himself. It won't come to that. Ash's team. Venusaur, Frenzy Plant, Protect, Leech Seed, Sludge Bomb, Magical Leaf, Razor Leaf, Energy Ball. Charizard, Blast Burn, Shadow Claw, Flamethrower, Brick Break, Dragon Rage, Metal Claw, Protect, Flare Blitz. Blastoise, Hydro Cannon, Brick Break, Ice Beam, Water Gun, Aqua Jet, Protect, Water Pulse, Surf. Luxray, Tackle, Thunderbolt, Wild Charge, Spark, Night Slash, Shock Wave, Protect, Iron Tail. Fiero, Peck, Aerial Ace, Agility, Fury Attack, Protect, Mirror Move, Drill Peck, Drill Run, Sky Attack. Gyarados, Dragon Rage, Tackle, Hyper Beam, Water Pulse, Bite, Flamethrower. Pidgeotto, Quick Attack, Twister, Gust, Tackle, Sand Attack, Steel Wing. Scyther, Quick Attack, Pursuit, Wing Attack, Bug Buzz, Slash. Kadabra, Psycho Cut, Confusion, Psybeam, Teleport, Disable, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Fire Punch. Nidoking, Horn Attack, Hyper Beam, Takedown, Earthquake, Mega Punch, Mega Kick. Eevee, Tackle, Growl, Tail Whip, Charm, Quick Attack, Shadow Ball, Dig. Cranidos, Headbutt, Leer, Focus Energy, Pursuit, Takedown, Ancient Power, Zen Headbutt, Bulldoze, Flamethrower, Iron Head. Dano, Dragon Rage, Headbutt, Dragon Breath. Crunch, Fire Ice Thunder Fong, Earth Power. Zangoose, Hone Claws, Slash, Revenge, Crush Claw, Night Slash, X-Scissor. Dusclops, Shadow Sneak, Night Shade, Will-O-Wisp, Calm Mind, Shadow Ball. Munchlax, Amnesia, Lick, Body Slam, Ice Punch, Zen Headbutt, Focus Punch. Elekid, Protect, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Quick Attack, Shock Wave. Golurk, Earthquake, Focus Punch, Shadow Punch, Mega Punch, Shadow Ball, Iron Defense, Hammer Arm. Chapter 12. Ash stood poised in an open area just outside of Fuchsia City, Naisha and Corey along with him. The three had decided to travel a short time again once the weekend was over and Ash had his gym badge, but first, Ash had a Pokémon to deal with. His friends had both of their starters out with moves ready to use should they need to assist, but truthfully, Ash's starters should be enough. That night after the Safari Zone incident, Ash had taken Golurk to Nurse Joy after hours and had the Pokémon checked on. The nurse was very patient and understanding, and when the actual exam came, she was very much the professional that she was trained to be. Golurk was still unconscious when he was brought out, and the massive Pokémon was so large he almost took up half the exam room. Halfway through his exam his yellow eyes flared to life and Ash almost brought out his starters, but when he saw the eyes lacked the glowing red hatred from earlier he stilled his hand. The entire time Nurse Joy was working, the ground and ghost-type Pokémon kept his gaze fixed on Ash, and the two of them shared the beginnings of a bond that would last a lifetime. A single thought hit Ash while they looked into each other's eyes, and it was this: why? Ash smiled and focused his thoughts towards the large Pokémon. You needed help, you were afraid and no one was listening to your cries, your rage would have consumed you. Golurk gently nodded his head in acceptance before closing his eyes for rest. Now, Ash was ready to speak with the giant Pokemon on even terms. Lance was worried when he called Ash this morning, but the younger trainer assured the champion that everything would work out. "You guys ready?" Venusaur, Blastoise, and Charizard all nodded in agreement before Ash threw the Pokeball and brought out his Pokemon. Golurk appeared with a mighty cry and brought his arms down to emphasize his power before he looked around and let his eyes rest upon Ash. "Golurk?" Ash nodded at the Pokemon. "How are you feeling?" A rumble of thanks was what was given in response, causing Ash to continue his conversation. "Golurk, we are in a little bind here. I know that you are not from this region and that you are nervous as all can be." The giant Pokemon nodded, "But I'm afraid that if I release you, more trainers will come after you. Your species are very powerful and capable of standing toe-to-toe with the best out there." Golurk's yellow eyes flashed towards Ash's 3 starter Pokemon. "The only reason they defeated you was because of your weakened state of fear. Pokemon fall into rage, and while their attacks become super powerful and they feel no pain, their stamina is just as it was before. The combined power of Frenzy Plant, Blast Burn, and Hydro Cannon would be more than enough to take down any Pokemon." The young trainer was silent for a moment to let his words sink in before he continued. "I know that staying with a human isn't the most glamorous sounding deal right now, but I will make you a deal. If you stay with me, I promise to make you stronger than ever, and when I finally travel to the Unova region I will release you if you want." Golurk's eyes widened at this. Here he was under the impression that he would be locked into servanthood for the rest of his life, but this human, who not hours ago put himself in harm's way to save him from his anger, was again being selfless and offering to return him to his home. This pushed his hatred for humans until it was almost non-existent. The massive Pokemon looked down at Ash and nodded. "GOL." Ash smiled and chuckled. "Welcome to the team, Golurk." At that declaration all of Ash's Pokeballs burst open and his team came forth to meet their newest member. The team trainer found himself on the ground, however Munchlax simply waved and then fell asleep, right on top of Ash. Corey and Naisha started laughing at their younger friend as he interacted with his Pokemon. Soar. A week later found Ash standing in an open field with his newest members before him. Since deciding to train yet again before his gym battle, Ash brought all of his Pokemon with him, and while the senior members were fighting it out, the newest members to the team was awaiting their instruction. Naisha and Corey were training just on the opposite side of the field to give Ash the room he needed. "Okay, let's get started, you guys. Already you each have amazing move sets and play to different strengths, but together you can learn and grow. Let's start with the easiest. Between the 5 you we have the ability to learn the elemental punches, which given that you each are close combat Pokemon, this will give a huge advantage. So, Elekid, I want you to show the group Thunder Punch and Fire Punch while Munchlax shows you how to use Ice Punch. Focus on ease of using the attack first and then we will establish the power aspect." Ash stood back as Elekid stepped up first and started speaking to the assembled Pokemon. Brining up his fist, he concentrated on making the heat from his energy move to his fist and then ignite into flames. With it being demonstrated, it started out as a small stream of smoke before slowly bursting into a spark. Turning around, the small electric type hissed out as he slammed his fist into a nearby rock and cancelled the attack. He then held up his arm again and hissed out the instructions for Thunder Punch before demonstrating as well. When it was time for Ice Punch, Ash was genuinely surprised that Munchlax was so energetic in regards to the concept of improving his battle skills, but the normal type happily demonstrated the powerful move. The group then dispersed and began working on the moves and made a lot of progress with them before Ash finally called the quits. He smiled as his team ate later that evening, knowing full well that their future looked bright. Soar. Another week went by and we find Ash, Corey, and Naisha walking away from Fuchsia City with Ash looking at the newest badge in his collection. The small pink heart in his hand shimmered in the noonday sun as he walked with his friends. The battle against Janine went rather well with Ash coming out on top with a 1-3 victory. Kadabra, Cranidos, and Nidoking worked greatly against the poison-type gym leader and proved to Ash that his team was continuing to grow by leaps and bounds. Cranidos was the first up against Janine's Venomoth and the small rock type put up one hell of a fight. With his versatile moveset and amazing power he fought the poison type to a standstill before taking the win with a well-placed flamethrower. Crenito's victory was short-lived when Janine brought out a Crobat and defeated him with a powerful steel wing. Ash's response was Kadabra, and despite the difficulties he had to begin with, the psychic type proved himself successful when he beat Crobat. The final Pokémon that Janine brought out was a massive purple Pokémon with a deadly-looking horn on its head. The creature's overall appearance was that of a centipede with the addition of two deadly-looking horns upon its head. This Pokémon was a Scolipede, a rare and powerful poison and bug type from the faraway region of Unova. The fact that she had this Pokémon excited Ash. Kadabra fought very well, but ultimately the combination of Scolipede's power and secondary bug typing overwhelmed the psychic type. Finally came Nidoking, who was easily in for the fight of his life. A brutal battle followed and it came down to a duel between Megahorn. At the last moment, Nidoking pulled the last of his strength and overpowered his opponent, securing Ash's 5th badge. Now as they were walking, the subject of what to do next came up. So, where to next? Ash chewed on his bottom lip for a moment before he spoke. I'm thinking of heading back towards Saffron City. Blaine was a former Elite Four member, so I don't want to push my limits just yet. Corey chuckled at this. Ash, I'm pretty sure your team would be able to handle Blaine at this point, but fighting against a trainer with that kind of record might not be wise right now. Naisha wrapped Ash a hug from behind, causing the Pallet town trainer to blush when he felt her BRST push into his back. Ash, we know you can do it. Just keep trying your hardest. Naisha kissed his cheek and giggled at the stunned teen's expression. Corey rolled his eyes. I think you broke him, Naisha. The older teen smiled coyly. Jealous, Corey? You know you are my favorite. The other male in their group waved his hand. I know, but poor little Ash doesn't know how to handle that much woman. The joke caused Ash to shake his head and smile. That was mean. The group shared a good-natured laugh before stopping at a fork in the road. Corey shifted his backpack. I guess this is where we split for now, Ash. Naisha and I are heading toward Seafoam Islands. I guess there are pods of Lapras that come to the islands to rest on their migration. Naisha went all starry-eyed. I would love to capture one of those Pokémon, they are just so adorable. Ash shook his head. You are more likely to see one of the legendary birds than to capture a Lapras legally. Their numbers still are too low for legal capture, all thanks to the overpoaching. Naisha nodded. A girl can dream though. A comfortable silence fell between the friends before Corey stood tall. Well, we will be seeing you soon, Ash, if not before then during the Pokémon League. The group agreed and walked down their separate paths and onto their continued future. Soar. Ash arrived in Saffron City after a good 3 weeks of traveling. Instead of taking Cycle Path back towards Celadon, the teen had taken the waterfront that led up the coast back towards Lavender City. There were many trainers that were more than eager to battle the up-and-coming trainer. It proved perfect training for the youngest members of the group, and Ash was very pleased with Eevee's and Dano's progress. Both Pokémon clearly fit well on the battlefields and scored several victories. When he finally arrived in Saffron City, he took some time to rest with his team at the Pokémon Center. While his friends were being looked over by Nurse Joy, the young man happened to be watching the news and caught coverage of the Cerulean City Gym. We bring you this live report from local gym leader and rising star Misty Waterflower, the youngest of the Sensational Sisters. The reporter looked over at Misty, whom to Ash looked more attractive than ever. Misty, you have been the gym leader of Cerulean Gym now for several months and you have a very impressive record of only 7 losses in that PRD. The people of Kanto have to know what changed recently to turn your gym around. Were your sisters up until now running it? Misty thought over her answer before nodding. While it's true that my sisters were running the gym, they really cared more for their water ballets than the art of Pokémon battling. That was left to me. The downside was that most of the gym's Pokémon haven't been really trained by me, and to be honest, I didn't want to be a gym leader with Pokémon that I didn't raise. So, I left to become a water Pokémon master. The interviewer quirked his eyebrow at this. You just up and left your home to improve your skills? Misty nodded. Probably not the best idea, but for someone who has lived her whole life around water Pokémon it seemed like the best plan. granted it was to prove anyone who doubted me wrong, but I'm still glad that I did it. The interviewer nodded in acceptance. Many of us in Cerulean are all amazing at the talent you have shown in the past few months. Any insight to the rise in skill? Misty thought for a moment before smiling. In truth, a lot of my skill has come from a very dear friend of mine who is on his Pokemon journey through Kanto. It was because of him that I learned different training styles and learned to bring out the best in each of my Pokemon. My Tentacruel is a testament to this, just as the rest of my team is. The interviewer nodded and smiled a little. Very dear friend. Is it possible that our resident gym leader has a crush? And is there any chance that we can know the name of this mysterious trainer? Misty blushed lightly. My personal life is just that, my own, and as for his name, I'm afraid I won't give that out either. The water trainer then got a playful smile upon her face, but rest assured, you will hear his name when this year's Pokemon League is over. Soar. Ash chuckled at this and made a mental note to call Misty after his gym battle, but turned his attention towards his next battle. Sabrina of the Saffron City Gym was renowned as one of the most powerful, if not the most psychics in the world. Adding to this trait was her cold demeanor and breathtaking beauty, all in all, a very impressive package. The teen trainer had researched her battles and knew that she often communicated with her Pokemon via their mental link, and this was something that Ash was going to have to disrupt. Now, he could have Golurk simply power through the psychic team, but he didn't want to simply use his powerful Pokemon. Dano was perfect for the initial battle, and if Ash planned right, this would be all he needed. However, Fate and a certain god Pokemon had other plans for the rising trainer, in the form of a legendary Pokemon. Soar. New Island. Where am I? A pair of powerful and confused eyes slowly opened up and took in the dark surroundings of the room the owner was in. The room was entirely black except for a single light that shone down upon the creature in the center of the room. The being's eyes focused again and looked around before remembering the location. My purpose, of course, how could I forget? Falling silent, the creature let his head fall down and took a breath in annoyance as the armor that encased his body whined as it moved. The creature let his mind wander and try to process his life thus far. I am Mewtwo. I am unlike other Pokemon of this world. While others have been brought into this world and raised in the hands of parents and families, I was raised by humans in the cold binds of science. I was created for man's own greed to further his power and dominion over this world. I am nothing more than a weapon, an item. I have been used to destroy and attack, capture, torture, battle, all because humans have a hole that cannot be filled within their souls. My purpose is that of a laboratory specimen, a test subject for their cloning process. I was created from the legendary Pokemon Mew, and by the rules of the Pokemon world I myself am a legendary, the most powerful Pokemon in the world. And yet with all my power, here I stand in chains. A voice broke the psychic's thoughts, as it should be. Mewtwo's head jerked up and he felt his anger grow upon seeing the rocket admins. Archer smirked. You were created by humans to obey humans, and thus far your purpose has been a great success. Mewtwo's psychic powers started to flare, but his armor then seized up and started shocking his body. Archer chuckled coldly. You should know better by now, Mewtwo. Your powers are limited by that armor so that only I can use it when needed. Thankfully it has worked, so this means that we can move on to the next phase of our testing. Mewtwo looked up. You said the tests were over. Ariana brushed her hair out of her face. Please, the tests are only beginning. You are the first and only successful clone we have created, so we need to find out what made you a success. This way we can create an army of clone Pokemon that are loyal to only us. No longer will we have to capture Pokemon and raise them. With your abilities, we can create Pokemon and rule the world in no time. The former Rocket generals snickered at this, and Archer started talking to them about upcoming tests for Mewtwo, leaving the legendary to his thoughts again. So is this my lot in life? Nothing more than a test subject. His eyes widened when a soft voice answered, No, it isn't, my child, your destiny is so much more. Mewtwo looked up at the admins to see if they heard the voice. Who are you? The voice answered back, I am known by many names, Alpha, Omega, the first and the last, God, but you, my child, may call me Arceus or Father. Mewtwo's eyes widened at this. Father? I have no father, I am a clone. This statement made Arceus frown in sadness. This is true, my child, but that doesn't make you any less important to me. All my children are just that, my children. I sense the conflict within you, Mewtwo, and I want to help you. You have the power to escape, and I have someone who will show you what it is to be in a family and wanted as a friend, just like Amber. Mewtwo's eyes widened drastically at this. Amber is dead. Arceus chuckled softly, but she is with me, child. You shall see your friend again one day, but for now you must escape and then fly to the forest just outside of Saffron City. There I will have my chosen one meet you and he will show you the meaning of family. Mewtwo was about to say something in regards to trading one master for another, but the tone of Arceus' voice and the mention of Amber told him otherwise. Do you promise that I will find meaning in life? Arceus smiled and reached out with his powerful presence to wrap Mewtwo in an aura of comfort. My son, you shall find so much more. Now awaken and be free. Soar. Mewtwo's eyes shot open and he saw that the admins were still talking about his tests. Arceus' words rang deep within and Mewtwo began to summon his powers. This cannot be, my destiny. The full might of his powers rushed forward and the armor was blasted into oblivion, which caused the admins to turn and look. What is this? Mewtwo stopped this at once. Mewtwo slowly levitated towards them as an alarm sounded, bringing the small population of the former Team Rocket to the lab. I have been given new life and a path has been laid out before me. You do not control me. You dreamed of creating the world's most powerful Pokémon, and you succeeded. As Mewtwo said this, his powers flared around him like a raging fire and then solidified into a glowing blue orb that then expanded, engulfing everything in its path. The screams of humans and Pokémon within the lab echoed through Mewtwo's mind, but he didn't care. Something told him that these humans and Pokémon were evil. His power exploded out and the entire island was covered in a dense light that disintegrated everything, ending the limited return of Team Rocket. The psychic legendary surveyed his work and then turning towards Kanto he took off with a single thought, I am free. Soar. Ash's eyes shot open and quickly focused on the darkness of the room he was sleeping in. Sitting up in his bed, the young trainer looked around before moving so he could stand up. Quickly putting on his clothes and grabbing his belt with his Pokeballs, Ash moved out of the room and down to the main entrance of the Pokemon Center. Once he was there he looked out at the quiet scene of Saffron City, which for as large of a place it was rather amusing. The young man slowly made his way through the dark streets and followed the feeling that was guiding him. For some reason, he felt called, like he was supposed to be looking for something or someone. This feeling only increased as Ash made his way towards the edge of the city and finally at the entrance of the woods. Standing still, Ash focused on the feeling and then turned his gaze into the darkness of the woods. Nothing appeared, so he glanced up into the sky and was greeted with the sight of a powerful blue object streaming down towards the forest at frightening speed. Every fiber in Ash's body screamed for him to run and warn the city, but a tiny voice in the back of his mind told him to wait. Unsure as to why he was waiting, Ash watched as the orb of blue light rushed into the woods and slammed hard into the ground. The moment this happened the feeling returned and Ash rushed into the woods to locate the object. He quickly found it and felt himself gape in shock. Standing before him was a cat-like creature ablaze with psychic power. The being was taking a deep breath before it opened powerful eyes and looked at him. The moment their eyes connected, Ash's mind screamed in pain as his world was engulfed in the same blue glow as it had back in Vermilion City. His mind linked with Mewtwo's and he instantly saw everything the legendary had gone through, from his creation to his meeting with Arceus. Ash's heart filled with sorrow as he felt the Pokemon's sadness when Amber and the other cloned Pokemon passed away, leaving him all alone in the world at the hands of Team Rocket. He finally felt cold hatred towards the evil team when they continued to persuade him that his place was as a SLV. Mewtwo was finding himself within Ash's mind and soul, experiencing Ash's life. He saw Ash growing up with a loving family and friends, his first meeting his starters, and even his bitter rivalry with Gary. He saw Ash grow as a trainer and fight alongside his team in effort to grow better. Mewtwo felt his heart fill with a warmth that he never had before, a comfort and a determination rise within to become the very best Pokemon in the world and show everyone who he was. When the psychic link was finished forming, both Ash and Mewtwo fell back in exhaustion and looked each other in the eyes. That was intense, Mewtwo. Ash's words fell short as he recalled everything the Pokemon had gone through. Do not feel pity for me, Ash. It was my destiny to be brought into the world in such a way, just as it is my destiny to become your Pokemon and help you become a master. Ash's eyes showed determination. Are you sure? The new psychic legendary nodded. When our minds linked, I felt something I had long forgotten, something that I held only for a moment when I was with Amber and the other clone Pokemon, like I belonged. If going with you is the path to lead to this feeling of content, then I take it with open arms. Ash nodded and walked towards the Pokemon before surprising both of them and pulling Mewtwo into a power hug, letting a few tears land on his fine fur. You will never be alone again, Mewtwo, of that I can promise. The legendary's eyes widened in shock before letting the pain that he had suffered begin to release, and as the tears started to join Ash's, the wounds began to heal and Mewtwo's destiny was finally beginning. Chapter 13. The doors to the Saffron City gym slammed open and Ash walked in with a determined look upon his face. 2 weeks ago he would have doubted his abilities when challenging a master psychic like Sabrina, but with the help of Mewtwo he had come up with a plan that would be foolproof. Speaking of said legendary, Ash had introduced him to the entire team and they all embraced him in the same way their trainer had. Mewtwo was still overwhelmed by everything and could only mentally thank them. The legendary had also taken to training right away, which actually surprised Ash. Considering everything that had happened, Ash had assumed that Mewtwo would want to wait for a while before training, but he simply smirked and said that when they bonded, Ash's battle lust became his own, and if he was to be any type of Pokemon he better start working. Presently there was no Pokédex data on the legendary, but that didn't mean Ash couldn't check his moves, and he was very surprised at the amount that he was able to learn. His current move set was rather bland and included Psychic, Swift, Aura Sphere, Shadow Ball, Safeguard, Disable, Recover, Miracle Eye, and his signature move Psystrike. As for moves he could learn, let's just say it would be better to count the ones he couldn't. Training with Mewtwo also brought about a new level of power to his original Pokemon, since they were, in fact, training with a legendary. The first 4 days of training none of his team could stand up to a single attack without getting major damage, but after a lot of conditioning and effort, they steadily started to show progress. Now, as for Ash's plan for Sabrina, it would involve his newest ability, and that was to connect psychically with his Pokemon. When their minds had met, Ash's hidden powers had awoken, and with Mewtwo and Kadabra to help, Ash was on his way to becoming a psychic. Currently, the team could only levitate items for a few moments before setting them down, but according to Mewtwo it would take time and patience. If Ash pushed himself too much he risked brain damage and could end up a vegetable. The final issue Ash had to deal with was one he had put off until after his gym battle, and that was telling Professor Oak about Mewtwo. He had captured the legendary, yes, but with no data on file it would simply tell the professor that Ash had captured an unknown Pokemon. This proved correct, as only a few hours after Mewtwo's initial capture, Ash received an email on his Pokédex saying simply, "Call me." Ash had to shake his head at this, as the professor was right on top of things. As Ash walked into the gym he could feel the residential psychic energy, and he was surprised at how comfortable it made him feel. He passed several classrooms with people ranging from simple children to elderly. Many were focusing on spoons in what Ash assumed was a mental exercise. The young trainer finally arrived at the inner gym doors and looked at 2 teens standing there in trainee robes. "You have a powerful energy around you, young trainer, a powerful psychic energy." Ash's eyes hardened and his own powers flared to life, making his eyes glow blue. "I'm here to challenge Sabrina." The teens were taken by surprise as they had not sensed Ash's powers, but then smirked coolly, "As you wish." They turned, and with a wave of their hands the doors opened and revealed a very planned battle arena that you would see in the finals of a league competition. At the far end was the mistress of psychics herself, Sabrina. She was quietly levitating above the ground in a lotus position with her hands folded in her lap. Her hourglass figure was outlined with blue energy from her powers, and her dark purple, almost black hair flickered slightly with the vibrating power. Ash stepped into the room and gently caressed Mewtwo's Pokeball, which was hanging on a chain around his neck. Their minds linked and Ash felt at ease. Her powers are great, Ash, I would be careful. Mentally nodding, the Kanto trainer finally arrived at the challenger box and was about to speak when Sabrina's eyes snapped open and focused on Ash. I have been waiting for you, Ash Ketchum. I had a vision of your arrival long ago, and depending on the outcome of this battle we may know more about each other soon. Not at all surprised at Sabrina communicating via her powers, Ash replied, I don't know why my arrival would have been predicted, but let us see who shall win. I'm here for a badge and nothing will stop me from winning it. Sabrina gracefully levitated to the gym leader's side of things and nodded stiffly to one of the students from earlier who raised 2 flags. This is an official gym battle for the Marsh badge. The challenger, Ash Ketchum, will face the gym leader, Sabrina, in a 2-on-2 battle. Substitutions are allowed for the challenger only. Begin. Sabrina selected first and threw a ball that burst open to reveal a small brown fox-like Pokemon that Ash was familiar with, an Abra. The young trainer selected a ball and threw it. The ball burst open to reveal Dano, who hissed at the psychic type. Dano, let's start off strong, use Dragon Breath. The little dragon opened his maw and fired off a powerful stream of blue-green flames right towards Abra. Without any form of command, Abra vanished with a flick of light and reappeared behind the dragon type with his fist ped back in glowing white. Abra slammed hard into Dano with a powerful focus punch and sent the small Pokemon rolling across the field. I know you got this, Dano. Just because Sabrina is prepared for a dark type doesn't mean we will lose. Use. Ash's eyes flashed light blue and his mind linked with the little dragon, much harder than he first thought due to his traits of being a dark type. Use another Dragon Breath and at the last second turn around and hit him with Crunch. Dano grunted his understanding and fired off a powerful stream of flames. Sabrina's eyebrow quirked up slightly. Normally she would have felt that a trainer would have frozen, but with Ash she felt a slight shift of psychic energy, so she knew it wasn't the case. Back at the battle, just as Ash had figured, Abra teleported away just as the flames from the dragon type almost washed over it, and just like before, the psychic type appeared with a focus punch ready. Dano quickly reeled around and clamped down hard with dark energy radiating from his fangs. Abra hissed and cried out in pain as the fangs sank deep into his fur and flesh, securing him in place. Now while we have him, us all 3 Fong moves if you have time. Heeding his trainer's call, Dano sent a rush of power through his fangs, causing an explosion of fire to engulf Abra. A moment later, crackles of electricity ran over the small psychic Pokemon and caused his body to seize up. Finally, as Dano was about to send a surge of ice energy through his fangs, Abra brought his tail around and slammed an iron tail into him. Sending the dragon back, Abra quickly teleported back to Sabrina's side and was visibly gritting its teeth in effort. This caused Ash to smile as he knew his victory was close. Earth Power. Dano reared his head and upper body back before he slammed down and sent a powerful tremor in Abra's direction. Before the psychic could respond, a crack opened up and the Pokemon fell in and was engulfed with powerful yellow energy. Ash didn't need to use his powers to tell the Abra was knocked out. The red beam from Sabrina's Pokeball was enough evidence. Abra was not quickly replaced though. Sabrina focused on Ash. I sense great power within you, Ash Ketchum, power that could rival my own. I also sense the link. Bring forth the legend that I shall know the power of the greatest psychic in the world. Ash's eyes widened as she described Mewtwo. He had never even considered using his new friend in battle, but Sabrina wanted a fight. Signaling for Dano to return to his side, Ash unclipped Mewtwo's Pokeball from his necklace and enlarged it. I will not be held accountable for your mistake. You wanted to face the world's greatest psychic, then here he is. The ball burst open and Mewtwo appeared in a flaring blue aura that gave off his power. His eyes were filled with a menacing glow as he gently landed on his feet. What do you hope to prove by provoking Ash? Sabrina's mask of no emotion remained. I wish to see just how worthy you are. My visions of the future have shown many great things, one being that Ash and myself are tied together depending on the outcome of this fight. This caught Ash's attention, but he pushed it aside. Let's do this, Mewtwo. His newest partner nodded and started levitating off the ground with his powers on full blast. Sabrina's eyes flared with power and she threw a Pokeball which opened to reveal her starter and most power Pokemon, Alakazam. The fully evolved Psychic type opened his eyes and revealed power that would rival any of the Elite Four Pokemon. Alakazam, Psychic. The Psyfox let his mental powers loose and sent them at Mewtwo, who was constricted in the energy. Mewtwo gave the show of struggling, but Ash knew better. Stop it. Mewtwo gave a low chuckle and slashed his arm down, severing the psychic link. Alakazam flinched at the connection break before holding his silver spoons up in defense. You truly believe that this Pokemon is able to withstand my power? I am the strongest psychic alive, and now I shall show you my might. Ash's eyes became covered in the blue aura of psychic energy and his mind spoke with a powerful amplified voice, Psystrike. Mewtwo started gathering energy around himself, appearing to be wrapped in a cloak of blue flames. The energy was thick and flared with rage before it condensed into an orb in front of Mewtwo and fired a powerful stream that crackled with lightning. Alakazam and Sabrina both held up their hands to defend but were easily overwhelmed by the power. The referee slowly declared the battle over, still in shock at what he had just witnessed. Ash and Mewtwo stood defiantly in front of Sabrina, who had walked over to them after returning her Pokemon. She smiled lightly. My visions of the future are never wrong, and this one proved to be truer than the rest. Take the Marsh badge, Ash, as well as this. Before Ash could respond, the psychic pulled him towards her and kissed him with a powerful passion that sent fire screaming through his body. His psychic powers flared up and both his and Sabrina's minds connected, sending powerful emotions into each other. Ash saw the vision that she was talking about, and it consisted of them standing together as lovers, wrapped in the passion of love making and leading the Pokemon world to greatness, with Ash becoming a master. When Sabrina pulled back, they both had deep blushes on their cheeks and she turned away. Know that we shall meet again, Ash. Our futures are now intertwined, but I won't be the only one, my love. A moment later, Ash and Mewtwo found themselves in his room at the Pokemon Center in a state of shock. Soar. Several hours later, Ash was sitting in the center waiting for his team to be checked over and grimaced as he felt Mewtwo reach out to his mind. You know, for a supposed witch, she really isn't all that bad looking. The rising champion growled, I'm not in the mood. Mewtwo's deep baritone voice chuckled, you forget our minds are one, I know you are in the mood. Ash threw his hands into the air and got out of his chair to make a phone call he knew was inevitable. After a few moments of waiting at the video phone, the legendary image of Professor Oak appeared on the screen, and the moment he saw Ash's face turned into an amused glare. Well, it seems you are able to work a video phone after all. Ash rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. I guess I was nervous about the call. Samuel nodded in understanding. I suppose that is a valid reason, but now to the inevitable question, what kind of Pokemon is it? Ash answered. He nodded, and Mewtwo is a legendary Pokemon. Professor Oak smiled widely. I suspected as much. When the Pokemon Registry found similar traits with the DNA of Mew, more so than any other Pokemon, I thought along that line. Ash nodded and took a deep breath. Here is the story, but I need you to promise not to reveal it to anyone unless it's a must. When Professor Oak nodded, Ash started to recount Mewtwo's short, but sad tale of how he was raised to be the ultimate weapon for the hands of Team Rocket. How his life had been nothing but lab tests and abuse at the hands of the Rocket Generals until Arceus himself saved him from his inner turmoil. The professor was silent for a moment before asking, Can I see him? Ash looked around and mentally asked Mewtwo if he could throw up a barrier around them. A brief shimmer of psychic energy appeared around them, and then the legendary clone appeared. He looked at Professor Oak with slight disdain when he saw the lab coat, but a gentle hand from Ash calmed him. I must say you are quite a sight to behold, my friend. I'm sorry to hear about your upbringing up until this point, but I can assure you, there is no one more qualified to train you than Ash here. I trust you both will grow strong together. Mewtwo nodded stiffly. I trust him completely. When our minds connected, we saw everything, the pain we both suffered growing up, mine at the hands of the Rockets and his at the hands of your grandson. Professor Oak sighed at this. I know, I wish Gary would have grown out of his arrogant streak, but with his countless victories and captures, he sadly hasn't changed. Ash shook his head. it is in the past, Professor. I have made friends on the road and I have my Pokemon, that is all I will ever need, aside from Mom and Dad. The professor nodded. I see you have been busy on that front as well. I must say you never fail to set my old ticker to racing. That is quite the collection you have accomplished, and to see all 3 of your starters fully evolved this early is a sight. I would love to take a closer look at them all when you next pass through Pallet. Ash nodded. I will be there in a few weeks. I just got my badge from Sabrina and am going to be heading to Cinnabar Island next. The professor put a finger on his chin in thought. Ah yes, Blaine's stomping grounds. Be ready for him, Ash. He was an Elite Four member when I was still traveling, and just because he left that doesn't mean he is any less powerful. The Kanto trainer nodded. I won't. I'm going to let you go, Professor. I need to make a few more calls before we head out. The two bid farewell before hanging up, and Ash dialed the next number on his list. It rang for several moments before the beautiful face of a redhead girl appeared. Her face lit up with a smile that was reflected all the way up to her blue eyes. Ash Ketchum, as I live and breathe, how are you doing, handsome? The Pallet Town trainer smiled. Just fine, Misty, just fine. I actually have a ton to tell you. The redhead nodded. I would hope so, we haven't spoken since after Vermilion City. Ash rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Yeah, I have some fault with that. Misty snorted in amusement. Try all of it. Ash nodded. Well, if you have time now I can catch you up. Misty smiled widely. I'd love that. An hour and a half later. And that about sums it up. After the Safari Zone and gaining the Marsh badge, I plan to move along to Cinnabar Island and take on Blaine. Misty nodded in approval. I met Blaine a few weeks ago and he is quite the trainer. His signature Pokemon is the Magmar line, with his oldest and most powerful Pokemon being a Magmar. I guess it didn't want to evolve and has yet to lose a battle against its evolved form. Ash smiled at the challenge. Sounds good to me, but from what I heard on the news you have been doing just as well. Misty blushed at this. Well, I don't know about that, but I guess my reputation has increased. Ash laughed. Mist, I looked up the stats, and you are currently ranked in the top 5 gym leaders of Kanto. Given the fact that there are roughly 20 gyms within the Kanto region, I would take that as a compliment. Misty smiled lightly. It was all thanks to your training, Ash. I would still be fishing on the side of a river if we hadn't met. The Pallet Town trainer smirked. You would have made it, Mist. I have faith in you. His friend nodded. Well, I need to get going, Ash. Please make it a habit of calling more. Ash nodded. I will, Misty. The redhead blew a kiss to Ash before closing the line and leaving Ash to his final phone call. The phone again rang for several moments before a click signaled the line being picked up. Ketchum Residence, Silver speaking. Ash smiled. Hey Dad, it's me. The screen clicked on and Silver Ketchum appeared on screen. Ash. Hey Delia, Ash is on the phone. A moment later his mother was also standing in the view screen of the phone. Oh Ashy, I was hoping you would call soon. How are you doing? Are you eating healthy? Are you feeling alright? Are you changing your under? Ash put his hands up. Mom, calm down, I'm doing just fine. I just won my 6th badge from Sabrina. Mewtwo chimed in, and something else. The trainer mentally stuck his tongue out at Mewtwo, who just chuckled. Silver nodded in approval. Well done, son. Sabrina isn't an easy person to defeat. How did you accomplish it? Ash thought for a moment. I used my Dano against her Abra and then my most powerful Pokemon against her starter Alakazam. Silver's eyes widened. You battled Sabrina's starter? Kid, what the hell are you feeding your team? Ash smiled awkwardly. Lots of vitamins. Silver shook his head. Alright, have your secrets, but when you come home after winning that 8th badge we will have a battle and I will see this secret of yours. Ash nodded in agreement. I'm heading out to Cinnabar Island later this week, and I'm giving my team a chance to rest after our training sessions. Delia put her hands on her cheeks. Oh, I just love Cinnabar. It's such a beautiful vacation spot. Maybe we should go there, dear. Silver smiled roguishly. If it means seeing your amazing body in a bikini, then I'm all for it, Delia. Ash felt a wave of nausea come over him. I'm going now. Silver laughed loudly. Come on, kid, would you rather your mom and I not talk to each other? Ash shook his head, no, but I still don't see the need to hear about your overzealous energy. Delia smiled and ran an arm down her husband's shoulder. It is perfectly natural, Ashy. How do you think you came into this world? The Pallet town trainer grew pale and quickly said his goodbye and ended the call. Shaking himself out of shock, Ash turned and looked at Mewtwo, who was smiling with amusement. If you ever say anything. The legendary shrugged, not like you could do anything to me if you wanted, besides, it's all perfectly natural, Ashy. Ash glared at his friend in an attempt to be intimidating, but Mewtwo just looked around in amusement. Come on, you overgrown cat, let's get going. Mewtwo turned himself invisible, but not before accidentally smacking Ash in the head with his tail. Ash growled and tried to swipe at his friend but caught nothing but air. And you intend to be a Pokemon master? Ash chuckled and walked out the door with his friend. Soar. 2 weeks later found Ash walking towards the path that would lead him to Pallet Town and eventually the ocean path that brought him to Cinnabar Island, the location of his 7th badge. Ash looked down next to him at Luxray, who was purring very loudly at getting the chance to walk in the warm noon sun. Scratching the large electric lion behind his ear, Ash smiled and looked down the path and thought about his journey thus far. The first thing that he thought about was the fact that he hardly lost any battles outside of gyms. This perplexed him for a moment before an obvious fact came into his mind: he trained and he trained hard. Each of his team members worked to improve themselves, and despite some of them not being fully evolved, they still had the power to take on evolved Pokemon due to their conditioning. Many trainers today simply traveled the road and waited to do the heavy training until right before the Pokemon League. This didn't fly with Ash. His current team was a testimony to this, as they all were in peak condition, and while not all fully evolved, they could easily withstand battle against evolved Pokemon. Ash's thoughts were broken when he reached the top of the hill that overlooked Pallet Town. A warm smile broke his face as he surveyed his hometown, still as quiet and quaint as ever. From his position, he could see his house and the professor's lab. Ash's smile grew when he saw his mother working in her garden, completely unaware that he would be showing up. What do you say, bud? Should we say hello to our parents? Luxray growled in agreement before charging down the hill with Ash in his wake. Soar. When they arrived at the house, Delia was sitting back up from her garden and wiping the sweat away from her head. Looks like the garden is as green as ever, Mom. She smiled softly. Well, you know me, Ash, I have always had such a passion for growing my own, ASH. She reeled around and pulled her son into a large embrace before calling to the house, Silver, get out here. The sound of a chair being upturned, followed by the front door being kicked out, caused Ash to laugh lightly before he quickly ducked when his dad Salamence appeared and fired a huge dragon pulse at him. Hold off, Dad, it is me. Silver had another Pokeball in his hand ready to attack, but stopped when he saw it was his son. Well, I'll be med, Ash, you made it home, bring it in, son. Ash reached out and hugged his father and chuckled again as he saw his Luxray meeting with his own parents. Delia's Persian and Silver's Luxray sniffed their child before wrapping their larger heads around the neck of their grown cub, purring loudly. Delia cooed at this and pulled her camera from out of nowhere and started snapping pictures. So Ash, I assume you are stopping by on your way to Cinnabar? Ash nodded and sat down at the table his family had on the porch. I figured it would give my team and I a nice rest from the road before heading out. I also wanted to check on something with Professor Oak before I head out. Silver nodded. Anything I can help with? Ash looked at his father and watched as the giant silver-haired man gently scratched his Salamence under the chin, which the large dragon closed his eyes in contempt. Actually, there is. Dano is getting ready to evolve, and my main concern is keeping him in check while his mind is split. Silver nodded, as it should be. The Hydreigon line is powerful, but a very dangerous breed of dragons. Outside of the fact that you have one in Kanto, what have you done to prepare? Ash smirked as he remembered getting the little dragon from Lance. Well, my plan is to have some of my stronger members stay with him at Professor Oak's ranch. Silver shook his head. I wouldn't do that. Think of it this way. When Dano evolves, he is literally become born a second time, and a third time when he evolves again. Each head has its own personality while his conscience is being sorted out. The worst thing to do is leave him around with multiple Pokemon that are bigger than him. I would recommend staying with him the next couple of days to make sure your bond is solid, then when he evolves, treat it like when a new Pokemon is born, you need to be the first thing he sees. His primary mind will remember you and get the push it needs to force his second into SBMSN. Ash nodded at this, but had to admit he was nervous. Dragon-type Pokemon were the number one type that had a history of attacking their trainers due to rage, the second type being Tyranitar. Silver noticed his son's anxious look. Don't worry son, I will be there when the evolution happens. I'm not about to leave you facing this big of a challenge by yourself, that is unless you have the ability of your mother when it comes to calming Pokemon. Ash looked up at this, what do you mean? Silver smiled over at his wife, well, your mother over there has this strange ability to calm any Pokemon. Hell, that Gyarados of yours is turned into a purring kitten when your mom is around. Ash chuckled at the thought of his massive water dragon flipped over on her back. Granted she didn't like to battle compared to the level of his other team members, but she was still a powerful Pokemon. Silver stood up, in fact, why don't we go over to Professor Oak's place now and get a look at that team of yours? Ash smiled over at his mom to see what she thought but was pleased to see her throwing on a light jacket. Shall we, Ashy? The young man smiled and followed his parents out the door. Soar. They arrived at the lab a half hour later, taking their time to let Ash absorb the familiar sights of Pallet. When they arrived, Professor Oak was already waiting for them near the back of the lab. Ash my boy, it's great to see you. I trust your journey has been going all right. Ash nodded, 2 more badges and then I will be all set to go into the Pokemon League. Professor Oak nodded, good, Gary has already gotten 10 badges and is on his way to have a little vacation on Cinnabar Island. Ash narrowed his eyes at this, to which Mewtwo sent his calm thoughts to his friend, 10 badges. Silver saw the look in Ash's eyes, now Ash, I raised you better than that. Just because Gary rushed through his badges doesn't mean he is a better trainer. Professor Oak nodded, listen to you Father Ash, Gary may have 10 badges but only 3 of them are from the Regional 8, the rest are gyms authorized by the Pokemon League but defiantly not the same challenge as the Regional 8. The teen thought for a little bit and then nodded, granted he didn't like that Gary had upped him, but he wouldn't let that stop him. Alright, let's go out back so I can show you my team. The group followed Ash out back and then watched as he threw out 10 Pokeballs. From the ball appeared Charizard, Luxray, Scyther, Eevee, Nidoking, Dano, Elekid, Munchlax, Pidgeotto, and finally Mewtwo. The rest of Ash's team, Venusaur, Blastoise, Fiero, Gyarados, Kadabra, Cranidos, Zangoose, Dusclops, and Golurk appeared around them after Mewtwo sent a mental command to them. The 3 adults looked at the gathered Pokemon and nodded in approval before looking at Mewtwo. The legendary psychic held them with his famous steel-cold gaze before looking over to Ash. Was this necessary? Ash smirked at his friend, maybe, everyone, you all know Professor Oak, but these are my parents, Silver and Delia Ketchum. I came over to Pallet to rest with you all for a couple days before heading over to Cinnabar Island to get our 7th badge. His Pokemon all roared in approval before Ash started to introduce each of his friends to his parents. After the introductions for the main team were completed, Ash stopped at Mewtwo, and finally, this is Mewtwo, the legendary genetic Pokemon. Silver gasped at this, you captured a legendary Pokemon. Ash chuckled lightly as he rubbed the back of his head, there is more to the story. Professor Oak held up a pen and paper, Mewtwo, I am asking this to you, would I be able to get a few stats on you? Ash had said that you didn't like lab testing, so I wanted to check with you first. Mewtwo's eyes flared with power, what kind of tests? Ash put a comforting hand on his friend, Mewtwo, it is simple tests like your height, weight, a blood test to make sure you are healthy and to get your abilities. I will be there the entire time and you can ask my Pokemon to see if they are ever hurt. Professor Oak is a world-leading Pokemon expert and would never hurt a Pokemon on purpose. Mewtwo glared at the elderly man and then back at his trainer, if you will vouch for him, then I will trust him. Ash nodded, we will do the tests later, let Mewtwo cool down a little bit. Professor Oak nodded. Whenever you are ready, Ash, ultimately as long as it is before the Pokemon League it should be fine. Oh, and by the way, nice touch with the genetic title. Ash nodded. You can thank Mewtwo for that one, he said. It felt right. The young trainer turned over to see his dad inspecting Dano. The little dragon was at ease with Silver as he could smell the scent of a salamence on him. If one of the great dragons trusted this man, then he would as well. You know, Ash, I bet that if we worked with this little fell we could get him to evolve within the week. Ash thought a moment. I would like to work with every team member a little. I feel I have been neglecting some of them for others, not the best rapport to build up as a trainer. His Pokemon roared in protest, but Ash held his hands up. Now I appreciate it, you guys, but let's be honest, each of you deserves one-on-one time, so let's change it up a little bit this week. His Pokemon all agreed, and then Ash turned to his parents. Ready to help me train? Ash's team. Venusaur, Frenzy Plant, Protect, Leech Seed, Sludge Bomb, Magical Leaf, Razor Leaf, Energy Ball. Charizard, Blast Burn, Shadow Claw, Flamethrower, Brick Break, Dragon Rage, Metal Claw, Protect, Flare Blitz. Blastoise, Hydro Cannon, Brick Break, Ice Beam, Water Gun, Aqua Jet, Protect, Water Pulse, Surf. Luxray, Tackle, Thunderbolt, Wild Charge, Spark, Night Slash, Shock Wave, Protect, Iron Tail. Fiero, Peck, Aerial Ace, Agility, Fury Attack, Protect, Mirror Move, Drill Peck, Drill Run, Sky Attack. Gyarados, Dragon Rage, Tackle, Hyper Beam, Water Pulse, Bite, Flamethrower. Pidgeotto, Quick Attack, Twister, Gust, Tackle, Sand Attack, Steel Wing. Scyther, Quick Attack, Pursuit, Wing Attack, Bug Buzz, Slash. Kadabra, Psycho Cut, Confusion, Psybeam, Teleport, Disable, Thunder. Punch, Ice Punch, Fire Punch. Nidoking, Horn Attack, Hyper Beam, Takedown, Earthquake, Mega Punch, Mega Kick. Eevee, Tackle, Growl, Tail Whip, Charm, Quick Attack, Shadow Ball, Dig. Cranidos, Headbutt, Leer, Focus Energy, Pursuit, Takedown, Ancient Power, Zen Headbutt, Bulldoze, Flamethrower, Iron Head. Dano, Dragon Rage, Headbutt, Dragon Breath, Crunch, Fire Ice Thunder Fong, Earth Power. Zangoose, Hone Claws, Slash, Revenge, Crush Claw, Night Slash, X-Scissor. Dusclops, Shadow Sneak, Night Shade, Will-O-Wisp, Calm Mind, Shadow Ball. Munchlax, Amnesia, Lick, Body Slam, Ice Punch, Zen Headbutt, Focus Punch. Elekid, Protect, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Quick Attack, Shock Wave. Golurk, Earthquake, Focus Punch, Shadow Punch, Mega Punch, Shadow Ball, Iron Defense, Hammer Arm. Mewtwo, Psychic, Swift, Aura Sphere, Shadow Ball, Safeguard, Disable, Recover, Miracle Eye, Psystrike. On Hiatus.